Chapter 458. Myriad Wolf King's attack made Gu tribesmen nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes shone. Don't tell me this Myriad Wolf King is going to join the battle now? But soon his eyes dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King's attack on Feng Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 Wolf King. This 1,000 Wolf King's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. This is rank 3 burning body Gu. Feng Yuan recognized this Gu worm. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 Wolf King, wolf enslavement Gu's smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring at him. At Myriad Beast King level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Feng Yuan. Guguang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest follow me. Feng Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000 Wolf King, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big. Feng Yuan did not believe that all the Wolf Kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours, he had subdued another 1,700 Wolf Kings and 2,000 Wolf Kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Feng Yuan had 4,000 Wolf Kings, over 3,000 Wolf Kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also a 1,000 beast-level Wind Wolf King. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were Poison-Beard Wolf King, Water Wolf King and Wind Wolf King. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The Myriad Wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Feng Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Gu tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. With Chang Shanyan's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero, this ability is really impressive. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path, it is most suitable for this kind of battlefield. The elders praised him and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. The Myriad Wolf King hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined. The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned, Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this Myriad Wolf King might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the Wolf King to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack. Not good. While they were talking, the Myriad Wolf King suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time, he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the frontline Gu masters retreat. I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize, wait for my reinforcements. Feng Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord, we are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Feng Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Gu Guang. Feng Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Gu Guang gritted his teeth and said, I will listen to uncle. Saying so, he waved his hand. Everyone follow me. Feng Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Feng Yuan willed and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Feng Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts like Biao in a tiger group, Thunderboar in a pig group and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild Gu insects to live in its body. and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyes wolf in front of him was only an infant and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank for investigative goo. Even at night, their vision would not be affected. In the market, Feng Yuan accidentally found this ingrate and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now, this white-eyes wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement goo by Feng Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch goo. This caused the white-eyes wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go! Feng Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyes wolf's speed surpassed the wind wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf care goo. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyes wolf with his left eye. At the same time, he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Chang Shanyan's investigative goo. In an instant, the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of wolf care goo, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the goo masters. Feng Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Feng Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm with wolf groups huddled together. Feng Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for goo worms. If there were any rare goo worms, Feng Yuan would keep them himself, to prevent them from being destroyed in the battlefield. Of course, his main focus was still the wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo was a one-time consumable goo. After capturing so many wolf kings, Feng Yuan had expended a lot of wolf enslavement goo. Normally speaking, a beast king's body would have a corresponding beast enslavement goo. As expected, Feng Yuan found a rank 3 wolf enslavement goo from these wolf kings. 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. As for the other goo worms, they were ordinary, and there were 1 or 2 premium goo worms, but Feng Yuan was not interested in them. Thus he left them on the wolf kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf smoke goo. Feng Yuan activated this rank 4 healing goo. This goo was specially used to heal wolf injuries. Wolf smoke shrouded the whole farm, not dispersing for a long time. The primeval sea in Feng Yuan's aperture. It rapidly descended and soon reached the bottom. Healing so many wolves at once consumed a lot of primeval essence. After his primeval essence reached the bottom, Feng Yuan took out Yuan stone and quickly recovered. Like this, he healed them twice. Feng Yuan saw Ge tribe leader leading a group of elders, hurriedly rushing to the front lines. Not long after, intense explosions could be heard from the front lines. Through his left eye, Feng Yuan saw that the unmoving myriad wolf king had also entered the battlefield. Ge tribe leader and the rest were fighting it with all their might. Once the myriad wolf king appeared, its influence was huge. The wolf group attacked even more crazily under its lead. Ge tribe's second line of defense was thus broken through. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of the Ge tribe goo masters successfully retreated. They retreated to the third line of defense. At once, the atmosphere of the battle was extremely heavy, and everyone was panicking. The third line of defense was the final line of defense. Behind it were the mortals with low battle strength. Once it was lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. There is no time to heal anymore. He recovered 90% of his primeval essence in his aperture. Feng Yuan looked around. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves became light injuries. The light injuries on the wolves were completely healed. Wolf howl goo. Feng Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out an angry howl like a wolf king. The wolf group in the farm, under the effect of the goo worms, had their bodies swell up, their spirits were roused, and their battle strength rose sharply. Feng Yuan laughed loudly, riding on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the wolf group howled together. Howl! Right now, the setting sun was like blood in the sky, strong winds blew, and the battle flags fluttered. The wolf howl could be heard even in the clouds, spreading for 1,000 Leo. Chang Shanin is finally making a move. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expressions became solemn. Gu tribesmen were overjoyed. Chang Shanin, it is Lord Chang Shanin. We still have Lord Chang Shanin. Lord Chang Shanin is coming to reinforce us. Everyone hold on. Move aside. Quickly open up a path for Lord Chang Shanin. At once, Gu tribesmen's morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf, waving his hand as 10,000 wolves charged through the simple fences of the farm, but they did not go to reinforce the north, but to the south. Like a dam collapsing, a torrent of water gushed out. The entire wolf group quickly charged out of the camp, with the 1,200 beast kings as the arrowhead, charging into the battlefield. The wolf group had fought for a long time. They were already exhausted. Under the charge of such a large force, there were countless casualties. With just one charge, Fang Yuan caused the turtleback wolves in the southern battlefield to collapse. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left, charge. With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the 1,000 wolf king on the battlefront. The 1,000 wolf king howled, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This 1,000 wolf king only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan found an opportunity, and a puff of smoke descended. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff, it whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Fang Yuan's command. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that was fighting with the Gu masters turned around and joined Fang Yuan's army under its call. Chapter 459. The Gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shanyin's method? So powerful, using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King. The Gu masters stared at Fang Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage. Anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable. Using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation. This was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fang Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed Gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad wolf king battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 wolf kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 wolf kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 wolf kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these wolf kings, Fang Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves. Fang Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time, he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fang Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time, he only mobilized 8,000 wolf kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad wolf king, the threat level was too low. Along the way, the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Changshan is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad wolf king became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 wolf kings surrounded Zhang Xian. The myriad wolf king already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf taming technique. Seeing the myriad wolf king being easily toyed with by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fang Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf taming technique. Now, he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 wolf kings, 7 of them. Due to the myriad wolf king's influence, they could not display their full strength. But under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the myriad wolf king felt like it was trapped in a huge army, or like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Eventually, the myriad wolf king was exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and its counterattack at the last moment also took away the life of 1,000 wolf king. Wolf king. Lord Changshan is the true wolf king. Looking at the myriad wolf king's enormous body collapsing, a Gu master shouted, "Wolf king! Wolf king! Wolf king!" After this battle, everyone felt that the title Wolf King was truly too appropriate. Shouts came one after another, soon forming into one. Many people raised their arms and cheered. Some had fervent gazes, and some had tears streaming down their faces. This was a kind of emotion, a kind of worship towards a hero and reverence towards strength. With this person here, it will not be easy for us to annex Gu tribe. Man Hong's expression was ashen. This battle had completely dispelled his ambitions and plans. Wolf King. Man Hao, who had always looked down on Changshan, muttered absent-mindedly, muttering this title. There had never been a moment like this when he felt the weight of this title was so heavy. On the battlefield, Gu tribe leader led a group of elders and surrounded them. The past hero is still as glorious as ever. Today's battle has truly made me prostrate myself in admiration. On behalf of Gu tribe, I am extremely grateful to you for your help. Gu tribe leader bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you are too serious. Let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad wolf king's corpse was lying on the ground, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Fang Yuan did not overstep his boundaries. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, this turtleback myriad wolf king would be my subordinate. What a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. Once they had a myriad beast group, it would be a huge force to a tribe. Thus, in Northern Plains markets, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu were not sold. Many Gu worms would have their value rise sharply when they reached rank 4 and above. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them, and there were also relic Gu. Thus, in the market, Fang Yuan only bought rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, and did not buy a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. I have large numbers of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu now, I do not lack them. As for rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, it seems I will have to refine it myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With a rank 4 Gu, he could directly control the myriad wolf king, and indirectly control the wolf group through the wolf king, reducing the burden on his soul. As for his mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, it was still an infant and could be enslaved with rank 3 Gu. But once it matures, it would need a rank 4 Gu. Otherwise it would not listen and might even escape. Lord, we found a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. At this time, a Gu master who was searching the myriad wolf king's corpse shouted, "Oh!" Old Gu tribe leader's eyes shone with brilliance as he laughed, "Haha! A treasure Gu goes with a hero. This Gu was prepared for you, Brother Chang." Although the myriad beast king's body had a higher chance of having a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan was still happy. In today's battle, although there were some flaws, he was still very satisfied with the result. Although a myriad wolf king died, it was a pity. but he obtained a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. This Gu worm came at the right time. Fang Yuan had not encountered such a good thing in a long time. Carefully receiving this Gu worm, Fang Yuan bade farewell to Gu tribe's higher-ups. He did not even participate in the following celebration banquet. They all used the excuse of refining this rank 4 Gu as an excuse to avoid it. Night fell. Outside the house, the celebratory bonfire was blazing. The laughter of victory, the crying of the dead. Mixed together, it faintly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind as he looked into his aperture. 90% of his primeval sea was calm. The sea water was like gold, shining brilliantly. Unfortunately, he had not completely adapted to northern plains, and was still under the suppression of the foreign region, causing Fang Yuan's cultivation to temporarily stagnate. His true gold primeval essence looked impressive but was useless. But cultivation? It was only a portion of his strength. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise his strength, he had other ways. For example, he took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This Gu was also rank 4, but compared to the rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, its value was much lower. Because it was easy to refine and its cost was low, it was also commonly seen in the market. The strength of Tenjun Gu's appearance was not eye-catching, like an ordinary iron weight. When Fang Yuan activated it, it floated above Fang Yuan's head, emitting profound light that shone on Fang Yuan's body, engraving the Tao mark of a certain strength onto Fang Yuan's body. A moment later, the strength of Tenjun Gu suddenly exploded, only leaving behind some iron scraps that landed on Fang Yuan's hair. The strength of Tenjun Gu was also an expendable Gu. This was the third strength of Tenjun Gu that Fang Yuan had used. Fang Yuan shook off the iron scraps on his hair, clenching his fists, feeling the increase in strength. The increase in strength has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to modify my bones, skin, muscles, tendons, and so on. I need to make the bucket deeper, bigger, and more sturdy so that it can hold more strength. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, taking out Wolf Soul Gu. This is the last Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence again. The Wolf Soul Gu exploded, turning into a gray wolf soul that crashed into his body. The 100-man soul and wolf soul intertwined, but this time, it was several times more difficult than before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Wolf Soul Gu, he only had over 3,000 wolves. In today's battle, he had subdued many wolf kings, and the burden on his soul was huge. Fang Yuan frowned, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the 100-man soul and wolf soul fused together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears, and at the moment of Fang Yuan's plan, the long-term accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The 100-man soul completely turned into a wolfman soul. The whole wolfman soul was dark gray in color, condensed to the limit. The soul's appearance was Fang Yuan's original appearance, but the bridge of the nose was taller, the eyes sharper, and the body thinner. 2 sharp wolf ears grew on the top of the head, and long hair hung down to the side of the waist, while a furry wolf tail grew on the butt. Once the wolfman soul was formed, Fang Yuan immediately felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In his mind, the connection with the wolf group became even closer, and there was even a faint sense of familiarity coming from the Wolf King's souls. This was something that the 100-man soul did not have before. After forming the Wolfman soul, Fang Yuan had the aura of a wolf, and the Wolf Kings mistakenly thought that he was one of them. Thus, it was no longer the simple suppression of the 100-man soul, but a sense of recognition. The 100-man soul has almost reached its limit when it enslaved so many wolves. Now that it has become a wolfman soul, I can still subdue 3 times the Wolf Kings. It is just that such a good opportunity like today will be rare in the future. But the grassland is so big and there are so many wolf groups on the way to the Heroes' Assembly, I can at least double the size of this wolf group. Chapter 460. The stars in the sky were sparse. The night wind on the grassland was bone-chilling. 2 hump wolves were carrying Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters, one old and one young. Huff huff huff, so cold. The young Gu master curled up his body and breathed out hot air. I told you to wear more clothes, but you refused to do so. This is called not listening to the advice of the old and suffering losses. The old Gu master laughed, He was wearing a thick leather robe, long sleeves and boots, as well as a felt hat, so he did not feel cold at all. "Uncle, this is my first time scouting. I lack experience." The young Gu master mumbled and swore. "Damn it, when I go scouting tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes." "Don't be too thick. Clothes that are too thick will affect your movements in battle. Also, if it is too warm, you will fall asleep easily. We are Gu tribe's eyes. We need to be vigilant at all times. It is best to keep warm, or you will feel cold after staying still for a long time. This is the best. It can invisibly urge you to continue scouting." The old Gu master's expression was solemn as he imparted his experience. 3 days had passed since the Turtleback Wolf group's defensive battle. The old Gu master's partner had died on the battlefield. The young Gu master had replaced him. He was still immature and needed the old Gu master's guidance. "Uncle." The young Gu master was about to speak. "Shoo!" The old Gu master suddenly raised his hand to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the bright light in the distance. "What is that?" The old Gu master immediately became vigilant and activated his investigative Gu, but he did not see anything. "Lad, quickly use your hand-ear Gu to listen," the old Gu master ordered. "Yes." The young Gu master did not dare to be careless. He quickly got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. As he infused his true essence into it, his right palm began to sprout like grass, producing a granulation. The flesh blossomed and formed an ear. The young Gu master stuck his right ear to the ground and listened to any movements. Nothing much, just the sound of the wind. The young Gu master listened attentively, but there was no result. He laughed. "Uncle, you are really scary. There is no fart at all. Maybe the battle just ended and I was too nervous." The old Gu master sighed. He had looked again and there was no abnormality. He felt his eyes were playing tricks on him. "What are you nervous for? Our tribe has the old tribe leader and Wolf King Chang Shanin. Even if another group of turtleback wolves comes, I am not afraid." When the young man talked about Feng Yuan, his eyes flickered and he could not help but reveal a look of reverence. "Yes, it is our tribe's fortune to have Wolf King's help." The old Gu master sighed as he recalled the scene on the battlefield. So. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. "Who is it?" the old Gu master shouted, subconsciously jumping down from the hump wolf's back and rolling a few times. Thump, thump, thump. A series of sharp-boned spears stabbed into the ground. Enemy attack. The old Gu master's mind immediately had this thought. He quickly stood up and glanced at the young Gu master. The young man had already been pierced by the bone spear and died on the spot. The old Gu master's heart twitched. He did not have time to grieve and immediately took out the signal Gu from his aperture. But before he could activate it, he suffered a fatal attack. He was like a stone statue standing there in a daze. A line of blood gradually appeared on his neck, and then it became more and more obvious. Finally, his head tilted and separated from his neck, falling on the grass. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Several figures walked out from the darkness. Leading was Man Tribe's external elder Shi Wu. He looked at the 2 corpses in front of him and said proudly, "Ants of this level, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Elder is mighty." With Elder, these investigative Gu masters of Gu tribe are practically useless. Several accompanying Gu masters immediately flattered him. Shi Wu squinted his eyes in pleasure and looked towards the direction of Gu tribe's main group. Humph, Gu tribe could win earlier because their reconnaissance was effective and they made a lot of preparations. This time Lord Tribe Leader has sent almost all the elders here. Gu tribe cannot escape this calamity. I really want to see the panicked expressions of those Gu tribesmen when 10,000 night wolves attacked the camp. Although Gu tribe had already moved for several days and left Hongyan Valley, and even successfully repelled the turtleback wolves, Man tribe did not intend to give up. 3 days after the turtleback wolves attacked, Man tribe's Gu masters secretly led the second wave of night wolves towards Gu tribe. At the same time, Man tribe's elders also moved out and killed large numbers of Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters. A huge plot had already started against Gu tribe. When this myriad wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from Gu tribe's camp. "Wolf assault! Wolf assault!" The investigative Gu master on the tower shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several signal Gu were shot into the sky and exploded into dazzling fireworks. Wake up, there are wolves, 10,000 night wolves. Gu tribe's camp woke up from its deep sleep. Quickly report to tribe leader. The investigative Gu masters ran with all their strength. From every part of Gu tribe's camp, people gradually walked out, asking questions in confusion and shouting in panic. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression changed when he heard the news. These investigative Gu masters deserved to die. This was the old tribe leader's first thought. But soon after, he frowned deeply. Night wolves were hard to detect in the night, but with so many night wolves, why didn't any investigative Gu masters report in advance? The astute him could smell a trace of a plot. He quickly tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. The night wolf group is so close to the camp. It is too late to set up defenses. What should I do? In the boundless night, the situation of the enemy was unclear. Gu tribe leader only knew that this wolf group had a large number, at least 10,000 wolves. But he did not know if there were other wolf groups. Would Man tribe's Gu masters be hiding in the surroundings? Unable to think of a countermeasure in this urgent situation, Gu tribe leader could only shout, "Quickly send my order. All Gu tribe's Gu masters are to gather in the main tent." The night wolf group speed was extremely fast, rushing to Gu tribe's camp. The wolf group is here. Block them, we must block them. Quick, activate light ball Gu. A Gu master at the front line shot a rank 2 light ball Gu towards the sky. Under the light ball's illumination, the densely packed night wolf group was revealed. These night wolves were tall and strong, with glossy black skin and no fur. Their black wolf eyes and claws were emitting a cruel and cold light. 100 Wolf King howled and charged over. Oh my God! The Gu master only had time to scream before he was killed by the Wolf King. The night wolf group was like a torrent, destroying the simple wooden pillars around the camp and ruthlessly charging into the camp. At this time, Gu tribe's Gu masters were still gathering in the main tent. The huge outer camp had already fallen into hell. The wolf group's excited howls, the mortals' cries of death, and the terrified screams erupted together. The night wolves moved quickly, destroying the tents one by one. Many mortals were still in their dreams when they were brutally killed. They used death and fresh blood to give a warning. In the inner camp, the mortals rushed out in fear, tangling together, trampling on each other as they ran around crazily. The camp was howling. Gu tribe leader stood outside the main tent and saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. The wolf group's slaughter did cause casualties, but the greater casualties were caused by the stampede of the mortals. Such a chaotic situation had already gone out of control, causing Gu tribe leaders' plan to organize the mortals and counterattack to fail. Most of the Gu masters were trapped in the chaotic crowd. Only most of the tribe elders and a few elite Gu masters managed to gather in the main tent. The situation is hopeless. Gu tribe leader closed his eyes in pain, his limbs turning cold as he fell into deep despair and regret. After this battle, even if we manage to gather the remaining mortals, Gu tribe will fall to a small-scale tribe. Gu tribe declined in my hands. I have let down my ancestors. I am the sinner of Gu tribe. In the main tent, some elders were shouting. Some had lifeless expressions and some were panicking. Gu tribe is not finished yet, everyone. There is only one way to turn the tide. Following a voice, Feng Yuan charged into the main tent. Gu tribe leader's eyes brightened, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last straw to save his life. Brother, speak quickly. He looked at Feng Yuan and asked anxiously. Feng Yuan went straight to the point, resolutely saying, Gu tribe is in chaos now, we simply cannot defend ourselves, the situation has already collapsed. Only by attacking instead of defending can we have a chance of survival. Wolf King, what do you mean? Gu tribe leader muttered. Everyone looked at each other. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Brother Gu, have you forgotten that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu? He looked around and saw everyone's expression. He continued. Here in the main tent are the elites of the Gu family, the strongest fighting force. We will set off immediately and form a group to go against the current and take down the Myriad Wolf King. In the battle formation, I will subdue the Myriad Wolf King and the situation will turn around. The elders' expressions changed. This was the worst idea ever. One had to know, Gu masters had always defended against beast groups and fought a battle of attrition, but even so they still suffered huge losses. Now they actually wanted to use their bodies to charge against the myriad beast formation and assassinate the myriad wolf king amidst the myriad wolf group. This was simply courting death. This method was too risky. If anyone else said it, they would probably be scolded and mocked mercilessly. But now that Chang Shanin suggested it, everyone could only remain silent. Crazy, this is too crazy. An elder mumbled. The others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the wolf group was a near-death experience. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Chapter 461. Old Gu tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Gu tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Gu masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being. And Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Gu tribe. This night wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Gu tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chang is right. This is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke. Looking at the hesitant people, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Gu tribe to have such a weak side. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity, he wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Gu tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fang Yuan it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 eagle wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder. What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Gu tribesmen so afraid of death? Listen outside, those are the Gu tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Gu clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Chang Shanin, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth, I have felt the deep love in Gu tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud. Even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment, at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's roar, and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red. His heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Fang Yuan shouted and led all the Gu masters out of the main tent. Some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings also gathered. Brother Chang, why are there only these? Where's your myriad wolf king? Where's your wolf group army? The old tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly. Why should he sacrifice his own wolf king to reduce Gu tribe's sacrifices? All living beings lived in this world, all living beings were equal, no one was born noble, and no one was born lowly. Wolves and humans were essentially living beings, putting aside their standpoints, wolves and humans were equal. Why should they sacrifice the lives of wolves for the sake of humans? Could it be that humans were born nobler than wolves? That was not the case. Any kind of nobility or lowliness was a class, and class was derived from the difference in strength. Be it Earth or this world, the greatest law was survival of the fittest. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. The so-called nobility had a foundation, and that was great strength. Without this foundation, no matter how pure and elegant a lady was, she would only be a prostitute who could be married to anyone. Feng Yuan needed Gu tribe to travel with him earlier because he had few wolves, and traveling alone would be risky and difficult. But now, he had the myriad wolf group, and Gu tribe's value was greatly reduced. The wolf group listened to him. They would live and die if he wanted them to. But could Gu tribe do it? Sacrificing my trusted aid for an outsider? Do you think I am really like you, a hot-blooded idiot? Although he felt such disdain in his heart, Feng Yuan smiled warmly and confidently, saying to old Gu tribe leader, Brother Gu, don't worry, the situation is chaotic now, the ranches have been destroyed, and the wolf group has been separated. I have already ordered the turtleback myriad wolf king to regroup, and soon we will have reinforcements. Gu tribe leader looked deeply at Feng Yuan and was about to speak. But Feng Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, Everyone, Gu tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me. Saying so, he clamped his legs together and urged the hump wolf under him to take the lead. Kill these wolf cubs. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. Everyone followed and shouted. Young tribe leader Gu Guang followed closely behind Feng Yuan. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed his son and shouted in his ear. Remember, you are Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Next, the father and son charged towards the night wolf group under everyone's encirclement. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and several rank 2 elites gathered into a powerful force, like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the battlefield. They were aggressive, and no wolves could stop them. They quickly charged out of the camp and towards the night wolf myriad beast king. Once out of the camp, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Especially the Gu masters at the periphery. Their eyes were filled with night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, fist stones, golden awls. All kinds of attacks were like cheap fireworks fiercely blossoming. The wolf group was caught unprepared and countless sacrifices were made. Everyone fought their way out a bloody path. Howl! With a howl from the myriad wolf king, 12,000 wolf kings and dozens of 100 wolf kings gathered together and charged towards Feng Yuan and the others from all directions. Myriad wolf king saw through Feng Yuan's thoughts and fought tit for tat, using elites against elites. Unknowingly, Feng Yuan had already shrunk to the innermost area of the group. He shouted enthusiastically, Charge, charge, charge! Speed up, if we don't charge, we will all be finished. If we enslave the myriad wolf king, we can turn defeat into victory. A moment later, 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings joined the battle. The group's speed fell by a large margin. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence. We can only activate self-detonation Gu. For the tribe. An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The wolf king opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 wolf king on the spot. This was Gu tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 462. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Feng Yuan, shouting, Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised? Brother Gu, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone follow me and kill. We will take revenge for our dead elders. Feng Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. Quick, protect Lord Chang Shanin. Gu Guang immediately shouted. Wolf Wangda, you are the key to our victory. Please retreat to the middle of us, we will protect you. Kill all these beasts. The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot. They had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Guguang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader. Follow behind me. Guguang shouted loudly. After charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Gu tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him. Follow behind me. Don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader. This old man. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only two clear-headed people. You guys go, I will restrain these damned wolves. The battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. Battle hall elder. Old Gu tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the second expert in Gu tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall Elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. Don't let the Battle Hall Elder's life be in vain. We must turn defeat into victory. Feng Yuan shouted. Come beast, let this old man play with you. Ha ha ha. The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. With his help, the group finally reached the myriad wolf king. Kill. Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The night wolf king spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu. Feng Yuan shouted. Roar. The wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, other than Gu Masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf Guards. The Gu Masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Gu Masters died. They used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate Gu master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Gu masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Gu had not been destroyed yet. The siege did not last long. A large group of Night Wolf Kings rushed over from the back. The Battle Hall Elder died, and could no longer stop these Wolf Kings. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Gu tribe leader shouted anxiously. They will be here soon. Feng Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered Guguang, bring a portion of people to restrain these Wolf Kings. Understood. Uncle Chong, don't worry, as long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over. Guguang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these Wolf Kings. Gu tribe leader's face turned purple from anger. Feng Yuan shouted again, Brother Gu, don't be in a daze, quickly destroy the Night Wolf King's Golden Shield Gu. Once we enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Gu tribe will be saved. Chong Shanin. If anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Guguang back. This was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power and their morale rose. This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary. He hit it really deeply. Even Feng Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Gu tribe for so many years. He was smart and capable. He was not a simple person. The Wolf King was beaten up by the old tribe leader. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost fire goo was a rank 2 soul path goo. To advance, there was a rank 3 ghost fire goo. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 ghost fire goo residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The ghost fire surged and surged. The coldness was bone-chilling. The goo masters had no choice but to retreat. The tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. "Don't even think about it," Goo tribe leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4 Swallow Fire Goo. This goo was not an attack goo, to be precise, it was a storage goo. It was specially used to store flames. "This old guy has a lot of good goo." Fang Yuan was inwardly astonished. Goo tribe leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time, his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth and other parts. Rank 4 Vine Claw Goo. Goo tribe leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed. It struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Goo tribe leader's expression changed. Although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were violently torn off, and Goo tribe leader cried out in pain. His left hand returned to its original shape. His 5 fingers were all torn off. "Wolf King!" the old tribe leader roared. Fang Yuan knew he wanted to ask where the reinforcements were, so he rushed to his side and shouted, "Brother Goo, be careful." Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail swung over. Fang Yuan activated Azure Wolfskin Goo and moved in front of the tail, acting like he was blocking the attack for Goo tribe leader. Slap! With a crisp sound, he was sent flying by the wolf tail, flying far away. "I can dodge." The old tribe leader was shocked. "Quickly go and save Wolf Wangda," the academy elder shouted furiously. He rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The Night Wolf King charged over. It felt that Goo tribe leader was the greatest threat to it, so most of its attacks were aimed at the old tribe leader. Bam bam bam. The old tribe leader dodged and continuously used goo worms to bombard the area. One man and one beast engaged in a life and death battle. Dragon head drill. The old tribe leader retreated as he fought. Suddenly he shouted and activated 3 goo worms at the same time, using his killer move. A 4-clawed wood dragon roared. The dragon head turned into a spear tip, continuously rotating and crashing into the Night Wolf King's body. The golden shield goo on the Night Wolf King's body flickered. It was finally broken. The dragon head drill's might did not stop, piercing into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. Its voice was so loud that it almost broke everyone's eardrums. Even the noises on the battlefield were drowned out by it. The Night Wolf King suffered such a heavy injury. Its speed fell and blood flowed out. But before the Goo Masters had time to rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned red. Its battle intent burned fiercely, forgetting all pain. It counterattacked crazily. Its battle strength did not fall, but instead rose to about twice its original strength. "This is a rank for bravery Goo, damn it. Where is Changshanin Changshanin?" the old tribe leader shouted. "Wolf Wangda is unconscious, we are saving him." The academy elder and the others were protecting the unconscious Wolf King, surrounded by the wolf group. Of all times to fall unconscious? Of all times to fall unconscious. The old tribe leader heard this and almost spat out blood. His eyelids twitched as he furiously shouted, "Then we won't wait for Changshanin anymore. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. Once we kill it, the wolf group will also collapse." Although the Night Wolf King's battle strength rose, it did not have the Golden Shield Goo's defense, so it was easier to get injured. The battle became extremely intense. Almost at every moment, there were rank 3 Goo Masters who were heavily injured or even killed. At this point in the battle, the Goo Masters' apertures did not have much primeval essence left. To win, they had to put their limited primeval essence into attacking. Exchanging injury for injury, it depended on who could last longer. The side that could last until the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more frenzied. The Gu masters were in a mess. Only the old tribe leader was holding on. Hold on, hold on. The old tribe leader charged left and right, acting as a firefighter on the battlefield and saving an elder in time. He roared again and again, causing his voice to be extremely hoarse. His speed was getting slower and his mind was starting to slacken. He was old after all. Old tribe leader, be careful. An elder not far away shouted. The old tribe leader turned around in time and saw the Night Wolf King pouncing down from the sky, its berserk killing intent surging towards him. Retreat. The old tribe leader thought this in his heart, but his body staggered. But the truth was the truth. Since it had already happened, it could not be changed or reversed. Father, old tribe leader, on the battlefield, a heavy sorrow shrouded everyone, as sobbing sounds lingered in everyone's ears. As dawn approached in the main tent, the bright light lasted for the entire night. At daybreak, Mantu finally received a letter Gu from the front lines. As long as we swallow Gu tribe, our man tribe's strength will double. With such expectations, he opened the letter Gu and looked around. Very quickly, his gaze dimmed, and his brows were filled with disappointment. Lord Father, did our man tribe not succeed even after mobilizing almost all of our forces? Manduo sat at the side, waiting for a long time. Mantu heaved a long sigh. Originally, the Night Wolf group had already charged into Gu tribe camp. But Gu tribe leader and Chang Shan-in worked together, gathering all their high-ranked battle strength to counterattack. In the wolf group, Chang Shan-in subdued the Night Wolf King. It caused the originally decaying situation to come to an abrupt halt. Gu tribe has made a comeback. Chang Shan-in, it's Chang Shan-in again. Manduo fell into deep thought. Soon his eyes brightened as he suggested a plan. Lord Father, we have not lost yet. There is still the third wave of wind wolves. I have another plan. Oh, tell me. Our man tribe lost twice. The true reason is because of Wolf King Chang Shan-in. This person is truly amazing. As long as we get rid of him, Gu tribe will be a plaything in our hands. Manduo said. What plan do you have? Tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Manduo laughed sinisterly, speaking with assurance. Chang Shan-in subdued the Night Wolf King. This is his strength but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, the entire Night Wolf group was subdued. Such a strong battle strength has already surpassed the entire Gu tribe. Chang Shan-in is already a fierce beast beside Gu tribe. As long as he has any bad intentions, Gu tribe will be in danger. Gu tribe leader is such an astute person. He will definitely be wary and even panic. We can use this to spread rumors and make Gu tribe suspect Chang Shan-in, driving a wedge between them. Mantu sighed with regret. This plan is good, but it is useless now. I did not tell you earlier. Gu tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King's claws. Gu tribe leader has already been succeeded by Gu Guang. What? Manduo was stunned. That old fox actually died? How can there be such a coincidence? With the death of Gu tribe leader, Gu tribe only had one rank 4 Gu master left, Chang Shan-in. The others could not compete with him. Moreover, Gu tribe had gone through 2 battles, while Chang Shan-yin's wolf group had increased to over 20,000. The strength of both sides had completely flipped. Fang Yuan's momentum was gone. His prestige was so high that it could not be shaken by mere rumors. Gu tribe leader is dead, but the Wolf King is still alive. He has also subdued the huge wolf group. Lord Father, doesn't that mean we have no more chances? Manduo asked unwillingly. Mantu snorted coldly, placing the letter Gu on the table and leaving his seat, pacing around the main tent with his hands behind his back. What else can we do? Do you want us to mobilize the entire tribe? Gu Yao's excuse has already been lost. We have no proper reason. This time we listen to your plan and mobilize the tribe elders. We have already overstepped our boundaries. Chang Shan-in, our man tribe lost to this person. Mantu heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Manduo hesitated, asking again. Ruthlessness flashed in Mantu's eyes. We have already reached this step. Let's lure them over. Let's cause more losses to Gu tribe. If these wind wolves are also subdued by Chang Shanin, then I will be waiting to see the great wolf king become a joke. A few days later, Fang Yuan took the initiative to lead his army to fight against the wind wolf group. Under his meticulous control, he obtained a great victory. Apart from killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, he also obtained a great victory. Other than killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, they also subdued a large number of 1,000 wolf kings and 100 wolf kings. After the battle, Fang Yuan found that his wolf group had already grown to an enormous number of 35,000. Like doing business, the beginning was always the hardest. The initial stage was the most difficult. After accumulating capital, it would be easier to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's wolf group army had already taken shape. But to this extent, Gu tribe had also paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of mortals died, a large number of high-ranking Gu masters died. Less than half of the elders remained. Even old Gu tribe leader had sacrificed himself. Uncle Chang, it is all thanks to you that our Gu tribe can truly escape from Man tribe's control. A few days later, Gu Guang visited Fang Yuan, bringing a rank 4 Gu impermanence bone. Uncle Chang's kindness to Gu tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Gu tribe is facing difficulties internally and externally. We do not have the strength to repay this kindness. Junior found this rank 4 Gu in the tribe treasury. It might be useful to Uncle, so I brought it here. Gu Guang said calmly. Setbacks made people grow. After his father died, Gu Guang took over as tribe leader. His entire person seemed to have changed. He was much more composed. You have just become the tribe leader recently. If you need any help, you can tell me. Or if the other elders are not satisfied, you can tell me. Fang Yuan took the impermanence bone Gu and asked with concern, are there any elders who are hypocritical? But right now, the tribe does not have enough Yuan stone. Most of the rations have been destroyed, and the compensation for the injured has caused the tribe treasury to be empty. Recently, the situation has stabilized, and some tribesmen have even secretly escaped a few days ago. Especially the food. If this continues, the rations will be used up in less than half a month, and the whole tribe will starve. Gu Guang said this and looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan chuckled. I know what you want to say. Your tribe is facing a huge burden in order to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang quickly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chang is our Gu tribe's benefactor, but now we still need Uncle. No matter. Actually, even if you did not mention it today, I would have said it. The wolf group is indeed too many, and I do not want to implicate Gu tribe. This way, I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, when hunting, I will purposely reduce the numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for Gu tribesmen. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Uncle Chang, I really do not know what to say to express Junior's reverence towards you. Gu Guang was moved, his eyes turning red. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of which, I am also responsible for your father's death. After all, I was the one who suggested this idea. I will weaken the wolf group to 3 kings and 2,000 wolves. I will accompany Gu tribe along the way. I think Gu tribe also needs this force to protect them. Do you understand what I mean? Nephew understands. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard, don't let down your father's expectations of you. You may leave. Yes, nephew will take his leave. Seeing Gu Guang leave, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Youngsters are so immature. If Gu tribe leader was here, he would have already started to weaken the wolf group by all means possible. Chapter 464. The sun rose from the east, shining on the vast grassland of northern plains. The huge iron-shelled flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pink-skinned bunny jumped out of the greenhouse. This was the pink flower rabbit, one of the most commonly seen animals in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but lived in the heart of the iron shell flower. The petals of the iron shell flower were as hard as steel, and could defend against the attacks of those wild beasts. The pink flower rabbit jumped and jumped, putting its nose close to the wild flower and sniffing it. After finding it was not poisonous, it swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears trembled, and an intense warning rose in its heart. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, An iron feather pierced through it like an arrow, killing it on the grassland. 2 investigative Gu masters rode on hump wolves, running from afar. Brother, your iron feather arrow Gu has 100% accuracy. Sai, the food in the clan is getting lesser. We have no choice but to hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs. The 2 talked about Gu tribe's current situation, looking worried. Although Feng Yuan reduced the number of wild wolves, and the dead wolves were made into jerky to a huge tribe like Gu tribe, it could only alleviate a bit of the conflict between supply and demand. As the clan's rations got lesser, Gu tribesmen started to panic. The 2 investigative Gu masters continued to move forward. Not long after, Gu tribe's main group also moved here like an old giant beast. Most of the mortals were leading big-bellied horses. Families that were slightly wealthier would have curved horned running bulls pulling carts filled with goods. Gu masters mostly rode on hump wolves, and because they did not need to fight, the hump wolves also had large amounts of goods tied on their backs. Other than that, there were also many lizard house Gu, moving like elephants in a herd of deer, moving their 4 limbs and moving around. Feng Yuan was inside a lizard house Gu, resting with his eyes closed. Ever since he subdued large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. He had to ensure at least 4 hours of sleep every day, and other than that he had to rest from time to time. It was not so easy to become an enslavement path Gu master. Every Gu master had a glorious side. They all had their strengths, but at the same time, they also had their weaknesses and their own pain. His body moved along with the lizard house Gu, slowly moving up and down. Feng Yuan's mind entered his aperture. In the aperture the true gold sea rippled slightly, the crystal walls were bright and clear. At this level, in Hu immortal blessed land, he could already break through to rank 5. But now, Feng Yuan was in northern plains. His cultivation was temporarily stagnant. He checked the Gu worms. His vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, was still hidden, sleeping in the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf floated. This was wolf smoke Gu, specially used to heal wolf group's injuries. On the primeval essence sea, the rank 5 battle bone will still had many cracks as it chased the waves. Similarly, there was also snow wash Gu. It was like a snow-white willow leaf floating on the surface of the water. As for clues and clues Gu, it was like a cuttlefish swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Most of them were rank 2, few were rank 3, and none were rank 4. Other than that, there were 2 strength of 10 Jun Gu. Feng Yuan had bought 5 strength of 10 Jun Gu, but now he had used 3, only 2 were left. A Gu worm with a wolf head and fish belly was lying at the bottom of the sea, moving around from time to time. This was wolf swallow Gu, a rank 4 storage Gu. Feng Yuan still had 1 storage Gu. It was shaped like a cup. It was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Of course, originally its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture in Feng Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil. It was wolf care Gu. In his throat there was wolf howl Gu. Under his tongue there was ghost fire Gu. On his chest there was an azure wolf tattoo. It was azure wolf hair Gu. On his back there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo. It was rank 3 eagle wings Gu. The bone bamboo Gu and wolf soul Gu that he had were all used up. On each of his legs there was a rank 4 wolf sprint Gu used for movement. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned. It was buried under poison grassland. Chang Shan Yin's set of Gu worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level he could bully the weak, but against experts he was still lacking. What enslavement path Gu masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Feng Yuan had cooperated with Gu tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against Gu masters it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot they would target Feng Yuan first. Back then, Chang Shanin was able to kill Hatu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white-eyes wolves. Feng Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Chang Shan Yin's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck. I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use Guts Gu. Unfortunately, I am in northern plains and cannot return to Hu immortal blessed land, and Dang Hun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of immortal goo gruel mud, there are very few complete guts goo. A few days ago, Fong Yuan had used impermanence bone goo, turning all his bones into impermanence bones. A human's body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fong Yuan's skin bag even sturdier. It was no longer a problem to contain thousand-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region's suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 Jun Gu to nurture 30 Jun of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food, or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky, they will have to starve. The burden is too heavy, and the resource consumption is also too high. If not for Good Tribe, I would not be able to raise them by myself. Fong Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the number of wolves. It was to reduce the pressure on himself. Enslavement path Gu masters expended too many resources. Only large clans could afford to raise them. Even super clans would only focus on nurturing 2 or 3. These days, Fong Yuan had been thinking about how to solve this problem of feeding the wolves. Different from others, he had a huge advantage, that was, he had a blessed land. If he could send the wolves to the blessed land to feed them, and teleport them back when needed, this problem would be perfectly solved. But Hu immortal blessed land was in central continent, and whole Earth Gu's range was limited to one region. That is to say, whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in central continent. But outside of central continent it would not be able to do so. Whole Earth Gu was useless, so Fong Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This Gu was a new Gu invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. It was also a rank 5 consumable Gu, and had even more restrictions than whole Earth Gu. Only when the night sky was filled with stars could it activate the power of the stars in black heaven. But its range was huge and it could cross the 5 regions. Fong Yuan had the recipe of Stargate Gu, but the materials were scarce, and many ancient Gu worms were needed. 1 or 2 of the supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the success rate of Stargate Gu was extremely low. There might not even be 1 success in 100 attempts. Fong Yuan did not have any thoughts of Stargate Gu when he transacted with Crane Gate. This was one of the reasons. There was another important reason, that was Blue Charm Lightning movie. Ever since the Blue Charm Lightning movie was kicked out of the blessed land by Fong Yuan, it had been lingering on Tianti Mountain, not giving up on attacking Hu immortal blessed land. Crane Gate also did not care about this problem, and the Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain only cared about the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on other people's roof. Why was Stargate Gu's usage related to Blue Charm Lightning movie? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed to attract the power of the stars in black heaven to form. But Hu immortal blessed land was its own domain. It did not have a sun or stars in the sky. If it wanted to attract the power of the stars, it would need to open the door and attract the starlight from the outside world. But this way the Blue Charm Lightning movie would take the chance to enter. This was something that absolutely did not make up for the losses. Dang Hun Mountain was dying, its power was greatly reduced. If the Blue Charm Lightning movie entered the blessed land, it would be even worse. This way Stargate Gu would not work. It seems I can only see if there is a solution in Langya blessed land. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the Crescent Moon Lake in about 7 days. Fong Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya blessed land. In the dark night the moon shone brightly, the stars were sparse and a cool breeze blew. On the grassland there was a crescent-shaped lake. The lake was 15,000 li long and had an average width of 5,000 li. The 2 ends of the lake were curved and sharp, while the middle part was slightly wider, resembling a crescent moon. The lake was calm, sparkling with light, reflecting off the crescent moon in the night sky. It was Crescent Lake. Water plants were abundant here. It was tranquil and beautiful, with many living beings living here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron shell flowers, cliff grass, and horseshoe trees surrounding this lake, forming a sparse forest. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake, before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds. One of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were deeply sunken, his eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu immortal Gui Wang. Langya blessed land is hidden here? Loner Hongyu casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a youthful appearance, a round face, and was clean. Chapter 465. Time passed bit by bit. Several figures stood silently on the dark clouds. Other than Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, there were 3 female immortals. These 3 immortals were all beautiful and graceful. They were Hua Hai's 3 immortals. The green-clothed woman had a cold expression. She was Fairy Qing Su. The yellow-clothed woman was petite and fair. She was called Fairy Huang Sha. The pink-dressed woman was charming and charming. She was called Fairy Fin Meng. The 3 of them stood together, separated from the Ghost King and Loner Hongyu by a distance, clearly separated from each other. Fairy Qing Sua stared at the crescent lake below, while Fairy Huang Sha and Fairy Fin Meng conversed softly, their gazes sweeping towards Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu from time to time. Their gazes were filled with vigilance. Not mentioning Gui Wang's ugly appearance, the 3 beautiful immortals were disgusted by him. Loner Hongyu, in order to refine Gu in the past, he killed his parents and betrayed his brothers. This made the 3 righteous path female immortals despise him greatly. But Langya blessed land was no small matter. The Gu immortal who had once lived inside was the famous number 1 refinement path immortal of all times, Long Hair Ancestor. This person was extremely skilled in refinement path. He had rank 8 cultivation and was one of the few refinement path geniuses in history. He had lived for a long time. He had lived through 2 generations of venerables, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. What did this mean? That was to say, the 2 rank 9 Gu immortals had not lived as long as him. Even Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, the 2 venerables, were in awe of his refinement path talent and admitted defeat. They had even once asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only a summary of historical events. It did not include those legends and stories. But such a person could not resist the river of time. He eventually died of old age. According to rumors, after he died, he turned into a land spirit and continued to refine Gu in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was Long Hair Ancestor's residence. Thus it had a vast number of Gu worm recipes, including immortal Gu recipes. Although the 3 Hua Hai immortals did not like Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, the allure of immortal Gu recipes was enough to make them abandon their righteous path identities and secretly cooperate with these 2 demonic path Gu immortals. Time slowly passed. Crack. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the void above the crescent moon lake shattered, revealing bright lightning. The earth disaster has begun, the Ghost King shouted excitedly. For a time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the center of the crescent moon lake. Without a doubt, this was the sign of an earthly calamity, causing a hole to appear in the blessed land. Loner Hongyu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the hole without blinking. The 3 Hua Hai immortals looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also quickened. Immortal Gu were hard to find. These 5 Gu immortals did not have any immortal Gu. Of course, there were still rank 5 Gu worms, and there were many of them, each of them was of high quality. But no matter how many mortal Gu there were, they could not compare to an immortal Gu. Gu immortals' desire towards immortal Gu was even greater than a lustful wolf seeing a peerless beauty. Rumble. In the sky above the lake, thunder kept exploding and lightning kept striking. It even formed lightning water, and lightning that poured down like a torrential rain. The second hole, the third hole, the earthly calamity created one hole after another, appearing one after another. This is the earthly calamity, myriad lightning rain. Such terrifying power. Loner Hongyu's eyes revealed shock as he saw this. If it landed in our Hua Hai blessed land, Even if we three sisters join hands, we might not be able to resist it, right? Langya blessed land is indeed long-hair ancestors' possession. Can we really obtain the immortal goo recipe this time? The three Hua Hai immortals looked at each other, their faces pale. Earlier, the Ghost King had given them many benefits. The three Hua Hai immortals had rushed over excitedly. Now the three felt that this trip would not be easy. It would not be easy to barge into Langya blessed land. All Gu immortals were geniuses among men, possessing extraordinary wisdom. Be it the three Hua Hai immortals or the loner Hongyu, they became vigilant. The Ghost King saw everyone's expression and laughed hoarsely. This dog's hit heaven and earth has always wanted to maintain balance. The blessed land has fortune. So heaven and earth send down calamities and tribulations, using all methods to wear down this fortune. The better the management of the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Look at this myriad lightning rain. Its power is simply on par with those blessed lands with secret forbidden lands. Think about it, how many recipes are stored in this Langya blessed land? There are bound to be many immortal goo recipes. Otherwise, why would the wretched heaven send down such a powerful calamity and tribulation? The immortals' hearts jolted at these words. Thinking of immortal goo, these people's gazes became heated. The Ghost King is right. I have also entered some blessed lands. Some of them are ownerless blessed lands that are about to be destroyed. Their earthly calamities are nothing more than a drizzle. But blessed lands are very important. Which Gu immortal doesn't want to manage them well? Loner Hongyu smiled bitterly. The better the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy. Hehehe, cultivation is defying heaven. The wretched heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us, so we have to defy heaven. Ghost King added. Your words are somewhat biased. Immortal cultivation is actually following heaven's will. We use Gu worms to learn the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth. We manage blessed lands in place of heaven and earth, nurturing countless blessings and bringing blessings to all living beings. Fairy Ching Sua retorted. Her voice was crisp and sweet. Loner Hongyu stopped speaking, considering the situation. He did not want to continue on this topic. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path. It had been differentiated since the immemorial era, and even now there was no clear difference. Ghost King chuckled. He pointed at the hole below and said, Everyone, the earthly calamity is getting more and more intense. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we might as well take action now. All right. Loner Hongyu immediately expressed his support. Ghost King, please go first. The three immortals reached a consensus. Ghost King chuckled, taking out a bead of green grape immortal essence and activating a goo worm. It flew into the hole with the green grape immortal essence in its mouth. When this goo worm entered the blessed land, it was unknown if it was suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, but it instantly lost contact with Ghost King. But Ghost King's green grape immortal essence was also sent into Langya blessed land. It immediately exploded and started to consume the immortal essence in Langya blessed land. To Gu immortals, every bead of green grape immortal essence was extremely precious. Normally, Gu immortals would focus on accumulating. They would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that the Ghost King had taken the lead, the other four then followed suit and threw one each. Ghost King threw the second bead, and according to the sequence, the others also threw the second round. After a Gu immortal died, although they formed a land spirit, they could no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence in the land spirit's hands decreased as time passed. While Ghost King's group had 4 people, they had the advantage in numbers. But after 100 rounds, this Langya blessed land still had immortal essence to use. Other than Ghost King, the other immortals were hesitant. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Although he died, he left behind white lychee immortal essence. 100 beads of green grape immortal essence cannot compare to 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Fan Meng's turn, she held a bead of green grape immortal essence, but did not immediately throw it. Ghost King's gaze flickered with a sinister light. He sneered. Fairy, what is there to fear? Long-hair ancestor was a person from thieving heaven demon Venerable's era. He tried to prolong his life, struggling at death's door until giant sun immortal's era, when he finally died of old age. Although he left behind White Lychee immortal essence, he had also experienced the eras of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The former Langya Grotto Heaven had already fallen to a blessed land. How much White Lychee immortal essence is there now? I'm afraid only some immortal water remains. Loner Hongyu also chuckled. Ghost King is right. You guys have seen the earthly calamity earlier. Langya Blessed Land has so many recipes. Many of them involve immortal goo. The fortune is too great. Every calamity and tribulation is so intense. No matter how much White Lychee immortal essence there is, it will be used up soon. This world has always been like this. The courageous die from overeating while the cowardly die from starvation. Everyone has already thrown in so much immortal essence. Are you going to give up? Maybe you are not far from success. Ghost King tempted. The three female immortals looked at each other, and Fairy Ching Sua said, "What the two of you said is correct. But the immortal energy of us three sisters is also saved bead by bead. It's not something that grows out of nowhere. How about this? Let's throw in another 50 rounds and see the situation." After another 50 rounds, Langya Blessed Land finally showed signs of not being able to hold on. Gui Wangda was overjoyed and laughed wildly. The three female immortals had always felt Ghost King's laughter was hoarse and ear-piercing, but now they only felt joy when they heard it. It was as if they could see immortal goo recipes waving at them. After another 30 rounds, the four immortals' immortal essence entered the Blessed Land and expanded, affecting each other and causing a chain of explosions. But the Blessed Land finally showed no signs of movement. This meant the Blessed Land's immortal essence was exhausted. "Everyone, I'll be going first." Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings and entering Langya Blessed Land through the hole. "Oh no!" Loner Hongyu shouted loudly. Afraid of falling behind, he turned into a red light and flew in. These demonic path goo masters are truly devious and crafty. Hua Hai's three immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked. They quickly followed behind. The three immortals entered the Blessed Land and could use all their rank 5 goo worms at will. Langya Blessed Land's immortal essence was indeed used up. Fairy Huang Sha said excitedly. The three immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea, there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters, looking grand and magnificent. It was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. This is cloud soil. It is like stepping on solid ground. The soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil. Fairy Ching Sua stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly, "This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor." Fairy Fin Meng exclaimed in admiration. In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today. Fairy Huang Sha felt extremely blessed. "Haha, these are all mine." Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard. He was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Chapter 466. Several days later. Carriages rumbled and horses neighed. Goo Tribe's group arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp near the sparse horseshoe forest. Goo Tribe's higher-ups finally let out a sigh of relief when they got here. Water and grass were plentiful here. There were large numbers of beast groups. They could hold a proper hunt and replenish their rations before setting off. "We finally arrived here." Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. That night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt and left Goo Tribe's sight. There was no moon tonight, but the sky was filled with stars. The wolf group galloped in the night wind, devouring any small or medium-sized beast groups they encountered. The wolf group howled in excitement. They had been half-starving these last few days. They could finally eat their fill tonight. Even with 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully controlled the wolf group's movement. Although the wolf group was huge, Crescent Lake also had hidden dangers. There were even larger water wolf groups, 3-horned rhino groups, as well as thousands of mutated beasts, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of insects. Of course, these insect groups and beast groups had their own territories, unlike the beasts and insects on the grassland that moved around. Crescent Lake had plentiful water and grass. They did not need to move around to look for food. As long as Feng Yuan and Gu tribe did not invade their territories, they would not find trouble with them. According to his previous life's memories, Feng Yuan followed the lakeside and headed east, arriving at a stone forest. This stone forest was very ordinary. There were stone pillars of gray-white, purple-black, greenish-yellow, and other colors, separated from each other, quietly standing upright. There were many stone forests around Crescent Lake, but this one was rather special. If someone looked down from above, they would only see the gray-white stone pillars. They would find that the stone pillars formed the word thieving. Speaking of this stone forest, it had a huge origin. It was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine goo for him. He made a bet with him, winning 3 out of 5 rounds. Long-Hair Ancestor lost and had no choice but to admit defeat, agreeing to refine goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had always wanted to enter the legendary Void Gate. He asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine an immortal goo, Space Escape goo, which could allow people to enter the Void Gate. He took out the secret recipe that he had spent his entire life studying. Long-Hair Ancestor was rather excited when he saw it. He felt that the recipe was very good and correct, but there were still some areas that could be improved. After discussing with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was very happy. Long-Hair Ancestor's refinement path attainment was much higher than his. The two immortals worked together and spent 21 years to finally refine Space Escape goo. But even though this goo was refined and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could use it, he could not enter Space Door no matter what. The Demon Venerable was disheartened. The proud Long-Hair Ancestor also suffered a huge blow. Later, Long-Hair Ancestor. There was no progress in his research with the giant sun immortal. Space Escape goo became Long-Hair Ancestor's only failure in his life. It was said that before Long-Hair Ancestor died, he couldn't forget it either. His good friend Immortal Li Yan could not bear to see his old friend pass away like this. Thus, he spent 50 years of his lifespan to perform a divination for him. Even after countless years. After 3 great eras there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of Space Escape goo, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Immortal Li Yan was a rank 8 Wisdom Path goo immortal. He was proficient in divination and often hit the nail on the head, thus he was called Immortal Li Yan. And the prophecy he deduced was the famous prophecy of 3 venerables that was known by later generations. As expected, the world continued to change and develop. After Giant Sun Immortal, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really appeared. After the Demon Venerable died, a rank 9 male goo immortal appeared. He belonged to the righteous path and was called Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died of old age. The prophecy of 3 venerables was more than half correct. Only Great Dream Immortal Venerable had yet to appear. Moreover, Long-Hair Ancestor was both happy and sad when he learned of this deduction. He was happy because the problem of Space Escape goo could finally be solved. He was sad because he would not live to see that day. After Long-Hair Ancestor died and turned into a land spirit, he only had one obsession, that was to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as she could solve the problem of Space Escape goo, the whole of Langya Blessed Land would belong to her. Back then, when Long-Hair Ancestor refined Space Escape goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he obtained a failed product and could not find any problems with it. He was greatly ashamed and agreed to refine 9 more goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The materials for the goo refinement were all provided by him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable then asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine 6 more immortal goo. Before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he set up his inheritance in the 5 regions and made an agreement with Long-Hair Ancestor to leave the remaining 3 goo refinement opportunities to his inheritor. After Long-Hair Ancestor agreed, the two agreed on a secret code. More than 10 years later, one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances was suddenly opened and revealed to the public. The contents of the inheritance was a riddle, and the answer pointed to Langya blessed land. Northern plains became a craze for guessing riddles. Countless people tried to solve and excavate them. Rumors spread, but no one succeeded. Next, Ma Hongyun was defeated in the battlefield and was forced to flee to Crescent Lake. At the lakeside, he encountered an ambush that had been planned for a long time. In a panic, he escaped to this stone forest and unexpectedly found a passageway in the stone forest. Through this secret passageway, he entered Langya blessed land and met the land spirit. After getting the secret code, the land spirit of Langya refined 3 goo worms for him according to the agreement. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 goo and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the second time. Feng Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, "Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun, I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you, I want to tell you in front of your face. I love you, I was wrong." This time, the enemy had already arrived. His saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly vanished. He had entered Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Feng Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hongyun is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman. She would become a wisdom path gu immortal in the future. She was Ma Hongyun's wife, she helped him plan and scheme. But right now she was just a little girl. Feng Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar, thieving heaven demon Venerable had once used a mysterious goo worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage. There was still the second requirement, that was to say the word want. The moment Feng Yuan said these 2 words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted, he was already in a room. In the room there was a pill furnace's fragrance, dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's, and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Changshan Yin has come to pay respects. Feng Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. "You are Changshan Yin?" The old man opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Feng Yuan, his gaze seemingly solid. "Your skin is quite interesting." It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass. There is also pill fire goo and medicinal strength goo. And some? The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Feng Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin goo's recipe just by observing. "Lad, do you want to exchange for this goo worm recipe? I will use a goo worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a goo worm recipe of the same level." "Oh right. Secret code, right, secret code." Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Feng Yuan shrugged his shoulders. The secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then? That means there is no secret code. As for the human skin goo's recipe, I cannot exchange it now. Chapter 467. Young lad, please have some tea. This is high-quality cloud smoke tea, quickly have a taste. Land spirit of Langya sat beside the cloud bed and personally brewed a cup of tea for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sat on the land spirit's previous seat, speechlessly looking at this clown land spirit in front of him. After Feng Yuan chatted with the land spirit for a while, he understood. This land spirit was extremely fond of collecting secret recipes, and would do anything to get an exquisite recipe. If it was someone else, the land spirit would have already extorted them. But towards Feng Yuan, the descendant of the demon Venerable, he could not intimidate him, and could only use soft words to beg. Handsome young lad, is the tea nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, you can exchange for the human skin goose recipe. Land spirit of Langya smiled fawningly, winking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan drank his tea silently. The image of the sage-like, mysterious and powerful land spirit of Langya in his heart was rapidly collapsing. Young lad, do me a favor, have pity on an old man like me. I live here alone, how depressing, how lonely, how thirsty. I can only look at these recipes to relieve my boredom. Could it be that you have the heart to cruelly reject a pitiful old man like me? Land spirit had the image of a white-bearded, white-haired, white-browed grandpa, looking at Feng Yuan anxiously. Hey, can you have some self-awareness? You are a land spirit, not a human. Feng Yuan's eyes twitched. Young lad, whatever you say is true. As long as you give me the recipe, I will do anything you want. The grandpa winked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan resisted the urge to kick this guy down and shouted, No, I won't exchange. Land spirit of Langya's body froze for a moment. Then he burst into tears and rolled on the ground. No, I want it. I want the recipe, I want the recipe. Young lad, you are too cruel, too savage, too heartless. You actually won't exchange, will you die if you exchange? You can change now. Really, seeing is believing. Feng Yuan's forehead was full of black lines. The mysterious and powerful image of the land spirit of Langya that he had in his heart had been shattered into pieces. Then he was ruthlessly trampled into dregs. However, this also showed the innocence of the land spirit of Langya. The old land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground a few times and cried for a long time, but Feng Yuan still did not let go. He had to stand up. His face was covered with tears and snot, and even his white hair, beard and eyebrows were smeared with it. Young man, your conscience is very bad. It's too cruel. No wonder you're the heir of the demon lord. The old man looked at Feng Yuan with a bitter expression. He looked like a woman who had been abandoned by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan finally couldn't stand such a gaze and shuddered. He sighed and said, Forget it, I can give you the recipe for the human skin goo. But that will have to wait until the time is right. Young man, you're too good. You're really a good person. When will the time be right? The land spirit jumped 3 feet high and was extremely happy. 500 years later. The old land spirit grandpa's raised eyebrows immediately relaxed. So long, this is my biggest concession. Why, you don't want to exchange? Of course, how can I not exchange? Looking at 500 years, I can also wait. Young man, I will always wait for you. This is our lifetime promise. The old man said affectionately. Feng Yuan covered his face and sighed deeply. I still have the recipe here, I want to exchange it for a connecting heaven goo. Hearing that Feng Yuan had a request for him, the land spirit of Langya's expression immediately changed. He straightened his body and slightly raised his head, showing an arrogant expression. Oh, you want to exchange for connecting heaven goo? He spoke slowly and continued, To tell you the truth, young man, I have a huge amount of recipes here. If I have the recipe that you took out, I will not exchange it. Feng Yuan smiled confidently. Old man, you are already outdated. Bring me a pen and paper, I will write one for you. Halfway through, Feng Yuan stopped writing. Write quickly, write, what else is there? The land spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, his eyes shining brightly. He had already confirmed that this was a brand new recipe that he had never seen before. This is a rank 5 recipe, where is your connecting heaven goo? Here. The land spirit waved his hand and moved a connecting heaven goo to the table. After Feng Yuan finished writing this recipe, he refined the connecting heaven goo and stored it in his aperture. At the side, the land spirit happily looked at this recipe. The goo worm in the recipe was a new goo developed by goo masters in the Great Era 500 years later. In that chaotic era of the 5 regions, the flames of war burned the whole world, all kinds of new goo emerged. In such chaotic times, rank 9 goo immortals would often appear. Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he had forgotten a lot, he still had a large number of recipes in his mind. These recipes, to exaggerate, were simply ahead of an era. The land spirit had naturally not seen them before. Do you have divine sense goo here? Feng Yuan asked after keeping the connecting heaven goo. Yes. Do you want to trade? Do you have a goo worm recipe? The land spirit grandpa was surprised and happy. Feng Yuan nodded with a smile, spreading out the pen and paper and started writing. But this time, halfway through writing, the land spirit laughed. Young man, I also have the secret recipe for this goo worm of yours. Oh! Feng Yuan stopped writing with a shocked expression. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. The land spirit was simple. If he said he had, then he had. If he didn't, then he didn't. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this. The land spirit Langya grabbed at the air. A cowhide recipe was moved over and placed on the table. Feng Yuan took a look. It was really so. It seems that although the goo worms in my memories appeared 500 years later, they might not be brand new goo worms. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled and said to the land spirit, "Don't worry if this one doesn't work, I still have another one." But this time, Feng Yuan only wrote a third when the land spirit clapped and laughed. Although I do not have this goo worm recipe, I have a similar one. Take it and take a look. Saying so, he gave Feng Yuan a recipe. The similarity was as high as 90%. Feng Yuan immediately understood. This recipe of mine is very likely a goo master's modified old recipe. Young man, this recipe of yours is not worth much. I will not trade it. The land spirit said. Feng Yuan collected his thoughts. When long-hair ancestor was alive, he liked to collect recipes and research them. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal since ancient times, and had lived for a long time. He had collected countless recipes and could be said to be a master of recipes. And in Feng Yuan's own era, it had not reached its most intense moment. At least Great Dream Immortal Venerable had not appeared yet. These goo worm recipes in Feng Yuan's memories, compared to Langya Blessed Land's accumulation of countless eras, seemed shallow. Take a look at this one. Feng Yuan continued writing. But these recipes were not originally in Langya Blessed Land. They were modified from ancient recipes. They could not enter the land spirit's eyes. Feng Yuan was helpless. In his memories there were some goo worms. He was sure they were new goo worms, but these goo worms were very important. Each represented huge benefits. Each goo worm could change the situation of a battle. Once they flowed out of Langya Blessed Land, the loss of benefits was a small matter. The key was to change the course of history, and to Feng Yuan the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. Land spirit, take a look at this recipe. Feng Yuan thought for a while and wrote down the Stargate Goo's recipe. The land spirit looked at it and became interested. The more Feng Yuan wrote, the more interested he became. I have never seen this goo worm recipe before. It is quite strange, quite strange. The old grandpa smacked his lips, unable to contain his joy. This was a rank 5 goo recipe. Feng Yuan thus successfully exchanged for divine sense goo. Young lad, this Stargate goo is interesting. It actually has the effect of crossing regions. The 5 regions are separated by a barrier, but it ingeniously borrowed the power of Black Heaven. This goo worm in history has only been the whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo. Once you use this Stargate, it can be on par with these 2 goo worms. Did you conceive this goo? The land spirit asked. Of course. Feng Yuan admitted without hesitation. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for impersonating someone else. Then he shamelessly boasted, the previous few recipes, some of them were developed by me, or modified according to the recipes. This action no doubt deepened the relationship between him and the land spirit of Langya. Young friend, you have talent in refinement path. I have a whole new level of respect for you. The land spirit grandpa no longer called Feng Yuan young lad, but called him young friend instead. But this Stargate goo also has its drawbacks. It needs to be activated by drawing starlight at night. Other than that, the success rate of this goo refinement is also low. But if you add some supplementary materials, the success rate can be increased by 30%. Next, the land spirit listed the names of several materials. Feng Yuan frowned as he listened. He had never heard of these materials. From the looks of it, if it wasn't an archaic material, then it was something extremely obscure and rarely used. The land spirit continued. It seems that this Stargate goo is best matched with starlight fireflies. With starlight fireflies there will be starlight, and Stargate goo can be used anytime and anywhere. What? Feng Yuan heard this and his heart jumped, quickly asking, starlight fireflies, what are starlight fireflies? You don't know about starlight fireflies? That's right, this goo group was rare even in immemorial times, and had already gone extinct since the olden antiquity era. When the immemorial nine heavens still existed, most of the starlight fireflies lived in Orange Heaven. The land spirit revealed a secret. Feng Yuan was immediately disappointed. Since they are already extinct, what's the point of talking about them? The so-called extinct is only referring to the mortal world. Recently, I saw a group of starlight fireflies during the transactions in jewel yellow skies. It seemed to be Star Lord Wanxiang's goods. The land spirit recalled. Really? Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. The reason why he exchanged for connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo was to impersonate a goo immortal and transact in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for resources and breaking away from the trade blockade of Crane Gate. The land spirit's words increased his interest in starlight fireflies. Feng Yuan rolled his eyes and smiled craftily. Land spirit, I have many recipes here, but I will only exchange for starlight fireflies. The land spirit shook its head. This cannot be exchanged. Why? I don't have starlight firefly goo. The land spirit replied as a matter of fact. Feng Yuan said snappily, if you don't have starlight firefly goo, can't you use connecting heaven goo and buy it from jewel yellow skies? The land spirit looked strangely at Feng Yuan. Why do I need to buy starlight firefly goo? If you don't buy starlight firefly goo, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? The land spirit shook its head and stubbornly said, your recipe can only be exchanged for the goo worms in the blessed land. Feng Yuan was speechless. The land spirit was too stubborn. It couldn't even understand this point. It was not a human after all, it was just a land spirit, it couldn't even be flexible. Eventually, Feng Yuan's lips were about to break from persuasion, but it still didn't work. The land spirit was stubborn. Feng Yuan could only give up, but he suddenly had a thought. Wait, land spirit, you said I will only exchange for the goo worms in the blessed land? Yes. Chapter 468. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a rank 6 immortal goo. A nature goo nurtured by heaven and earth. It was refined by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, and Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus could produce primeval essence, and provide great help to a goo master's primeval essence recovery. Rank 6 and above Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence and had great uses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable relied on this goo to become the person with the most immortal essence among all Rank 9 goo immortals. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable died, his Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was heavily guarded. It was a famous treasure in the world. But after 100,000 years, it was stolen by an extremely daring Rank 7 goo immortal. This Rank 7 goo immortal was the descendant of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable died, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also destroyed. Long-Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had interacted before. After the Demon Venerable disappeared for hundreds of years, Long-Hair Ancestor tried to refine goo. Eventually, it was refined into a Rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Later, according to his preferences, he raised it to Rank 8. Immortal goo were unique and had the same name. After the 6th transformation, the name would not change. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. If they were promoted from the 6th to the 7th revolution, they would still be called Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. After Long-Hair Ancestor died, his obsession combined with the power of heaven and earth and turned into a land spirit. This Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also left in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was later discovered by a Soul Path Gu immortal called Gue Wang by chance, causing the first wave of attacks. In the end, they were all captured by the Earth Spirits. But news of Langya Blessed Land was leaked by Gue Wang, attracting even more Gu immortals. After that, they organized a second wave, a third wave, and so on. Until the seventh wave, the Celestial Court specially sent several rank 7 Gu immortals to descend with immortal Gu. After a fierce battle, the Heavenly Monarch's army was destroyed. Langya Blessed Land finally broke apart, but the Gu immortals also suffered heavy casualties. This was where Fengjoga died. The vast amount of secret recipes in Langya Blessed Land were all stored in the Celestial Court. Because of this, Middle Continent's strength skyrocketed, and with the power of one continent, it fought back against the 4 major regions. With the memories of his past life, Feng Yuan was well aware of what was going to happen next. Now that Feng Yuan suggested using immortal Gu recipes to exchange for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the land spirit rejected without hesitation. Of course not. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence. That's why I have the capital to resist the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, I can use this immortal essence to refine Gu. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will definitely not be exchanged. I see. Feng Yuan nodded. Although he had expected it, he was still a little disappointed. But the land spirit's next words, it ignited his hope again. However, I have other immortal Gu here. It depends on what secret recipe you have. A rank 7 recipe could only be exchanged for a rank 6 immortal Gu. Rank 8 recipes can be exchanged for rank 7 and rank 6 immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with divine light. He knew that in Langya Blessed Land, there was a rank 7 beast enslavement Gu. This immortal Gu could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Longhair Ancestor had used this Gu in the past. He had subdued many desolate beasts and even buried several ancient desolate beasts under the foundation of the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts as guards, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was impregnable. It withstood 6 waves of Gu immortals' frenzied attacks until the 7th wave. This beast enslavement Gu is extremely important. The land spirit will definitely not exchange it. But Longhair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in the past. He definitely does not only have beast enslavement Gu and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Feng Yuan's heart palpitated. After thinking about it, he started to write down the recipe. The old grandpa land spirit was standing beside him. He had his hands behind his back, staring at it. After looking for a while, he laughed. This is second aperture Gu, right? Don't tell me you also have this recipe? Feng Yuan stopped writing. Of course, my Langya Blessed Land has countless recipes. There are thousands of immortal Gu recipes. The land spirit said proudly. With such wealth, no wonder the Celestial Court came to attack. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. If that's the case, he pondered for a while before changing to another piece of paper and continuing to write. This time, he wrote the rank 6 recipe of Blood Deity. The land spirit's eyes shined with a strange light when he saw the beginning of the recipe. But gradually the light dimmed down. After Feng Yuan wrote 3 lines, he said, "This blood path recipe of yours might be mystical, but it is an incomplete recipe. Although it has made up for some flaws, it conflicts with the laws, the chances of success are very small. With this recipe, you cannot exchange for an immortal Gu." Feng Yuan sighed. The blood god's recipe that he had obtained back then was also incomplete. After painstakingly researching it and asking other Gu immortals to repair it, he obtained this recipe. He also knew that this recipe was not completely correct. The reason why he did not choose to refine Blood Deity back then was also because of this. Later, he coincidentally obtained the correct recipe of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Thus, he gave up on Blood Deity and refined Spring-Autumn Cicada instead. But Spring-Autumn Cicada was related to his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Langya Blessed Land did not have this recipe, Feng Yuan would not take it out to exchange for a Gu. He exposed it in 3 Kings Blessed Land because he was in a deep predicament and wanted to take a gamble to obtain shocking benefits. In the current situation, he was not in a desperate situation and did not need to take the risk. But this way, Feng Yuan could not continue writing down this blood deity's recipe. He only knew a dozen or so immortal goo recipes, but most of them were incomplete. Blood deity's recipe was already the best among the incomplete recipes. He only had 2 complete and correct immortal goo recipes. One was second aperture goo and the other was spring autumn cicada. But the former's recipe was already in Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan did not dare to casually expose the latter. Feng Yuan was silent. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Land Spirit, if I use a rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo, can I?" The Land Spirit shook its head. "No. You can only exchange for the goo worms I have now." Feng Yuan was not resigned and asked, "Land Spirit, don't you want to refine the Stargate goo? After all, this is a brand new goo." "Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and sell it." But when I will refine it and when I can succeed, that is hard to say." The Land Spirit suddenly reacted. At this time he had become smarter. "Little friend, you are thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritor. Here you have 3 chances for me to refine goo for you. But refining an immortal goo, regardless of success or failure, it is counted as 1 attempt. If it is refining a mortal goo, I will definitely hand the refined goo to you. If you want the Stargate goo, I will definitely refine it for you," the Land Spirit suggested. Feng Yuan realized there was such a detail. No wonder Ma Hongyun wanted to choose 3 rank 5 goo. When he was reduced to this place, he was only a mortal and did not know the value of an immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal's body could not use immortal goo. Thus, he chose 3 rank 5 goo to increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide and gathered his army, turning defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyun became a goo immortal, he realized how precious the opportunities in Langya blessed land were. Unfortunately, by that time it was already too late for regrets. Ma Hongyun's awkwardness was also Feng Yuan's awkwardness. Feng Yuan was immortal now. Even if he had an immortal goo, he could not use it. Little who immortal land spirit could use immortal goo, but whether it was grotto heaven goo, connecting heaven goo or Stargate goo, they could not bear the immortal goo. That is to say, even if Feng Yuan had an immortal goo, he could not bring it back to Hu immortal blessed land. Moreover, there was a precondition for these 3 chances to refine the immortal goo. That was Feng Yuan had to provide the immortal goo's recipe. If the recipe was wrong, he could not refine it. Immortal goo were unique. If others already had the same immortal goo, Feng Yuan could not refine it. According to the Land Spirit's words, if the immortal goo refinement failed, this chance would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to refine the immortal goo 6 times in the past. One was because Long-Hair Ancestor had pride and disdained purposely failing. Secondly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was overflowing with talent and had great abilities. He had made ample preparations and made use of every opportunity. This caused Long-Hair Ancestor to lose large amounts of precious goo refinement materials, causing him to bleed profusely 6 times. Now that Long-Hair Ancestor was dead and turned into a land spirit, although he would not play tricks when Feng Yuan refined the immortal goo, he was after all a land spirit and not Long-Hair Ancestor himself. His goo refinement ability would be reduced. Then, should he waste such a precious chance to refine a Stargate goo? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. According to common sense, the best way to make use of these 3 opportunities was to imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then and refine 3 immortal goo. But to Feng Yuan there were many difficulties. Firstly, he did not have the immortal goo recipe. Secondly, he did not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ability. He could not guarantee the immortal goo refinement. If the goo refinement failed, he would have wasted a good opportunity. It would be better to refine a rank 5 goo. Finally, he was immortal. He could not even use immortal goo. Although immortal goo had great value, they were of no help to him, and if he brought them out, it would attract trouble instead. He might as well use a rank 5 goo. Even a rank 5 goo was not suitable for Feng Yuan. With Feng Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using a rank 4 goo was just right. Of course, I can keep these 3 opportunities and not use them for the time being. In any case, this opportunity is already in my hands. Even if Ma Hongyun comes personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance appears, it will not affect me. But right now I really need Stargate goo. Fang Yuan fell into hesitation, feeling very troubled. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength. He urgently needed goo worms that could modify his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, the burden of feeding the wolf group was extremely heavy. Without the clan support, he could only maintain around 30,000 by himself. In terms of soul, the wolfman's soul had already been refined. He only needed to go to Danghun Mountain and use guts goo to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation realm, he clearly had the conditions to break through, but because of the foreign region suppression, he could not break through to rank 5. His current situation was like a person playing chess. All the pieces that could be moved had been moved to a point where they could no longer move. He had already fallen into a deadlock, a deep bottleneck. Chapter 469. If there was no external help, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly accumulate and break through when the time was right. But because he had spring-autumn cicada, what he lacked the most was time. At the same time, if he wasted time and missed some fortuitous encounters, the advantage of rebirth would be gone. These 3 opportunities are indeed very precious. But if I keep them for later, it might seem like I am making full use of these 3 opportunities, but it is delaying my development. The specific situation needs to be analyzed. I cannot blindly imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Ma Hongyun's choice is wasting these 3 opportunities. After pondering for a while, Fang Yuan made his decision. Land Spirit, I have thought it through. Fang Yuan said slowly, this time, I will trouble you to refine Stargate goo for me. As for the other 2 opportunities, I will leave them for later. You really want me to refine Stargate goo? Do you know you are giving up a precious opportunity to refine an immortal goo? Maybe you can take a gamble. Use that blood deity's recipe from earlier. Land Spirit persuaded Fang Yuan. He was very fond of recipes. Although blood deity's recipe was incomplete, he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, I will refine Stargate goo. All right. In this world there is no strongest goo worm. Only a goo worm that suits you the most. You cannot use immortal goo, but it seems this Stargate goo is very useful to you. I will refine this goo for you now. Land Spirit Grandpa said as he willed, and 5 goo immortals were teleported over. These 5 goo immortals, one was ugly, one had a rosy face, one wore green clothes, one wore yellow clothes, and one wore a pink skirt. They were Gue Wang's group. They attacked Langya Blessed Land and threw out their green grape immortal essence to expend Langya Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. But the result was that the Land Spirit purposely showed weakness and made a fool out of them. Langya Blessed Land had the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. It never lacked white lychee immortal essence. Gue Wang and the others did not have any immortal goo, so the Land Spirit lured them into the Blessed Land. By the time these 5 reached the Cloud Building, the Land Spirit had already sealed their rank 5 goo. Ghost King and the rest sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly used all of their celestial elemental energy. But in the end, they were still no match for the Land Spirit of Langya. The Land Spirit didn't even summon a desolate beast to capture the 5 immortals alive. For the 5 immortals to be able to cultivate to this stage, they all knew how to adapt to the situation. They immediately chose to save their lives and submit to the Land Spirit. When they realized that they had been teleported over, they quickly reacted and bowed at the Land Spirit. They said in unison, "Greetings, Land Spirit of Langya." The Land Spirit stroked his snow-white beard and returned to the state of an otherworldly master that Fang Yuan had seen him for the first time. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor Chang Shan-yin. Come and greet him. Land Spirit introduced. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heir? The 5 immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The disdain he had for Fang Yuan's mortal identity instantly vanished without a trace. What kind of person was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? He was a rank 9 goo immortal. From immemorial antiquity to remote antiquity, olden antiquity, medieval antiquity, recent antiquity, and now there were only 10 goo immortals in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 goo immortal. This identity caused the 5 immortals to feel envy and jealousy after their initial shock. Why don't I have such good luck to become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, too heaven-defying. He actually became Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once set up many inheritances. It is said that the greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances he inherited? The 5 immortals' thoughts surged as they bowed to Feng Yuan. Gu immortals bowing to mortals was like elephants bowing to ants. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was unperturbed. Even if a rank 9 Gu immortal bowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he bowed to a mortal beggar, he would not feel any humiliation. In his opinion, but anyone who could die was equal. It was just a slight difference between dying earlier and dying later. The so-called status and class, nobility and lowliness, they were nothing more than a bunch of fools waiting for death. They were all fake tricks played by them. This kind of trick made a portion of the fools feel that they were living quite well. In fact, those fools who thought they were noble and had status were merely deceiving themselves. Those fools who thought they were lowly were even more pitiful. Kings, marquises, generals, and nobles all had guts. All living beings were born equal. Why should they lower their heads to others? Only eternal life is what we should pursue. If we cannot live forever, what difference is there between a rank 9 Gu immortal and a pile of shit in a toilet? I am also a super idiot, but I am an idiot who does not want to be shit. These mental activities and aspirations were not worth mentioning to others. They were even more disdainful. Facing the 5 immortals' greetings, Feng Yuan indifferently accepted them. He looked at the land spirit of Langya. Land spirit, aren't you going to refine the Gu yourself? Of course I am going to refine the Gu myself, but using these 5 as assistants it can be considered making use of trash. The land spirit snickered. Being called trash and being ignored by Feng Yuan, the 5 immortals' expressions turned ugly. They were filled with anger, but they were in a predicament and could not act out. They could only helplessly lower their heads and listen to the land spirit's instructions. But the first Gu refinement with the help of long-hair ancestors' land spirit, and the help of the 5 immortals, ended in failure. This Stargate Gu is hard to refine. It is not a mistake on our part, but it has a certain success rate to begin with. The land spirit explained, then said to Feng Yuan, "Don't worry, Stargate Gu is only rank 5. It will definitely succeed for you. Then I will wait and see." Feng Yuan was half lying on the cloud bed. He was not in a hurry. The time flow in Langya Blessed Land was 36 times that of the outside world. A month here was less than a day in the outside world. The land spirit inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and after failing once, his temper was somewhat bad. He glanced over and saw that Feng Yuan's cloud smoke tea was already finished, so he casually ordered an immortal, "You, clumsy big breasts but no brains. I don't need you to refine Gu anymore. Quickly go and brew tea for little friend." The female immortal that was ordered was Fairy Huang Sha. She was furious but did not dare to flare up. Her life was in the hands of the land spirit of Langya, so she could only bite her lips and forcefully suppress her anger, going to brew tea for Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan said, "I don't like drinking tea. Do you have wine here? I only like to drink top-quality wine. This is the Grand Langya Blessed Land. Don't tell me you don't have any?" How can there not be? Pegasus wine and Destitute wine are both top-quality wines. Which one do you want to drink? Take them out and let me have a taste. Feng Yuan did not bat an eyelid. Thus, Fairy Huang Sha became the maid that poured wine for Feng Yuan. Pegasus wine had milky white liquid, emitting a rich milky fragrance. When it entered the mouth it was mellow and soft. As for Destitute wine, it was plain like a clear soup with no alcohol smell at all. After it entered the mouth, it was also bland and tasteless. But this wine had a huge after-effect. Often drinking one mouthful would make one drunk for 7 to 8 days. While the land spirit was refining Gu, Feng Yuan only had a small taste, before putting these 2 jars of wine into Wolf Swallow Gu. The second Gu refinement also failed. The land spirit's expression turned even uglier, shouting, I don't believe it, continue refining." The land spirit naturally noticed Feng Yuan's action of hiding the wine, but because of his reputation, he chose to ignore it. "Young master, please be merciful and save this servant." Seeing the land spirit and the others refining Gu for the 3rd time, Fairy Huang Sha, who was standing at the side, was on the verge of tears as she softly begged Feng Yuan, Her skin was white and tender, like a freshly peeled lychee. Her eyebrows were dark green, her eyes were like a lake, concealing amorous feelings. Her breasts were large and majestic, her waist small and slender. Her figure was not just graceful, it could even be said to be soul-stirring. Right now, her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, not to mention men. Even women would feel their hearts soften. If you can save this servant is willing to serve young master for the rest of my life. I will listen to young master's orders. Fairy Huangsha softly begged again. This was a female Gui mortal's plea. If it were any other mortal man, he would have already been extremely excited. His third leg would have stood up in anger. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially to conquer noble women. But Feng Yuan did not even look at her. In his previous life, these 5 immortals were all cannon fodder. They died in Langya blessed land, none survived. They paid the appropriate price for their greed and impulsiveness. Although Fairy Huangsha was beautiful in Feng Yuan's heart, what difference was there between her and a pile of dung in a latrine pit? As long as I don't have eternal life, I am also a pile of dung in a latrine pit. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. Fairy Huangsha opened her mouth to beg again. She was very confident in her beauty, and at this moment she vaguely felt that this person might be her only chance to escape. But she did not know that Feng Yuan was an even more abnormal monster than the land spirit of Langya. You are too noisy, get lost. Feng Yuan stretched out his leg and kicked Fairy Huangsha, who was leaning forward, to the ground. Fairy Huangsha was kicked to the ground. Her expression was blank for a while before she reacted. I was actually rejected? Is he still a man? Intense anger and humiliation attacked her prideful heart, causing her expression to distort, and her gaze towards Feng Yuan became extremely resentful. Feng Yuan sneered and climbed up from the cloud bed, walking towards Fairy Huangsha and raising his leg towards her face. With a muffled sound, Fairy Huangsha was kicked to the ground again, her head hitting the ground with another heavy sound. All of her rank 5 goo worms were taken away. Her immortal essence was also expended, and with Langya blessed land's suppression, how could she be Feng Yuan's match? Fairy Huangsha's lungs were about to explode from anger. Her front teeth were broken and her mouth was full of blood. She let out a low roar and her expression was ferocious. Compared to her pitiful appearance just now, she was like a completely different person. Just a mere beauty, how dare you tempt me? If you look at me again, do you believe I won't kick all your teeth out? Feng Yuan's dark eyes were deep and cold. Fairy Huangsha's body trembled. Her fists were tightly clenched, as if she had used all her strength to stand up. But she still lowered her head and did not look at Feng Yuan again. On the other side, the Stargate Goo's refinement had failed again. Land Spirit stomped his feet in anger, his expression turning even more pale. He had also noticed Fairy Huangsha's matter. Walking over, Land Spirit smiled at Feng Yuan. Little friend, don't be angry. I have just captured this little thing and have not taught her well. You can play with her first, let her dance, take off her clothes, you can play with her however you want. The materials are all used up, I will go buy some first. Hearing this, Fairy Huangsha felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. An intense feeling of humiliation hit her heart like a tsunami. Let me take off my clothes and dance? This suggestion made her feel incomparably cold and fearful. Ever since she was young, she had never been treated like this. A Grand Gu immortal was toyed with like this. Fairy Huangsha felt she might as well die. Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu at the side seemed to have been aroused. They licked their dry lips and stared at Fairy Huangsha with burning gazes. Fairy Fenmeng and Fairy Qing Sua, who were usually like sisters to Fairy Huangsha, were silent, as if they did not hear anything. Chapter 470. Gue Wang and Loner Hong, you were extremely disappointed. Fairy Qing Sua and Fairy Fun Meng let out a breath of turbid air, their expressions complex. Fairy Huangsha's heart was finally at ease. She completely relaxed and almost collapsed. Her hatred towards Feng Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. As long as I escape, as long as I make a comeback, I will definitely tear you into pieces to vent my hatred. Little friend is indeed the demon venerable's successor. The land spirit laughed dryly and took out connecting heaven goo. This connecting heaven goo was activated and turned into an oval mirror, flying above the land spirit's head and embedding in the air. The mirror was pitch black, but suddenly the image changed and blossomed into a bright yellow color. The land spirit activated divine sense goo, sending wave after wave of divine sense into the mirror and receiving wave after wave of divine sense. At the same time, the mirror's surface changed continuously, showing images of materials one by one. The land spirit seemed to have reached an agreement. He took out 2 immortal yuan stones and threw them into connecting heaven goo. The mirror's surface rippled as the immortal yuan stones entered it, while the materials were spat out by the mirror. I bought 20 sets of materials this time. I don't believe I can't succeed, the land spirit said fiercely. At the final stage of the goo refinement, starlight shone brightly and converged into a pair of oval stones. Done. The land spirit laughed heartily, taking these 2 sapphire-like goo worms and personally handing them to Feng Yuan. This is Stargate goo. I have completed one agreement. How do I know if I can use it or not? Feng Yuan held this pair of Stargate goo and asked. The land spirit immediately blew his beard and stared at him, as if he was greatly insulted. Are you doubting my goo refinement ability? If I can't, you can come in exchange for it. Alright, then I will take my leave. Feng Yuan was extremely straightforward, expressing his intention to leave. The land spirit stared at him fiercely. You are leaving just like that? Then you still have 2 chances left. Are you not going to use them now? Of course I will keep them. Where is the exit? The land spirit waved his sleeves and teleported the 5 immortals away, his expression becoming much more relaxed. Do you still have any goo worm recipes? You can write them out for me to see. No more. If I have it, I will naturally exchange it with you. Feng Yuan evaded. I feel like you have a lot of stuff in your stomach. The land spirit looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously and mumbled. Fine, I'll wait for you to come again. After saying that, the land spirit waved its long sleeves again. Feng Yuan's vision blurred. When he looked again, he found himself standing in the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he had been sitting on, and behind him was the purple stone pillar. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the temperature had dropped so low that one's breath would turn into mist. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It gave Feng Yuan the illusion that it was a dream. Looking at the night sky, although they had been sitting in Langya blessed land for quite some time, only 1/36 of the time had passed in the outside world. The Stargate goo, divine sense goo, connecting heaven goo in his aperture, as well as the 2 jars of top-quality wine and wolf swallow goo were proof, causing Feng Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had planned to use these 3 chances, but who knew that the land spirit could also use recipes to exchange for goo? Thus I still have 2 chances left. If I can use Stargate goo this time, it is definitely worth it to use 1 chance to refine goo. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not stay any longer. He left this place and returned to the wolf group. This was a crucial moment. To prevent any unforeseen events, Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the grass beside the lake under the protection of the Wolf King and started writing a letter. The letter was quickly written, and he activated moving perspective cup goo. After a while, he successfully moved the perspective cup using the space aperture, taking out a rank 4 goo and a letter from the cup. This goo looked like a dried-up small fish. It was called dried pond goo. It was a water path goo, but it had a special effect. It was specially used to increase the effectiveness of other goo worms. Once this goo reached northern plains, it was immediately demoted to rank 3. Feng Yuan took out the letter and glanced at it, nodding his head in satisfaction. It seems that while I was not in the blessed land, Little Hu Immortal was very diligent. She did not forget my instructions and refined 20 dried pond goo. Very good. Immediately, Feng Yuan wrote back, praising Little Hu Immortal a few sentences. Master praised me. I am so happy. Little Hu Immortal's face flushed with happiness after receiving the letter. Master, I miss you so much. Little Hu Immortal laid on the table and continued writing. Master is not here. I am feeling anxious and uneasy. Master, are you okay? Master, I will send another dried pond goo. Little Hu Immortal used her tender hands to fold the letter properly, before putting it into moving perspective cup goo. At the same time, she put in a dried pond goo. After a while, moving perspective cup goo slowly flew up and entered the space aperture. After completing the exchange with the other cup, it was sent to Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan immediately took out the dried pond goo and looked at the letter. Next, he absorbed Yuan stone and replenished his primeval essence, activating moving perspective cup goo again. After doing this several times, he took out a total of 8 dried pond goo. Using 8 dried pond goo together, the effects will stack together. It should be at the level of rank 4. Immediately, these dried pond goo were crushed by Feng Yuan, turning into 8 rings of light that coiled around the moving perspective cup goo. At the same time, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal crushed 8 dried pond goo and superimposed them on moving perspective cup goo. Moving perspective cup goo was a rank 5 goo, but in Northern Plains it was suppressed to rank 4. Thus, it could only transfer rank 4 goo worms. Now, after using 8 dried pond goo, moving perspective cup goo's effect rose to rank 5, and could transfer rank 5 goo worms. Feng Yuan waited for a while before taking out connecting heaven goo and solemnly placing it into moving perspective cup goo, before injecting his primeval essence. Successfully activating, the 2 cups completed the exchange in the space aperture, and the cup with connecting heaven goo landed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Little Hu Immortal cheered, and immediately took out connecting heaven goo. Traces of cracks appeared on moving perspective cup goo. Although dried pond goo could multiply the effect of goo worms, it was like draining the pond to fish, burning the forest to hunt. Although its power rose sharply, the goo worm would also be destroyed due to the excessive power. Next, he sent divine sense goo into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the cracks on moving perspective cup goo intensified. Feng Yuan was silent and took out Yuan's stone, quickly replenishing his primeval essence. Next, he took out one of the blue gem-like Stargate goo and sent it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Stargate goo was not an immortal goo, but a rank 5 goo, allowing Feng Yuan to use moving perspective cup goo and send it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After sending the Stargate goo into the Blessed Land, the moving perspective cup goo was already badly damaged, full of cracks and on the verge of breaking. At this level, it could still be used one last time. Feng Yuan stored this cup in his aperture, not using it again. He started to wait. The moving perspective cup goo was refined by him and had his own will. But he had already lent it to Little Hu Immortal, thus Little Hu Immortal could also use it. The previous few times he had used moving perspective cup goo. This was because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was several times faster than in Northern Plains. If Little Hu Immortal rashly activated it, Feng Yuan's side might not be ready yet. Huff. It is up to Little Hu Immortal now. If she fails, then she will send another set of moving perspective cup goo for the last time. I hope she succeeds. Before Feng Yuan left, he had only refined one set of moving perspective cup goo. But before he left, he told Little Hu Immortal. During this period, Little Hu Immortal and Cranegate made several transactions, exchanging for many goo refinement materials, and had already refined the second set of moving perspective cup goo. Time was getting harder to bear. Be it connecting heaven goo or divine sense goo, they were both rank 5 goo, and consumed a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master would only need a few breaths of time. Thus, only goo immortals or land spirits could consume immortal essence to use them. As for why he did not use moving perspective cup goo in Langya Blessed Land, that was because Feng Yuan did not want to expose the goo worm. Once it was exposed, the land spirit of Langya might demand the corresponding recipe. Time passed by minute, but in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the time flow was several times faster. The night wind was cold, causing Feng Yuan to feel uneasy. He stood up from the ground and started to pace. The night sky was filled with stars, and there was ample starlight. The Stargate goo in Feng Yuan's hand did not move at all. Am I going to fail? That cluster of starlight firefly goo in jewel yellow skies was bought by someone else? As time passed, Feng Yuan's heart sank. He stopped pacing and stood on the grass with his hands behind his back. Looking afar, Crescent Lake rippled with light. It was tranquil. The wolves around him were either standing or crouching, with different expressions. He could not help but think of the time when he caught the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain. He laughed in spite of himself, no longer worrying about his gains and losses, and his gaze became clear again. All the worries, all the pressure, all the impatience, all the worries all dissipated like the wind. He looked up at the night sky, and let out all the turbid air in his chest, suddenly feeling that his current life was so beautiful, putting everything into the highest pursuit of his life, with no distractions and no regrets. His heart was clear, like a mirror that was not tainted by dust, like this crescent lake that was bright and tranquil. Ever since rebirth on Qingmao Mountain, he had been racking his brains, and now he had an epiphany. This epiphany could not be explained clearly, but it lingered in his heart, eventually turning into a sentence. Tonight's starry sky is really beautiful. This was a heartfelt emotion. Saying this, Feng Yuan's whole body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he felt like he was floating in the air. His aura also seemed to have changed. The original dark dove aura disappeared, turning into a fresh and cheerful aura. His originally dark and deep eyes were now shining with a clear light, like a newborn, or like the stars. The Stargate goo in his hand started to vibrate, the vibration increasing. Feng Yuan let go of his hand. The sapphire-like Stargate goo slowly flew into the air. It attracted a large amount of starlight, and condensed it. The scene was brilliant like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. A moment later, the starlight formed into a huge circular door. The Stargate goo was finally successful. Feng Yuan looked at it quietly. His lips curled into a smile, showing happiness, but his eyes were calm. He calmly stepped into the Stargate, the starlight in front of him converging into a whirlpool, bringing his body along. After more than 10 breaths of time, he walked out of the Stargate, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, jumping into his embrace. Feng Yuan chuckled, rubbing the land spirit's head. Yes, I'm back, he said lightly. Chapter 471. After several months, Feng Yuan finally entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit was very happy, because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Feng Yuan had spent several months in Northern Plains, but to her, it had been more than a year. Feng Yuan first inspected the Stargate behind him. This Stargate was even smaller than the one in Northern Plains. It was only the height of a person, barely allowing Feng Yuan to enter and exit. The one in Northern Plains Crescent Lake was huge, tens of feet tall and wide. Stargate goo is not separated into mother and child. It consumes too much primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths of time. Only immortal essence can sustain it for a long time. Little Hu Immortal activates one, and I activate the other one in my hand, so I do not need to expend primeval essence. However, the activation of Stargate goo not only requires immortal essence, but also large amounts of starlight to condense into a door. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions. It is filled with stars and starlight. But here in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the starlight is too weak, and the starlight comes from a group of starlight firefly goo. Feng Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the group of starlight firefly goo flying in the air. Starlight firefly goo was a rank 3 goo. It was small and looked like a normal firefly, but what they emitted was true blue starlight. This group of starlight firefly goo originally had over 500, but because of the activation of Stargate goo, 32 had died. And to maintain Stargate goo, one would die in 3 breaths of time. Over 500 starlight firefly goo might seem like a lot, but they could not maintain the Stargate for long. Thus, Feng Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to stop activating the Stargate goo. The Stargate dissipated, turning back into an oval-shaped blue gem. Little Hu Immortal stretched out her dainty hand and beckoned this precious Stargate goo into her hand. Master, for you. Little Hu Immortal held the Stargate goo with both hands, raising her head and opening her big watery eyes, handing the Stargate goo to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan rubbed her little fox ears, smiling warmly. I will leave it with you, take good care of it. In the future, if I need it, I will send a message to you through moving cup exchange goo. Yes, master. I will take good care of it. Little Hu Immortal solemnly placed the Stargate goo into a small pocket on her clothes, patting the pocket. As for the Stargate goo in Northern Plains, it was on the ground, guarded by the myriad wolves. Master, there are 2 more Immortal Yuan stone here. I listened to your instructions and used the Immortal Goo's recipe to buy the Starlight Firefly goo. Little Hu Immortal presented the treasure again. Ordinary Yuan stone was the size of a duck egg, and was an oval-shaped gray-white stone. The Immortal Essence stone was also the size of a duck egg, but it was not oval in shape. Instead, it was the shape of a pearl. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, yet it also had a jade-like luster. If primeval stones were mortals, then Immortal Essence stones were goo immortals. Immortal Yuan stone. An Immortal Yuan stone was and could. Yuan stones. In. Immortal Yuan stones. Mortal. Goo world Immortal Yuan stones. In. Yuan stones. In. Fang Yuan sighed with a smile. These 2 Immortal Yuan stones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million Yuan stones could not be exchanged for them. These 2 Immortal Meta stones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million Immortal Meta stones couldn't be exchanged for them. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan only had 60 or so Immortal Essence stones in his possession. Fang Yuan put away the Immortal Yuan stones. Alright, let's return to Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal happily agreed. Then grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and teleported to Danghun Palace. Quickly activate connecting heaven goo. Fang Yuan ordered. He was not at ease leaving the other Stargate goo in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had to make good use of his time and settle Hu Immortal Blessed Lands matters. Little Hu Immortal quickly activated connecting heaven goo. Whole Earth goo was connected to the Blessed Land. Once it was planted, it could not be changed. Similarly, connecting heaven goo could only connect to one grotto heaven. Fang Yuan's connecting heaven goo was connected to jewel yellow skies. It could not be changed anymore. Little Hu Immortal expended a bit of Immortal Essence. The entire body goo turned into a boundless round mirror that was embedded in the air. In the round mirror, the scene of jewel yellow skies was displayed. This grotto heaven was empty, with a yellow light that resembled a lemon. There were no mountains, plants, or beast groups like ordinary grotto heavens. Above the Blessed Land was the grotto heaven. The most famous grotto heaven was recorded in the Legends of Ranzu. It was the famous immemorial 9 heavens. Verdant Great Sun refined fixed immortal travel goo, and flew to the 9 heavens. In the azure sky he plucked a jade bamboo in the jade sky. In the blue sky, he collected the 8-pointed diamonds in the starlight fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens were white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. But later Ranzu's sun wreaked havoc in the world. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple heavens were destroyed one after another. Until now, only white heaven and black heaven were left. The origin of jewel yellow skies was related to yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. During the medieval antiquity era, there was a rank 8 goo immortal known as Taoist Many Treasures who unexpectedly obtained a fragment of yellow heaven. After he fused it into his grotto heaven, it formed jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies was a very special grotto heaven. It was completely empty. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, or fish, only treasures. Jewel yellow skies had a rank 8 immortal goo, treasure light goo. Rank 1 to rank 3 treasure light goo were very common. Rank 4 and 5 treasure light goo were usually only possessed by large forces. There was only one treasure light immortal goo above rank 5, and it was in jewel yellow skies. Treasure light goo was used to test the value of items. The higher the value of the item, the brighter the treasure light that would appear. In Shangclan City, the treasure light on both sides would be tested during the battle, to evaluate the value of the Goo Master's Goo Worms, and from there, to estimate the Goo Master's battle strength. Treasure light goo's main use was not only to appraise, it could also be used to search for treasures. Treasure light goo's detection range was very small. It often needed to be paired with other goo worms to expand its detection range. Back then, Taoist Many Treasures used the immortal goo treasure light to find countless treasures. As time passed, the name Many Treasures came into being. Little Hu Immortal continued to activate connecting heaven goo. The mirror's surface kept changing, showing the images of all kinds of items. Goo worms, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, mineral veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of resources were sold. Suddenly the image froze, showing a group of starlight firefly goo. Master, it is that Star Lord Wan Xiang who sold it. Little Hu Immortal said to Feng Yuan after using divine sense goo to communicate. Starlight firefly goo cannot reproduce. I need large numbers of ordinary starlight fireflies. Ask him the price. Feng Yuan nodded and said. Little Hu Immortal said a few words, before turning to Feng Yuan and reporting, Master, Star Lord Wan Xiang said he is not selling. Feng Yuan was not disappointed, instead he laughed. There is nothing in this world that cannot be sold. Those who are not selling are usually those who do not have high profits and are not tempted. Saying so, he wrote down the immortal goo remnant recipes in his memory on several pieces of cowhide, before throwing them into connecting heaven goo. These cowhide were very ordinary, but because they recorded the immortal goo remnant recipes, they were priceless. After entering jewel yellow skies through connecting heaven goo, each piece of cowhide shone with 10 to 10 feet treasure light. These treasure lights were of all colors, beautiful purple and red. It was very beautiful. Tell him the price can be discussed. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and said to Little Hu Immortal. He was not afraid that Star Lord Wan Xiang would not be tempted. The temptation of immortal goo to goo immortals was incomparably huge. Although these were remnant recipes, even so, they were still goods in high demand. Among the older generation goo immortals who had cultivated for many years, which one of them did not have dozens of goo immortal remnant recipes? But these remnant recipes were usually not sold. When the remnant recipes of the same immortal goo were combined, the correct recipe would be deduced. After refining the immortal goo according to these recipes, others would not be able to obtain them. Because of this, immortal goo remnant recipes were rarely traded. Even if there were, they were only exchanging remnant recipes for remnant recipes. Earlier, Feng Yuan used the most incomplete recipe in his memory. The treasure light was only 3 feet, and he exchanged it with Star Lord Wan Xiang for a lump of starlight firefly goo. At the same time, Star Lord Wan Xiang also gave Feng Yuan 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Now that there were so many recipes, the treasure light was at least 3 feet. Star Lord Wan Xiang could not help but be moved. After these remnant recipes were thrown in, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in jewel yellow skies. A large number of divine senses surged in. Little Hu Immortal used divine sense goo to receive the information until her face turned pale. Master, many goo immortals sent their divine senses asking us how much these remnant recipes are for sale. Feng Yuan laughed. Send your divine sense over and tell them. These remnant recipes are for sale, but they have to come one by one. First, we need at least 100,000 starlight fireflies. Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over, and immediately, a female goo immortal called Fairy Yao Guang called out, saying that she had nurtured many starlight fireflies in her blessed land and was willing to exchange them. Feng Yuan chuckled. Sure enough, Star Lord Wan Xiang could not sit still and changed his attitude. Soon after, a third goo immortal called Di Yuan said he had starlight fireflies. Feng Yuan waited for a while, but no goo immortal spoke up. He could not help but sigh. These starlight fireflies are worthy of being immemorial worms. They are already so weak after being in this world. With a competitor, everything would be easy. Feng Yuan calmly sat on the fishing platform, letting the 3 parties bid. This was a blatant scheme, but which goo immortal was a fool? The 3 did not compete viciously. Instead, they negotiated and each offered over 33,000 starlight fireflies. These 3 groups of starlight fireflies entered connecting heaven goo, each shining with a treasure light. Among them, Fairy Yao Guang's group had the weakest treasure light, only 18 feet. Di Yuan's group, however, had a treasure light of 20 feet. Star Lord Wan Xiang's treasure light was the strongest, 23 feet. This was because there were many starlight firefly goo in his group. It seems this Star Lord Wan Xiang has nurtured a large number of starlight firefly groups. I remember now, after Stargate goo appeared, Star Lord Wan Xiang sold starlight firefly goo, and earned a large number of immortal yuan stone. Feng Yuan suddenly recalled a piece of information. 500 years of memories were too much. Feng Yuan could not remember many details clearly. Now that he saw this, his blurry memories became clearer. After Stargate Goo appeared, the price of Starlight Firefly Goo also rose. In the future, Jewel Yellow Skies did not even sell Starlight Firefly groups, they only sold Starlight Firefly Goo. Goo could not reproduce, only ordinary insect groups had this ability. Immediately, Feng Yuan used 3 recipes and obtained 100,000 Starlight Fireflies. As long as he nurtured them slowly, Feng Yuan would not need to spend a large amount of money to purchase Starlight Firefly Goo. He could produce them for his own use. Chapter 472. Although he bought 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, the transaction was far from over. Feng Yuan still needed to solve the feeding problem of these insects. Starlight Fireflies feed on star fragment grass. I have a large amount of star fragment grass seeds here. I can sell them to you. Star Lord Wanxiang was the first to transmit his divine sense. I need the grass seeds but also your cultivation experience. Let's see how strong the treasure light is first. Feng Yuan transmitted his divine sense to Star Lord Wanxiang, Fairy Yao Guang and Diyuan through Little Hu Immortal. Soon 3 documents entered Jewel Yellow Skies, shining with all kinds of treasure lights. This time it was not Star Lord Wanxiang, but Fairy Yao Guang's document, shining with the brightest treasure light, reaching 6 feet. I love planting grass the most. The Starlight Fireflies are a small group that moved here for the reproduction of star fragment grass. Choose my document. I will not let you suffer a loss. Fairy Yao Guang transmitted. Feng Yuan pondered. He had already forgotten about it after all. He did not use it in his previous life, nor did he need Stargate Goo. But now, with the reminder from Land Spirit of Langya, connecting Heaven Goo, Star Lord Wanxiang and the others, his memory regarding this goo was becoming clearer. In his memory, once Stargate Goo appeared, everything related to Starlight Firefly Goo became a secret. No one would sell it. Land Spirit of Langya obtained Stargate Goo's recipe. It might refine it into Stargate Goo and sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies. Once Stargate Goo is placed in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these secrets. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan made a decision, letting Little Hu Immortal transmit his divine sense. I want all 3 of your documents. I will use Immortal Yuan Stone to settle the transaction. Immortal Yuan Stone's purchasing power was very high. 1 Immortal Yuan Stone was divided into 3 parts. Each of the documents was bought, leaving 1/4 of the stone. Feng Yuan opened the 3 documents, and saw many matters written on them. Star fragment grass can only be grown in the sky, on clouds. Thus we often use high-quality cloud soil to plant it. Star fragment grass likes yin and hates yang. Too much sunlight will kill star fragment grass. But it cannot lack light completely, the amount needed is about. If starlight fireflies live in star fragment grass and help to spread seeds, it will spread faster and grow better. Among the 3 documents, Di Yuan's was the simplest and most reliable, Star Lord Wanxiang's was the most innovative, and Fairy Yao Guang's was the most detailed. Feng Yuan used their strengths to make up for his weaknesses, and quickly memorized everything, becoming an expert in cultivating star fragment grass. He laughed in his heart. With these I can become the biggest Starlight Firefly Goo seller in the future. When Stargate Goo becomes popular, I will make. It's time to buy wine. Feng Yuan could not forget about the top-quality wine. He had already collected 3 top-quality wines, and only 1 was left. Goo Goo he and Goo was it. It was mainly used by Goo immortals to refine Goo. It was also used as a good beverage to enjoy life. But just as Feng Yuan was about to buy the Goo, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies went into an uproar, countless divine senses surged. Immortal Goo. Someone is selling an immortal Goo. Little Hu Immortal shouted. The mirror flashed and an immortal Goo's image appeared. Divine Travel Goo. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. This immortal Goo being sold was the divine travel Goo he needed. Someone was a step ahead of him and snatched the rights to divine travel Goo. I was still a step too late. Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing lightly. He needed divine travel Goo to refine second aperture Goo. But in Three Kings' blessed land, The situation forced him to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. According to the Legends of Ranzu, one needed to drink 4 types of top-quality wine to obtain divine travel goo. Feng Yuan had been collecting good wine, but now someone was a step ahead of him. Without the divine travel goo, the second aperture goo is only 1 step away from completion. Fortunately, I still have decades of time. Speaking of which, it was because I was too high profile when I refined goo on Sancha Mountain that everyone in Southern Border knew about it. So it is not strange that someone was a step ahead of me. Feng Yuan shrugged his shoulders. He had already expected this. The process of him using divine travel goo to refine fixed immortal travel goo was witnessed by many goo masters. This matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Southern Border's goo immortals were not fools. How could they not take action? It was just that Feng Yuan had placed his hopes on the infighting between goo immortals, thus he had been working hard to collect them. There were always some things in a person's life. Even though there was not much hope, they would not regret it if they worked hard. If they did not work hard, they would not even have a sliver of hope. The matters of the world are often unsatisfactory. I am already used to it. But since the other party put this divine travel goo in, it means they have the intention to sell it. Let's take a look first. Feng Yuan was indifferent and did not worry about personal gains and losses. His mind was also calm. Even though Jewel Yellow Skies was the largest trading market for goo immortals, there were very few transactions involving immortal goo. The number of immortal goo transactions in history could be counted on one hand, and most of them were settled by goo immortals first before using Jewel Yellow Skies as the intermediary, using the treasure light to verify the authenticity and ensure the safety of the transaction. Most of these transactions were immortal goo exchanging for immortal goo. But the goo immortal who sold divine travel goo, Old Man Inkstone, had an unusual request. I want to use this divine travel goo to exchange for second aperture goo's recipe. The information contained in this request was too huge. It attracted a lot of attention. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the divine senses of all the goo immortals were fluctuating, interacting with each other. Divine travel goo. To think I could see this legendary goo worm today. Although it is an immortal goo, divine travel goo's effect is too random. Back then, even Renzu Crown Prince was in danger because of it. It is even more dangerous for us puny goo immortals. But divine travel goo is after all an immortal goo. With it on me, if I have nowhere to go, I can take a gamble when I am in a desperate situation. Rather than discussing divine travel goo, I want to know second aperture goo's recipe more. That's right, I have heard of second aperture goo long ago. But to think there really is such a goo recipe? Second aperture. Mortals still can't understand the value of this. But for goo immortals, who wouldn't be moved? Feng Yuan had already stood up from his seat, concentrating on connecting heaven goo in the air. He had second aperture goo's recipe in his hands. He only needed a thought to exchange for this goo. But this Old Man Inkstone who sold divine travel goo is probably targeting me. He directly asked for second aperture goo's recipe, and the timing to sell divine travel goo was neither early nor late. He chose the time when I was doing the transaction. Amazing. This goo immortal's path was likely immemorial wisdom path. He was skilled in deductions and deductions. Right now, I am activating connecting heaven goo and doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies. He has already deduced it. Wisdom path was an extremely mysterious path among goo masters. It had existed since the primordial era, and it had been passed down until now. Their numbers had always been very low. The founder of Wisdom Path was the immemorial antiquity era's star constellation Immortal Venerable, the second-generation master of the Celestial Court. She had lived for 19,000 years, the second oldest among rank 9 goo immortals. Before her death, star constellation Immortal Venerable deduced everything that would happen in the next 3 million years. She calculated that after his death, the Celestial Court would be without a ruler for a long time. The universe would be in turmoil and 3 demon lords would appear. Thus, she set up 3 traps specifically to deal with the 3 demon lords. He also instructed his descendants to act accordingly, ensuring the peace of the Celestial Court for 300 years. After her death, heaven and earth indeed shook, eras changed, 3 great eras appeared, and 3 demon lords appeared one after another. The 3 demon lords were invincible in their respective eras. They attacked the celestial court, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and failed at the last moment. The celestial court thus remained standing. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Old Man Inkstone. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes as he muttered. It was not a good thing to be noticed by a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals knew about heaven's secrets. They were most skilled at making arrangements and schemes. They often tricked people without leaving any traces, and plotted against people without batting an eyelid. They were the most difficult type of enemy to deal with. My limelight in the southern border is really too great. I attracted the attention of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. In this life I advanced bravely, taking risks and sprinting along the cliff. I was too fast, even with my mortal body. I attracted the attention of a Gu Immortal. This situation was like an ant attracting the attention of an elephant. At once Feng Yuan seemed to see a pair of eyes filled with wisdom and schemes staring at him through connecting heaven Gu. The air was filled with a formless pressure. But Feng Yuan's current state of mind was different. He raised his head and laughed heartily, dispelling the pressure in his heart. Good, with a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal scheming it is no doubt more interesting. Humph, just a mere divine travel Gu, just a mere second aperture Gu. How can they entice me? The 500 years of experience in his previous life had nurtured an intuition towards hidden dangers. Feng Yuan had a vague feeling that this divine travel Gu was highly likely to be the bait thrown by Old Man Inkstone. Although immortal Gu are good, I vow to live forever. These so-called immortal Gu are only tools for my cultivation. At the same time, southern border life and death blessed land. An old man wearing a black robe, emitting the eerie aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal, was quietly sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were pitch black without any white in them. He stared at the connecting heaven Gu in the air, sensing the countless divine senses in the jewel-yellow skies, expressionless and motionless. It was Old Man Inkstone. In front of the old man, killer ghost Dr. Chojio was kneeling. He looked at connecting heaven Gu for a while, his expression disappointed. Supreme Master, it seems that Feng Yuan did not take the bait. Old Man Yenshur faintly smiled, not showing the slightest bit of anger. This little fish is indeed a bit interesting. He is able to give up and abandon. He is just a mortal, but his spirit surpasses most Gu Immortals. But he is too daring, he actually turned you into his slave, offending our shadow sect. This is courting death. Chojio quickly kowtowed. Thanks to the return of Supreme Master, Grand Disciple was able to avoid the miserable fate of being enslaved. Old Man Inkstone nodded. Little Grand Disciple, I have already done something to the slavery Gu in your body. I have calculated that Feng Yuan will definitely participate in the righteous demonic battle on Etion Mountain. At that time, you can be a spy beside him and wait for an opportunity. Yes, Supreme Master. You can leave. Call your junior sister by Ningbing over. Chapter 473. An immortal Gu floated in the air, emitting a beautiful light. The lemon-colored light enveloped by Ningbing's entire body and entered her aperture. The walls of her aperture were already covered with yellow-green light vines, densely attached to them. A moment later, Old Man Inkstone took a deep breath and stored the immortal Gu back into his aperture. All right, your aperture has been activated by my everlasting Gu. It can protect you for 3 months. According to your cultivation speed, you will need to come to me 3 months later to reinforce your aperture. So many days had passed since the battle at Sancha Mountain. Bai Ningbing's aptitude had been restored to 100%, returning to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, one of the 10 ultimate techniques. 100% primeval essence brought great pressure to the aperture. If not for Old Man Inkstone using the everlasting Gu to strengthen his aperture, Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. Although Elder Inkstone had saved her life, Bai Ningbing did not show any sincere gratitude. Instead, she just stood there with a straight back and a frosty expression. After Old Man Inkstone removed the immortal Gu, she opened her blue eyes. Her gaze was cold and her expression indifferent. She was no longer an ignorant child who had just come out into the world. By Feng Yuan's side, she learned many things. Elder Inkstone had approached her through Chojiao. It was obvious that he wanted to make use of her. Her joining the shadow sect was just a transaction at best. Elder Inkstone's attitude was very gentle. He smiled faintly and said, "By Ningbing, as long as you sincerely submit to the shadow sect and make a new oath of the sea, I will be able to help you. I'll make a move and turn you into a man." "There's no need. You help me suppress my aperture, and I will temporarily join the shadow sect to help you deal with Feng Yuan and obtain the fixed immortal travel from him. This is a fair deal. It's better for me to take back my manly body myself. Only then will it be exciting enough. How could I, Bai Ningbing, rely on others for protection?" After saying this, Bai Ningbing turned and left. It wasn't until they walked out of the secret room that Bai Ningbing's cold face finally loosened. Her brows furrowed and her gaze turned cold. She did not like this rank 7 wisdom path Gu Immortal Inkstone. She felt that he had an ulterior motive. Although the other party was a Gu Immortal, Bai Ningbing was not afraid of death. A person who was not afraid of death, why would he fear Gu Immortals? However, the other party's goal was the same as hers. They both wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, so Bai Ningbing agreed to the deal and temporarily joined the shadow sect. Feng Yuan. With this thought, Bai Ningbing could not help but recall the situation at the Three Kings' Paradise. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan flew in defiance of heaven, refining an immortal Gu with a mortal body. After that, the Three Kings' blessed land collapsed. Everyone was in chaos as they escaped from Sancha Mountain. The winds of assimilation blew and eventually leveled the entire Sancha Mountain to the ground. The name of Little Beast King was mentioned by tens of thousands of people. Very quickly, it spread like wildfire in the southern border. Feng Yuan went missing, and the Gu Immortals' orders were sent to all the forces. Bai Ningbing, who was traveling with him, naturally became the target of all the forces. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they all wanted to capture her. If not for Wei Yang's loyalty and intentionally letting Bai Ningbing go, and meeting Chojiao when she was on the verge of death, Bai Ningbing would have already become a prisoner. After Chojiao healed her injuries, he proposed to her to join the shadow sect and deal with Feng Yuan together. Bai Ningbing's scheme against Feng Yuan failed, and was even more convinced that Feng Yuan had a prophecy and deduction Gu. When she heard that Chojiao had a wisdom path Gu Immortal who could also make deductions, she could not help but be moved. Although she was not afraid of death, she was not resigned to losing her life and letting Feng Yuan live. It was truly a huge failure in life. It was not exciting at all. Thus, she agreed to Chojiao and temporarily became a member of the shadow sect. Together with Old Man Inkstone and Chojiao, they used the immortal Gu Seoth Gu to set an agreement. Once they killed Feng Yuan, she would leave and regain her freedom. At the same time, the entire shadow sect could not deal with her directly or indirectly. When Bai Ningbing's figure disappeared, Old Man Inkstone's expression slowly turned gloomy. Bai Ningbing had a demonic nature. Even a wisdom path Gu Immortal like Old Man Inkstone found it hard to control her. "This child is lawless. He was only forced by the situation to ally with me. He is not someone who will stay under others for long." Old Man Inkstone's gaze was extremely deep. "But it is not a problem I have planned for so many years for the sake of eternal life. Why would I be afraid of this small fish?" "Humph." Old Man Inkstone snorted coldly and looked at the connecting Heaven Gu's mirror. Right at this time, a divine sense was transmitted to him. "I have the second aperture Gu's recipe here. Exchange it for your divine travel Gu." The owner of the divine sense called himself Old Immortal Langya. Old Man Inkstone laughed loudly. The fish had taken the bait. Who said his bait was only for Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan was only a small fish. Land Spirit of Langya was the real big fish. Langya blessed land. Legend has it that there are countless recipes stored here. From a grotto heaven to a blessed land, it can be said to be the #1 blessed land in the world. More importantly, there are many immortal Gu stored here. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is the first. I must obtain it. Old Man Inkstone's eyes shone with an incomparably hot light, filled with greed and desire. He had started planning a long time ago. Even the second aperture Gu in Land Spirit of Langya's hands was secretly arranged by him, purposely falling into the Land Spirit's hands. With Land Spirit of Langya's love for collecting recipes and refining Gu worms, He would definitely refine second aperture goo. Now it is the opportunity one have been waiting for. Old Man Inkstone sneered as he transmitted his divine sense, agreeing to land spirit of Langya's exchange in jewel yellow skies. Divine travel goo fell out of the mirror. Even with many goo worms amplifying the effect of connecting heaven goo, it still caused it to be full of cracks and completely destroyed after a few breaths of time. Land spirit of Langya did not care about this connecting heaven goo. There were still several connecting heaven goo left in the blessed land. Land spirit looked at the divine travel goo in his hands with a fiery gaze, laughing loudly. I have wanted to refine second aperture goo for a long time, haha, this is great. He immediately took out another connecting heaven goo and communicated with jewel yellow skies, starting to search for goo refinement materials without restraint. You have fallen into my trap. Through connecting heaven goo, Old Man Inkstone saw this scene and laughed heartily. Regarding immortal goo, this heavy transaction naturally attracted the attention of many goo immortals. Feng Yuan had also been paying attention to it. Who bought divine travel goo? Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he immediately asked Little Hu Immortal. It was old immortal Langya. Little Hu Immortal replied crisply. Land spirit of Langya ha. Just as I expected. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes, concentrating on connecting heaven goo. After a while, he sensed that land spirit of Langya had started to wantonly buy goo refinement materials. His eyes flickered with cold light. Humph, so many goo immortals selling precious goo refinement materials at the same time, and especially selling them to land spirit of Langya, this is clearly a trap. Although land spirits have intelligence, their obsession is deeper, and can be easily used by goo immortals. Wait a moment. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Metal Path Goo Immortal Tai Jiazi selling goo refinement materials, Soul Path Goo Immortal Wang Ganyang, Wood Path Goo Immortal Fairy Tanxiang, Enslavement Path Goo Immortal Great Immortal Shuexiong. These names were very familiar. Weren't they the goo immortals who participated in the second wave of attacks against Langya Blessed Land? At once Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He realized a huge conspiracy that was buried in history and unknown to others. So that's it. In the 500 years of my previous life, Langya Blessed Land withstood 7 waves of attacks before finally falling. So there was a mastermind manipulating this from behind the scenes, plotting against us all along. Earlier, Feng Yuan was only a spectator, but now that he was involved, he discovered the truth. This Old Man Inkstone is selling divine travel goo not only for himself, but also for Langya Blessed Land. 7 waves of attacks, how many times did he organize? If he is a southern border goo immortal, then why are these northern plains goo immortals listening to his orders? Is he simply making use of them, or directly ordering them? There was no doubt that the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Old Man Inkstone was part of an organization. An organized goo immortal, just this information gave off a formless pressure. Feng Yuan still did not know that this organization was the shadow sect that he had heard of before. But this did not hinder him from guessing the strength and mysteriousness of this organization. An organization that could span between southern border and northern plains, how huge would it be? But Feng Yuan had never heard of such an organization. He had never heard of it in the 500 years of his previous life. How mysterious was such an organization? Of course, all these speculations are based on the fact that Old Man Inkstone is a southern border goo immortal. Maybe I just happened to be here? Thinking about it, could the first wave of attacks also have been arranged by Old Man Inkstone? Were the remaining waves of attacks also his handiwork? At least, the 7th wave of attacks was made by Celestial Court. It was definitely not Old Man Inkstone's doing. Feng Yuan was certain of this. Celestial Court was high and mighty. It originated from Central Continent and had a strong foundation. It was not something that Southern Borders Earth Immortals could interfere with. Among the 5 regions, the largest goo immortal organization, since ancient times, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's strength was suffocating. Only rank 8 and rank 9 goo immortals could enter it. This could be determined from the results. After Celestial Court made a move, they took away all the recipes in Langya Blessed Land. In my previous life, where was Old Man Inkstone at that time? Old Man Inkstone. This was a mysterious person hidden in the depths of history. Behind him, There was an extremely mysterious organization that spanned across at least northern plains and southern border. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals Mysterious Organization Celestial Court. The road to eternal life is truly filled with dangers. When I get rid of these obstacles one by one, how carefree will it be? The more difficulties there were, the more enemies there were, the higher Feng Yuan's fighting spirit soared. The path he walked on from the start was destined to be lonely, destined to be enemies with the world. Celestial Court and Mysterious Organization, they were like two giant beasts that occupied this path. At the same time, this dark path was filled with thorny traps, full of schemes and plots. This was an extremely difficult path. It seemed that since ancient times no one had reached the end, and Feng Yuan was fighting alone. This was his expedition, his holy war alone. The source of all the motivation was the simplest, the most greedy, the most disdainful, and the most incomprehensible dream. Regarding eternal life, it seemed to be an unrealistic dream. Whether he could succeed or not, Feng Yuan had never considered it. He only knew that even if he failed and died, he would not feel any regret. Today, through a transaction, he had discovered a shadow vortex that was originally hidden. Next, he looked at his own path. It was extremely dark, extremely dangerous. Almost every step was a dead end. Since there is no path, I will create one myself. Feng Yuan smiled. His gaze was filled with divine light as he cleared his chaotic thoughts, looking at connecting Heaven Gu again. Chapter 474. Relic Gu could directly increase the aperture's foundation and raise a Gu Master's realm. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were bronze, red iron, silver, gold and purple crystal Relic Gu. Relic Gu were mortal Gu. There were no rank 6 and above immortal Gu. Among them, bronze, red iron and silver Relic Gu circulated in large numbers in the mortal world. But for yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu, because they could directly affect the battle strength of rank 4 and 5 Gu Masters, and indirectly affect the power structure of a force, they were strictly restricted by all the large organizations and rarely circulated in the market. But in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu. No matter how many purple crystal Relic Gu a Gu Immortal used, it would not increase their cultivation. But purple crystal Relic Gu were still very few in number. Because yellow gold and purple crystal Relic Gu, other than increasing cultivation, were also used in large numbers to refine immortal Gu. They had an important catalytic effect in immortal Gu recipes. Other than refining Gu, if a Gu Immortal had descendants, they would collect many Relic Gu for their descendants or clan to use. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 1 to 3 Relic Gu were sold in batches, rank 4 yellow gold Relic Gu were few, and purple crystal Relic Gu were even fewer. Yellow gold and purple crystal Relic Gu were widely used in immortal Gu recipes. Feng Yuan had used them to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and Second Aperture Gu. The Blood Deity Immortal Gu remnant recipe he mentioned also needed large numbers of Relic Gu. But when it came to immortal Gu, the price would always be high. But this situation was much better than the mortal world's restrictions. Feng Yuan immediately bought 3 purple crystal Relic Gu and spent a lot of money to buy an immediate success Gu. This Gu was much more expensive than purple crystal Relic Gu and could increase the success rate of Gu refinement. Next, Feng Yuan bought large numbers of low-rank Gu and Gu refinement materials, preparing to refine rank 5 breath concealment Gu and so on. Although Jewel Yellow Skies could detect treasure light, just by looking at the height of the treasure light, it could not tell if the Gu worm had been tampered with. Therefore, it wasn't very safe, so Feng Yuan decided to try his best to refine it himself. After selling all the remnant prescriptions in his hands and purchasing a large amount of resources, and deducting the administrative fees for Jewel Yellow Skies, Feng Yuan had a total of 28 pieces of celestial yuan stone in his hands. Of course, these immortal Gu remnant recipes could be repeatedly sold, but the corresponding treasure light would continue to decrease. The treasure light would only return after a certain period of time. The transaction in Jewel Yellow Skies first depended on the treasure light. The stronger the treasure light, the higher the price. The decrease in the glow of the treasure represented a decrease in the selling price. After all, the more people knew about an incomplete recipe, the lower its value would be. If he continued to sell them, Feng Yuan's profits would decrease, The Gu immortals who bought them earlier would feel that they were making a loss. Delaying the sale for a period of time was beneficial to both the buyer and the seller. The seller's price remained the same, but the buyer had gained a lot of precious time to research the remnant recipe. After all, immortal Gu were unique. In this way, the most precious recipes I have are the Spring-Autumn Cicada, Second Aperture Gu, and Blood Deity's remnant recipe. The other remnant recipes will be sold again. Of course, it will take at least a few months. This time was naturally referring to the 5 regions' time. As for other recipes like refining fixed immortal travel from divine travel, everyone knew about them. If they were placed in jewel yellow skies, there would not be a single inch of treasure light. Rockmen, I still need to supply Crane Gate as much as possible. This is also to prevent Crane Gate from finding any clues, to ease the conflict and delay as much as possible. Now that Danghun Mountain was dying, the production of Gutsku was getting lower and lower. Every transaction caused the Rockmen's numbers to decrease greatly. Crane Gate's patience was also wearing thin. There would be a battle sooner or later. Feng Yuan could only delay as much as possible. Fortunately, they will only think that I am trapped in Hu immortal blessed land and think that I am a trapped turtle. They would never have expected that I would go to northern plains and even return. Even that old man Inkstone would not expect this. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were good at deductions, but they did not make baseless guesses. Instead, they used all the clues and traces to trace back to the source and make deductions. Feng Yuan's core Gu was Spring-Autumn Cicada. Its greatest advantage was rebirth. In his 500 years of memories, Stargate Gu, Moving Perspective Cup Gu and others were Gu worms that were ahead of the 5 regions by an era. I cannot sell remnant recipes for now. Rockmen can only supply Crane Gate, but I still have something to sell. Feng Yuan had a plan. This item was none other than soil. The soil in jewel yellow skies was a rare item. For example, cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil and so on. Many blessed lands produced soil and sold it to jewel yellow skies to exchange with other Gu masters. The soil that Feng Yuan sold was naturally not ordinary. It was gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity descended, Danghun Mountain was plotted against and was contaminated by gruel mud immortal Gu's power. The whole mountain gradually turned into mud. But in this world, fortune and disaster were interdependent. The mud that Danghun Mountain turned into had the power of gruel mud immortal Gu. In the eyes of some Gu immortals, this was an essential material to refine gruel mud immortal Gu. Sure enough, after Feng Yuan put the soil into jewel yellow skies, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. What day is it today? There are so many good items. Gruel mud, this is the true gruel mud. It has an intense immortal Gu aura. Unfortunately, I do not have the recipe of gruel mud immortal Gu. This mud is useless. The Gu immortals' divine senses surged. Many people sent out their divine senses to bid against each other. I need the immortal Gu recipe of gruel mud. I will not exchange for anything else. Little Hu immortal transmitted her divine sense under Feng Yuan's command. This harsh request immediately made the Gu immortals sneer. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an immortal Gu recipe? Your way of thinking is too greedy. Gruel mud immortal Gu is a one-time consumable Gu. The recipe is clearly more important than the Gu worm. You are actually shamelessly saying you want to exchange for the recipe? This is too unrealistic. I advise you to exchange for it. Otherwise this pile of mud can only exist in jewel yellow skies with no one interested in it. But Little Hu Immortal continued. I am not asking for the complete Immortal Gu recipe. I will take the one with the brighter treasure light. The Gu Immortals stopped talking and started to observe. After a while, a Gu Immortal took out an incomplete recipe. The treasure light was 12 feet long. This naturally did not enter Feng Yuan's eyes. He stared at the mirror and smiled, instructing Little Hu Immortal, as long as the other Gu Immortals take out an incomplete recipe, we will add half a kilogram of gruel mud. Yes, Master. Little Fox Fairy immediately replied in a crisp voice. There was a lot of gruel mud in Hu Immortal blessed land. From start to finish, all the gruel mud was cleared out of Danghun Mountain by Little Hu Immortal. It was not expelled from the blessed land, but moved to the western part of the blessed land. These last years, the gruel mud in the blessed land continued to transform. The amount was increasing. It was about to form a mud lake. The calamity of the past had become the current capital. In jewel-yellow skies, the divine senses of the Gu immortals started to ripple. Every time an incomplete recipe appeared, little Hu immortal would throw out half a kilogram of gruel mud. This attitude was clearly telling others, we have plenty of it here. One by one, the incomplete recipes were thrown out. The treasure light also strengthened. From the original 10 feet, it had already risen to over 20 feet, and was still rising. Feng Yuan watched for a while, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. His soul came from Earth, his marketing methods far surpassed this world's. On Earth, businesses were launched, but here in jewel-yellow skies, immortal yuan stone could only barely act as currency. Most of the transactions were still at the primitive bartering stage. Feng Yuan's method could be considered as creating momentum, attracting more Gu immortals to sell the gruel mud immortal Gu's remnant recipe. Of course, this was only a small trick at best. Next, Feng Yuan instructed little Hu immortal to take care of the other matters and make arrangements. It is time to go back. Feng Yuan had been keeping track of the time. The time he spent in Hu immortal blessed land was reduced to 1/5 of the time he spent in northern plains. Master, goodbye. You have to come back often to visit. Little Hu immortal brought Feng Yuan to the western part of the blessed land, and under the illumination of the starlight firefly Gu, she activated the Stargate Gu again. Feng Yuan carried many Gu refinement materials and low-rank Gu worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of another Stargate and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Just as he had expected, it was already close to dawn. Dawn was breaking in the horizon. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples to appear on the pure lake water. The air was extremely fresh. The flowers and grasses around his feet were covered with dew, and there were already flocks of birds fluttering their wings on the lake's surface. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, feeling joyful. By snatching Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, Feng Yuan had obtained the help of Land Spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land, he used one of the fortuitous encounters to obtain Stargate Gu and other Gu. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he used Connecting Heaven Gu to solve the problem of lacking resources. This way, the pawns that were already gone have a new path of development. The whole chessboard has been revitalized. The sky gradually brightened. Under the escort of the wolf group, Feng Yuan returned to Gu tribe camp. Chapter 475. Halt! The patrolling Gu tribe Gu master saw Yen tribe's group and shouted. Yen tribe's group stopped their hump wolves as an elder spoke. This person beside me is Yen tribe leader Lord Yen Tianji. He is here to visit Gu tribe leader. Yen tribe? Gu tribe's Gu master's expression changed. That's right, our camp is just 100 li away. Lords, please wait a moment. According to Northern Plains time, Gu tribe had just arrived at Crescent Lake, and had only set up camp for a day. Gu tribe's camp was currently under construction. Sir, the wolf pack's tracks have entered the Gu tribe's camp. An elder whispered to the Yen tribe's leader, Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji nodded, his gaze solemn. To think that this enslavement path Gu master is from Gu tribe. It seems we made the right decision. We can invite strong reinforcements to deal with water demon Hao Ji Lu. But Gu tribe might not help us. An elder said worriedly. Yen Tianji sneered, as if he had Gu tribe in his grasp. Humph, Gu tribe is also participating in the Heroes' Assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. I will use Lu tribe's name to ask for help. Do you think Gu tribe won't help? Just as they spoke, the simple camp's door opened, and Gu tribe's new tribe leader Gu Guang led the elders out to welcome them. Yen tribe leader's presence is our Gu tribe's honor. Please come into the main tent. Gu Guang invited warmly. Why is he only a rank 3 Gu master? Sensing Gu Guang's cultivation level, Yen tribe's people looked down on him. After inviting Yen tribe's group to the camp for a banquet, after drinking a few cups of wine, Yen tribe leader looked at the elder beside him. The elder said, to speak the truth, Gu tribe leader, we are here to ask for your help. Ask for help? The elder continued, that's right. Our tribe's young lady Yen Chui Air was captured by Hao Ji Lu. How Ji Lu is despicable and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a waterpath Gu master, and has great battle strength in the lake. Our tribe's several rescue attempts have all failed. This time we are here to ask for Gu tribe's help. How Ji Lu? Could it be the water demon How Ji Lu? When Gu Guang thought of this person, his expression changed slightly. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and was infamous in northern plains as a sinister and cunning demon. Gu Guang frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he refused. Everyone has the right to punish people of the demonic Tao. As a member of the righteous path, the Gu family should have done their part, but unfortunately they were powerless. My old father died on the battlefield, and I took over the family in the face of danger. The Gu family has already suffered heavy losses, and can no longer support the nobles in eliminating the water demon. What? Clan leader Gu Guang is unwilling? Hearing Gu Guang's words, the Yin clan elders' faces all sunk. An elder sneered and said, Gu clan leader, you are indeed too young and don't know some things. I'll tell you now. Our clan's first young Miss Yin Chui heir was engaged to Lu Wenwu a long time ago. So she is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. If we can't save our clan's young miss, the Lu clan will pursue this matter in the future. Even your clan will have to bear the blame. Gu Guang's expression changed. There were several super clans in northern plains, and among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu Wenwu was like his name, well versed in both literature and martial arts, with outstanding talent and lofty ambitions. This time, he had led a group of retainers and separated from Lu tribe, establishing his own tribe, and was one of the most popular candidates for the Lord of the Imperial Court. Lu Wenwu's forces were extremely strong, and Yin Chui heir was his fiancée. If Gu tribe did not save her, Lu Wenwu would definitely make things difficult for Gu tribe during the Heroes' Assembly. But Gu tribe was already extremely exhausted, and their higher-ups' battle strength was greatly reduced. If they were to face the water demon again, Gu tribe would have to swallow the bitter fruit alone. Gu Guang cared about his tribe's benefits, and was not willing to provoke the water demon for no reason. But he was also worried that if he did not help, he would attract Lu Wenwu's hostility. Gu Guang felt extremely troubled. Yin tribe leader saw Gu Guang's hesitation and smiled. The righteous path has always been united. I believe Gu tribe will not leave us in the lurch. Gu tribe has outstanding strength. There is no need to hide it. When we came, we found a large number of wolf tracks. As long as Gu tribe sends out an enslavement path Gu master, our Yin tribe is willing to pay 3,000 yuan stone in advance. Gu Guang was secretly furious. Just 3,000 yuan stone, were they trying to get rid of a beggar? He restrained the anger in his heart and smiled bitterly. You might not know, but this enslavement path Gu master is not a member of my Gu tribe, and is not under my command. It is Lord Chang Shan Yin. Chang Shan Yin? Yin tribe leader was stunned, inwardly wondering why this name was so familiar. Gu Guang then explained everything he knew about Feng Yuan's origin, identity, and so on. Yin tribe's people were overjoyed. Chang Shan Yin, he is actually still alive. I remember now. He is of the same generation as me. He was once famous in northern plains, and was a genius enslavement path Gu cultivator that everyone paid attention to. Great. Heaven is really helping us. Chang tribe has already attached itself to young master Lu Wenwu. We will explain the reason to Chang Shan Yin. He will definitely help us. Yin tribe leader was the most straightforward. Gu Guang tribe leader, please introduce us. Gu Guang smiled bitterly. If I could introduce him, I would have done so long ago. Lord Chang Shan Yin returned early in the morning, and announced that he was going into closed cultivation to refine Gu. If we disturb his Gu refinement, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Yin tribe leader stood up. Chang Shan Yin is of the same generation as me. I have heard of him long ago. Chang tribe and Yin tribe are both under young master Lu Wenwu. We are on the same side. Young master Lu Wenwu is Chang Shan Yin's master. Moreover, this matter is very important. Even if we disturb the Gu refinement, it is not a big deal. Bring me there. This? Gu Guang hesitated. Yin tribe leader's expression turned stiff. Gu tribe leader, please don't delay. If we do not save her in time and something happens to my daughter, Young Master Lu Wenwu would blame us. Gu Guang could only grit his teeth and agree. All right, I will bring you there now. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu? Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking at the Yen tribe Gu masters in front of him. Brother Chong, you slept for 20 years, you might not know. This water demon is a rising star. He obtained a mysterious fortuitous encounter and is now 35 years old, a rank 4 upper stage expert. Yin tribe leader introduced. Fong Yuan nodded, sighing. Northern Plains is vast. There are many formidable heroes. Since Yin tribe is asking for help, I will make the trip. Yin tribe's group's expression changed. Chong Shan Yin's words. What did he mean by asking for help? He was making himself look like a lowly person. Lord Chong Shan Yin, why do you need to boost the morale of others and belittle our own? That water demon is crafty. He hid in Crescent Lake and took our tribe's Missy as a hostage. That is why we could not capture him. An elder said with some dissatisfaction. Lord Chong Shan Yin, your Chong tribe has already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. This rescue is a chance for you. Another clan elder spoke with a tone of thinking for Fong Yuan's sake. The leader of the Yin family smiled. Ha ha ha, Brother Chong, with your help this time. A mere water demon is nothing. Fong Yuan chuckled. It is only right for me to make a move. This time I will fight alongside you. Yin tribe's group was overjoyed. Good, then let's set off. Old man from Yin tribe, did you bring the 10 million primeval stones I wanted in that backwater battle Gu? Water demon stood on the shore of Crescent Lake, looking at the people in front of him vigilantly. Of course I brought it. Where's my daughter? Yin Tianji said as he took out 2 Gu. A rank 5 storage Gu and a backwater battle Gu. Backwater battle Gu was also a rank 5 Gu worm. It could greatly amplify the effect of water path Gu worms. In the mortal world it was priceless and extremely rare. Looking at these 2 Gu, Water Demon's gaze immediately became heated. He had the appearance of a young man with fair skin, broad shoulders and a thin waist. He had a rather handsome aura. His sideburns were already white, giving him an aura of maturity and vicissitudes. Return my daughter to me, and I'll give you everything you want. Now I want to see my daughter. Yin Tianji reiterated. Water Demon snorted and snapped his fingers. Swoosh. In the lake behind him, waves surged as a huge scallop emerged from the water. This scallop was the size of an elephant. Its shell was shiny like silver. The 2 shells slowly opened, revealing a young girl inside. The young girl was tied up tightly. Her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. When she saw Yin tribe leader, tears flowed down her cheeks as she started to struggle intensely. Water Demon sneered. You saw your daughter. Hand over the Gu worms. Don't play any tricks. Your daughter's life is in my hands. If something happens to her, how will you explain it to Lu Wenwu? Damn it. Despicable scoundrel. Fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Yin tribe's elders gritted their teeth. Yin tribe leader's expression was grim as he threw the 2 Gu to Water Demon. Water Demon cautiously jumped. He did not catch them with his hands, instead letting the 2 Gu fall on the ground. You didn't do anything to your Gu, right? Water Demon squinted, staring at Yin Tianji. Yin Tianji's expression was ashen. Humph, go ahead and refine them. Water Demon snorted. All of you retreat 30 steps. Yin tribe had no choice but to retreat. Water Demon stared at Yin tribe's Gu masters, before squatting down and picking up the 2 Gu worms. He first inspected them, there was no problem. Next, he carefully started to refine the backwater battle Gu. Inside the backwater battle Gu was Yin Tianji's will. Now that he cooperated with Water Demon, this demon soon succeeded in refining backwater battle Gu. Water Demon chuckled. Good. Yin Tianji, you are very tactful. Next, I will count the yuan stones. If the number is correct, I will return your precious daughter to you. Don't worry, I don't want to go against Lu Wenwu. Your daughter is still a virgin. I have not even touched her hand. Yin Tianji snorted, not speaking. He took out his will and cooperated with Water Demon to refine the storage Gu. Water Demon sent his thoughts into the Gu and found a large number of yuan stones. He was overjoyed. He could not suppress it and showed it on his face. Right at this time, A goo flew out of these yuan stones and crashed into his body at lightning speed. Rank 4 Immobilization Goo. Do it! Yin Tianji suddenly shouted. The group of elders shot out like lightning and surrounded Water Demon in an instant. Oh no! Water Demon held onto the storage goo. For a moment he could not move, he could only watch as he was surrounded. Chapter 476. Kill! Yin Tianji shouted. In an instant, Yin tribe's goo masters attacked at the same time, using all sorts of attacking methods. Water flow, starfire, white bones, firebird and other attacks were unleashed together. Attacking Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Water Demon's face shone with all sorts of colors. These attacks were brilliant and dazzling like fireworks, beautiful and deadly. Water Demon was in danger, but he did not dodge, instead revealing a cold smile. His pupils suddenly burst out with a piercing eerie light. The eerie light shone brightly, covering a Yin tribe elder in front of Water Demon. The Yin family elder immediately let out a muffled groan as he felt dizzy. This was Water Demon. He activated rank 3 Eye Strike Goo. His gaze contained an attack, bypassing normal defensive methods and directly attacking the Goo Master's soul. The Yin tribe elder who was attacked quickly retreated 3 steps, calming his mind. Merely rank 3 Eye Strike Goo could only catch the Yin tribe elder unprepared, and cause light injuries to him. It could not change this dangerous situation for Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. But Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's sneer became more intense. He activated rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, pouring it into a goo worm in his aperture. Rank 4 Position Swap Goo. Swoosh. With a soft sound, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared at the Yin tribe elder's position. As a replacement, that Yin tribe elder who was attacked appeared at his original position. Oh no! Oh no, stop! Yin tribe's other goo masters cried out in shock. This sudden change caught them off guard. They were greatly shocked. They wanted to stop, but the attack was already completed. They could not control it. That Yin tribe elder was scared out of his wits, crazily activating his defensive goo worm. But this goo only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing. Academy Elder, the patriarch of the Yin clan, Yin Tianji, roared as he watched his own people being engulfed by the brilliant attack and turned into a pile of minced meat. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. It seems Yin tribe's goo masters are a group of stupid pigs, actually killing one of their own. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu raised his head and laughed, mocking them to the extreme. Water Demon, my Yin tribe is irreconcilable with you. Hao Ji Lu, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Only then will I be able to vent my hatred. Kill, chop this demon into pieces. Yin tribe's goo masters were so angry their necks turned red as they roared. But even though they were shouting, they did not attack. Water Demon actually had a rank 4 position swap goo. This was out of their expectations. Rank 4 position swap goo was a special type of movement goo. One had to make contact with the opponent to be able to change positions. However, the use of goo worms was not only about choosing a suitable goo worm for oneself, but more importantly, the essence of the goo worms was the mutual coordination between the goo worms. As long as he succeeded, he could make contact with the opponent. Of the position swap goo. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to make contact with the opponent. Ji-goo. With such a goo worm, Hao Ji Lu was not afraid of being surrounded. Tribe Ji of Yin, they were goo and was not. Ji Lu. Yin tribe goo as demon. Of. They water yen. Goo Using this goo consumes a lot of primeval essence. How many more times can you use it? Let me tell you, we have invited the righteous hero Wolf King Chang Shanin. You are surrounded by the wolf group. You have nowhere to go. At the crucial moment, Yin Tianji stood up. His words were like a stimulant, raising everyone's morale. Wolf King Chang Shanin? Hao Ji Lu's gaze concentrated, looking at Feng Yuan who was on the wolf. Feng Yuan had a broad back and a thin waist, his eyes shining brightly. He was riding on the hump wolf surrounded by the wolf group. He was like a towering mountain. Although he was silent, he gave Hao Ji Lu a sense of pressure. Wolf King Changshanin, I have heard of your name since I was young. You did not die? Water Demon Hao Ji-lu concentrated on guarding against Yen tribe Gu masters while probing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood 300 steps away from Water Demon, looking at him with a calm expression. Water Demon's heart shook. Although I Strike Gu had a wide attack range and could attack as long as one looked at it, the further the distance, the weaker the attack. 300 steps was the effective attack range of I Strike Gu. Beyond that, there was no threat. Fang Yuan's position made Water Demon feel very uncomfortable. This distance was very mysterious. If Water Demon took another step, he would be able to attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan seemed to be hinting for him to do so. Hao Ji-lu felt even more pressure. If this person is really Changshanin, I cannot use I Strike Gu to deal with him. I Strike techniques are used to test the soul of both sides. Enslavement path Gu masters have always had strong souls. Are you really Changshanin? What proof do you have? Your Yen tribe randomly pulled out someone to impersonate Wolf King. Do you think I am a fool? Hao Ji-lu mocked. Yen Tianji immediately sneered. Water Demon, you have eyes but failed to recognize the real person. Is Wolf King so easy to impersonate? When we fight later, I will show you the power of Wolf King. Lord Changshanin, it is up to you. Kill this Water Demon. Get rid of a scourge for the people. The other Yen tribe elders called out one after another, attempting to use Fang Yuan as a weapon. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, looking around. When he saw that his wolf group was already in position, surrounding the battlefield tightly, he knew the time was ripe. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. He nodded slightly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Indeed, your reminder is good, it is time to attack. The moment he said that, the wolf group howled and opened their mouths, baring their sharp claws and teeth as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. In an instant, 10,000 wolves charged towards the group of Gu masters. The majestic army caused everyone's expression to change. Changshanin, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Yen Tianji roared in anger, feeling bewildered. Quickly stop. We are on the same side. Wolf King, are you crazy? You dare to attack us? Our Yen tribe and your Chang tribe have already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. The other elders defended against the wolf group's attack as they shouted crazily. Precisely because of this I am dealing with you. Go in peace, I will send Chang tribe's clansmen to accompany you in the future. Fang Yuan said hatefully, a twisted expression appearing on his face at the right time. Next, he shouted angrily, I swore long ago, I will take revenge for the grudges back then. Back then, Changshanin dealt with Hatu Gu and the other bandits alone. Chang tribe did not send anyone to help. This matter is fishy indeed. Water Demon Hao Ji-lu's heart jumped as he thought of something. He did not expect such a change. While dodging the wolf group's attack, he shouted anxiously, Wolf King, I have no intention of being enemies with you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 477. What? Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Water Demon Hao Ji-lu was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had ever dared to judge him like this, and no one had ever looked down on him like this. Wolf King, you are too arrogant. Today I will make you pay the price. Water Demon Hao Ji-lu roared and pushed with his palms. Rank 4 Waterfall Gu. Primeval essence poured in crazily, water vapor filled the air and with a rumble, a huge water current was formed out of thin air. The water current was extremely rapid, like a waterfall crashing down from the sky. The light silver water carried a biting cold might as it ruthlessly smashed into the wolf group. In an instant, over 1,000 wolves were killed or injured. The water current spread and swept away all the wolves around Hao Ji-lu. At the same time, Yen tribe's Gu masters activated a Gu worm together. This was the rank 5 wind barrier Gu, forming a huge wind. The wind was like a veil, carrying traces of green as it spread around everyone. The wolf group's attacks were all blocked by the formless wind. Many of the wild Gu on the Wolf King's body attacked the wind barrier and disappeared like a stone thrown into the sea, vanishing without a trace. How can this be? On the Moon Lake, Yen Shui heir, who was taken as a hostage, was dumbstruck as she watched the intense battle on the shore. She had never thought that the situation would develop like this. She, who was the center of the battle, had now become a bystander. The hump wolf continued to retreat, carrying Fang Yuan and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu away. Idiot! Looking at Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, who was charging towards him, as well as the Yen tribesmen who were defending the formation, Fang Yuan sneered. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu and Yen tribe leader Yen Tianji were 2 rank 4 Gu masters. There were also Yen tribe's higher-ups, more than 10 rank 3 Gu masters. They could be said to be very strong. But the strength of an enslavement path Gu master was that they could fight one against many. Back then, Chang Shanin led a wolf group and challenged above his rank, killing rank 5 Gu master Ha Tu Gu, and even exterminating a group of Ha Tu Gu's subordinates. Why? Because he was an enslavement path Gu master. Now the wolf pack in Fang Yuan's hands had already taken shape and reached a certain scale. The size of the wolf pack had reached more than 30,000. Not only were there many hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, there was also a night wolf king and a young mutated beast, the white-eyed wolf. Such a scale, although it was not even half of Chang Shanyin's wolf pack at his peak, it was enough to annihilate 2 to 3 Gu tribe combined. Right now they were only dealing with 20 over Gu masters. This was nothing more than a small display of strength. As expected, after fighting for a while, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was gasping for breath, and his momentum gradually stopped. He felt tired. Damn it! This kind of wolf taming technique is really hard to deal with. It's clearly just some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed. It was not that he had not fought with enslavement path Gu masters before, but how could those enslavement path Gu masters compare to Fang Yuan? Is this the Wolf King's beast taming technique? Being in this place is simply like sinking into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu fended off the attacks of the wolf pack, and his heart was already filled with awe. Splitting a trace of his consciousness into his aperture, Hao Ji Lu inwardly complained. That intense charge earlier, using a series of powerful moves to carve out a path, had caused his primeval essence to be greatly expended. Right now, his aperture only had less than half of its peak. Once the primeval essence was exhausted, a Gu master's battle strength would rapidly fall to rock bottom. Hao Ji Lu had to consider the long term, and had no choice but to restrain his attacks. This way, his momentum would completely disappear, and he would be completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, rank 4 Gu master, uses water path Gu worms. His attacks are powerful, and is proficient in fighting one against many. In his early years, he roamed northern plains, committing many crimes, and had a bad reputation. He captured Yen Shui heir, and after successfully extorting Yen tribe, he participated in the Heroes' Assembly and offered Yen Shui heir to He Lulan. He Lulan was overjoyed, and entrusted him with an important task. After entering Imperial Court-blessed land, Hao Ji Lu was ranked as He Lulan's 3rd valiant general in terms of merit and rewards. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant memories, his gaze dark. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Hao Ji Lu was also a character, but after being active for 8 to 9 years, he was also killed by Chang Shanin. Powerful attacks often mean that the primeval essence expenditure is huge. Hao Ji Lu is no longer a concern at this moment. He is probably secretly thinking of an escape route. He is proficient in escaping underwater. It will not be easy to capture him today. After all, I have too few water wolves. But my main target is not him, but Yen tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze towards the Yen tribesmen. Yen tribe's Gu masters were proficient in defense. This was famous in northern plains. As expected, these Gu masters' defense was extremely good. The rank 5 wind barrier Gu was like a tortoise shell, firmly protecting everyone. Yen tribespeople are really naive. Even though they are surrounded, they still want to preserve their strength and watch from the sidelines. No wonder history said that Yen Tianji was too conservative and lacked initiative. Since they want to stall for time, that is what I want. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, purposely slowing down the wolf pack's attack. Time slowly passed, How Ji Lu and Yin tribes' Gu master's primeval essence was also being depleted. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared in the forest. Lord Changshanin, we are here. Gu tribe's current tribe leader, Gu Guang, led Gu tribe's Gu masters and rushed here. You came quite quickly. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently with deep meaning. Gu Guang was pierced by the light in Fang Yuan's eyes, and subconsciously lowered his head, feeling both respect and fear. This is the Wolf King's heroic nature, to think that I would see it today. Yes, after receiving Lord's letter, we rushed here. One must know how to repay kindness. Lord has saved our Gu tribe time and time again. Lord's revenge is our Gu tribe's revenge. Shortly after, Gu Guang replied. In Gu tribe camp, Fang Yuan could not make a move, so he agreed to Yin tribe on the surface. After he gathered the wolf pack, he used a Gu worm to send a letter back. Gu Guang received the letter and opened it. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Lord Changshan wants to make a move on the whole Yin tribe? He cried out involuntarily. Continuing to read, Fang Yuan explained the reason in the letter. Back then, Changshan Yin's mother was secretly poisoned, and in order to find a Gu worm that could cure the poison, Changshan entered poison grassland and was ambushed by Hatu Gu and a group of strong enemies. The whole matter was a scheme. Chang tribe's internal strife was an attempt to suppress Changshan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Changshan was saved by Ma Hongyun, but did not return to the tribe, instead relying on Ma Hongyun. It was also because of this reason. Later, Changshan helped Ma Hongyun become the lord of the imperial court, so he made a move on Chang tribe, eliminating all of the higher-ups of Chang tribe and becoming the tribe leader himself, taking revenge. Now that Fang Yuan was dealing with Yin tribe, this reason was used by him, and he wrote it in the letter, convincing Gu Guang. Originally, Gu tribe and Chang tribe were related by blood. When old Gu tribe leader met Fang Yuan for the first time, he said that his second daughter was married to Chang tribe. But after Gu Guang received the letter, he made a prompt decision and chose to stand with Fang Yuan. Gu Guang, you have matured. Gu tribe will prosper under your leadership. Fang Yuan was riding on the wolf's back, indifferently commenting, then waved his hand. You don't need to participate in this battle. You lead Gu tribe's Gu masters and stand guard at the periphery. But remember, if you block one Yin tribe elder, you will have a chance of winning when we attack Yin tribe camp. Yes, Junior will remember Wolf King's instructions. Gu Guang quickly responded, and led the Gu masters to the periphery of the battlefield, forming an encirclement formation. Seeing Gu tribe's Gu masters coming to reinforce, Yin tribe's Gu masters were shocked and furious. Gu Guang, you despicable and shameless person. A Yin tribe elder shouted furiously. Gu tribe, you have made a wrong decision. You are going against our Yin tribe, you are going against young master Lu Wenwu. You will not have a good ending. Another tribe elder cursed loudly. Gu Guang laughed coldly, his heart filled with disdain. Using the name of young master Lu at death's door. What use is that? We can't stay here any longer. We need to charge and break out of this encirclement. Yin tribe elder realized the severity of the situation, his face turning ashen as he shouted, Go! Yin tribe's people joined hands and started charging, trying to carve out a path of blood. Pellet Fire Gu, Golden Silkworm Gu, Frost Breath Gu, Snowball Gu, Tornado Gu, Exploding Thunder Gu, Fire Claw Gu and others were activated. At once, fireballs and snowballs flew continuously. Golden Silkworm turned into a ray of light and rampaged. Blue Frost Breath was spat out. Tornadoes wreaked havoc in the wolf group. Thunder rumbled and explosions occurred everywhere, and claws made of flame scratched and slashed continuously. Under Yin tribe's fierce attacks, Fang Yuan's wolf group suffered heavy casualties, but they continued to advance without any regard for their own safety. These Gu masters are all mortal experts made up of rank 3 and rank 4, but so what? Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, his thoughts turning as he mobilized the wolf group. He had the werewolf soul, so mobilizing this wolf group was much easier than the 100-man soul. It was as smooth as the Wolf King personally commanding them. Seeing the wolf group dying one by one, Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He did not move. These wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, so what if they died? There was nothing to feel sorry about. Instead, using them as cannon fodder to deplete the primeval essence of these high-ranked Gu masters was a profitable trade. Yin tribe's Gu masters' greatest weakness was that they had too few people. Although they were all experts, they lacked subordinates to share the pressure on the battlefield. The battlefield was already under Fang Yuan's control. Following Fang Yuan's rhythm, they simply did not have the time to recover their primeval essence. Terrifying. There is actually such a terrifying wolf-controlling skill in this world. A Yin tribe elder's face was pale. Are we going to die here today? The aura of death was already assaulting their senses. Chang Shan-yin, if you kill us, aren't you afraid of young Master Lu Wenwu taking revenge? Some tribe elders placed their hopes on pressuring Fang Yuan. Chapter 478. It is time. Fang Yuan willed. Night Wolf Myriad Beast King led more than 10 Night Wolf Thousand Beast Kings and joined the battle, blocking in front of the Yin tribesmen. Under the wolf group's attack, Yin tribesmen suffered their first casualty. Wolf Howlgu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out a wolf-like howl. Within the range of his howl, the wolf group's battle strength rose sharply. Wolf Smoke Gu. Soon after, he let out thick smoke that enveloped the battlefield, rapidly healing the wolf group's injuries. Yin tribesmen turned pale with fright. Water demon Hao Ji Lu's face also turned pale as paper. Earlier, Fang Yuan was only making arrangements, but now that he made a move, he immediately turned the advantage into victory. Dozens of gazes filled with hatred, fear, anger and coldness shot towards Fang Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he led the hump wolf and slowly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the Yin tribesmen. To prevent the enemy's decapitation tactic, Fang Yuan had many wolves around him, including a white-eyes wolf. Although it had not matured completely, it had battle strength surpassing 1,000 Wolf King. Seeing Fang Yuan's action, the Trap Gu masters felt their hearts sink to rock bottom, their fighting spirit dissipating as they felt like they had fallen into a demon's hands, unable to escape. Time slowly passed. Yin tribesmen were like they were stuck in a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Fang Yuan had used the cannon fodder wild wolves earlier to expend their primeval essence, and now the results were starting to show. Yin tribesmen elders died miserably on the battlefield. An aura of grief and indignation shrouded the center of the battlefield. Chang Shan-yin, I will not let you off even as a ghost. A clan elder shouted, cursing before his death. But this curse only made Fang Yuan scoff coldly in his heart. You have no chance to become a ghost. Your soul will be the nourishment for my Danghun mountain. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Yin tribesman's battle hall elder shouted. Come on, you coward, you coward. He tried his best to provoke Fang Yuan, stirring up the little remaining true essence in his body, and launching the last attack of his life towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked on expressionlessly. With a thought in his mind, the wolf pack immediately surged forward like a tidal wave, strangling the battle hall elder's tragic charge midway. After the wolf pack dispersed, his broken body was left in the same place. White bone broke through the surface of its body and blood gushed out. Its angry eyes glared fiercely at the sky. Battle hall elder. Yin Tianji let out a deep roar, his entire body shaking. As the elders sacrificed themselves one by one, the intense grief attacked his heart again and again. Now he was almost numb. Chang Shan-yin, you will die a horrible death. You are a hero of the righteous path. Yet you dare to plot against your comrade. You won't have a good ending. Young Master Lu Wenwu will definitely avenge us. Yin Tianji's face was filled with hatred, and it was almost twisted. If it was possible, he wanted to eat every inch of Fang Yuan's flesh and drink every drop of blood from Fang Yuan's body. Humph! The roar of a loser is like the cry of a wild dog before its death. Hoping for others to help you take revenge is the mentality of a weakling. Fang Yuan evaluated coldly before waving his hand. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King was like a bolt of black lightning, charging forward and sending Yin Tianji flying. Yin Tianji's primeval essence was expended. He was smashed into pieces by this collision. He was like a kite with its string cut, flying far away, drawing a trail of blood in the air. When he landed on the ground, the front of his body was already smashed, he was no longer breathing. Lord! Gu Guang brought a group of elders and rushed over excitedly. Wolf King is mighty. After this battle, Yin tribe's higher-ups are all dead. In Yin tribe camp, only a rank 3 elder is left to control the situation. The letter Gu sent by Yin Tianji and the rest were all intercepted by us. Yin tribe is still in the dark, this is the best chance to attack. Gu tribe's battle hall elder cheered. It is a pity that water demon Hao Jilu escaped. Wolf Wangda's people. Should we continue to chase water demon or attack Yin tribe camp? Gu Guang asked. Fang Yuan laughed indifferently. Of course we will attack Yin tribe camp. A clam Gu rotated its body, moving rapidly in Crescent Lake. Puff! The clam suddenly drilled out of the water, opening its shell and spitting out 2 people hiding inside. These 2 were a man and a woman. The man was water demon Hao Jilu, while the woman was Yin tribe's young Miss Yin Chui Air. Huff huff huff. Hao Jilu breathed roughly, looking behind him with lingering fear. Seeing that there were no pursuers, his heart relaxed. This was a floating island in Crescent Lake. Hao Jilu had chosen the 3rd escape route when he was surveying the environment. Wolf King Chang Shanin. Hao Jilu muttered this name in his heart. Hatred, anger, fear, and wariness flashed in his eyes, a complex expression mixed together. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback. Rank 4 upper stage cultivation was enough for him to roam unhindered in northern plains. But after meeting Fang Yuan today, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and loneliness. This is the strength of an enslavement path Gu master? This should not be his peak condition. Back then, Chang Shanin could kill Hatu Gu and exterminate the entire bandits. How strong must he be? Hao Jilu thought of this and felt difficulty in breathing. Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement skill made him think of Zhang Baoya, Yang Pering, and Ma Zun. It seems that among the first-rate enslavement masters in northern plains, there will no longer be 3 but 4. Fortunately, he did not have many water wolves, otherwise I would have to die today. Thinking of the dangerous situation when he escaped, Hao Jilu felt a lingering fear. But why do I feel that Chang Shanin purposely let me go? Hao Jilu had a sharp mind. Recalling the scene back then, he felt something fishy. It is a pity that Yin tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Chang Shanin. It is not realistic for me to continue extorting. But forget it, I have already obtained the backwater battle Gu. This mission is a success. Next, I should follow the original plan and gift this Yin tribe's Missy to young Master He Lulan as a meeting gift. Thinking of this, Hao Jilu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 10-year blizzard in northern plains was a difficult test for demonic Gu masters who often moved around alone. Adding on the lack of cultivation resources, Hao Jilu wanted to rely on a force through the Heroes' Assembly. If he was lucky enough to enter the imperial court, not only would Hao Jilu be able to keep his life, his cultivation would also rise to a higher level. This time there were a few hot contenders for the imperial court. After thinking about it, Hao Jilu decided to place all his bets on the hottest contender, young Master He Lulan. He Lulan's lecherous reputation had already spread far and wide. If Hao Jilu offered Yin Chui Air to He Lulan, she would definitely be valued. Because Yin Chui Air was not only beautiful, she also had a special status. She was young Master Lu Wenwu's fiancée. And Lu Wenwu was one of He Lulan's greatest rivals in this imperial court contest. Bringing his rival's fiancée into his harem, this was an irresistible temptation to He Lulan. If Yin tribe was still around, this gift would be even more valuable. It is a pity Wolf King killed Yin tribe's higher-ups. He will definitely deal with Yin tribe. Thinking of this, Hao Jilu looked at the dazed Yin Chui Air and whistled. He teased her frivolously. Little beauty, speaking of which, you should be thanking me. If I did not save you, you would have died in Chang Shan Yin's hands. Yin Chui Air's thick eyelashes flickered, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. What do you mean? What's the point? Chang Shanin killed your father and a group of elders. He will definitely annex Yin tribe. The wolf group should be on their way to Yin tribe camp now. A young lady like you will soon become a loner. No, no way. Yin Shui shook her head, her face pale. She tried to deny it, but her rationality told her that Hao Ji Lu's guess was correct. Chang Shan-yin is a righteous path hero. How could he do such a thing? She was not willing to face such a cruel reality. Her pearl-like tears flowed down her fair and tender face. A beauty's tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was a pitiful sight. Righteous path hero? Hao Ji Lu sneered. Sometimes righteous path heroes are scarier than us demonic path heroes. Hao Ji Lu was only extorting and kidnapping, but once Chang Shan-yin made a move, he destroyed your Yen tribe. But he had a reason. He had the slogan of revenge and he was the victor. Once Yen tribe is destroyed, who can refute him? Humph humph, this is the dog's hit way of the world. Yin Shui was dazed for a while. She suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Hao Ji Lu's pants, begging, I beg you, save our Yen tribe. My father's letter Gu have all been intercepted. Yen tribe is without a leader now. They are in the dark and do not know the danger. The world was mysterious and cruel. Yin Shui had never thought that one day she would kneel on the ground and beg the person she hated the most. My father is dead. I am the next tribe leader of Yen tribe. Hao Ji Lu, help me. Help me send the letter and inform them in advance. As long as our Yen tribe is not destroyed, I will be the tribe leader. I can make the decision and appoint you as Yen tribe's external elder. Yen tribe's resources will be provided to you for your cultivation. Yin Shui stated her price. These words made water demon Hao Ji Lu's heart palpitate. External elder? Yin tribe's resources? It seemed like a good suggestion. But when Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Hao Ji Lu's mind, his body shuddered. If you want to tempt me? His expression changed. He slapped Yin Shui. Yin Shui covered her burning face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was stunned by the slap as she looked at Hao Ji Lu blankly. Don't worry, I have already found a good home for you. Hao Ji Lu laughed coldly, picking up the dazed Yin Shui and throwing her into the clam goo. The two shells of the clam closed. Hao Ji Lu stepped on the water surface, taking one last look at the shore. At the location of Yen tribe's camp, the flames of war had already reached the sky. Yen tribe is finished. Hao Ji Lu was gloating in his heart, but also feeling cold. In this world the strong preyed on the weak. There was always a higher mountain. There were experts above experts. Yen tribe was a huge force to him, but to Chang Shan-yin it was just a piece of juicy meat. In the upcoming Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains will be in an uproar. Heroes will fight for supremacy. I wonder how many people will die. Chapter 479. The flames of war raged as the wolf group charged forward like a tide. The encirclement of Yen tribe camp had already lasted for 4 hours. Yen tribe was good at defense, but because of the success of the sneak attack, coupled with the fact that Yen tribe had no leader, the camp was already in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, along with human and wolf corpses. Brothers, hold on, hold on. At the center of the camp, Yen tribe's remaining forces were still resisting stubbornly. But the wolf group surged forward relentlessly. The entire defense line could no longer hold on, and was on the verge of collapse. Kill all these invaders. Despicable Gu tribe. I curse your entire tribe to be exterminated. Other than these curses, there were also the weeping of the old, weak women and children. Looking at their relatives and friends behind them, the already exhausted Yen tribe Gu masters exerted all their strength to squeeze out traces of strength from their bodies. In their hearts there was only one thought that was supporting them: defend, we must defend. Behind me are my wife and children, my parents and parents. If we cannot defend, they will lose their lives to the wolves. Suddenly, 1,000 Wolf King broke through the defense line and charged into the camp. Oh no! Be careful! Dodge! The Gu masters at the front line stared angrily and shouted, but it was too late to save them. They could only watch as the 1,000 Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and slaughtered the old, weak women and children. Beast, you are courting death. Right at this time, a Gu master lying on the ground with only one arm and one leg left, who knew where the strength came from, leapt up and threw himself into the wolf's mouth. The thousand wolf king bit down on his waist, almost cutting him in half. The Gu master foamed at the mouth, laughing bitterly and proudly. He hugged the wolf's head and shouted, "Evil beast, die with me." Saying so, he self-detonated, blood splattering everywhere as he perished with the thousand wolf king. The people of the Gu clan who were surrounded saw this scene. Someone immediately sighed and said, "The Yan clan's son is actually so brave." Fang Yuan nodded lightly. Although Yan tribe was not aggressive enough, they were good at defense and were very united. Attacking this camp had cost him a large number of wild wolves, and it had far exceeded his original estimation. However, Fang Yuan didn't feel any heartache. He snorted coldly, "So what if you're brave? Failure usually meant eternal damnation." This was the cruelty of the imperial court struggle. "All right, go and persuade them to surrender." These words made Gu tribe's Gu masters shudder. If they lost, this Yan tribe would become Gu tribe in the future. But when they looked at Fang Yuan, they felt relieved. With the Wolf King here, the Gu family could be considered to have found a backer. He still had to rely on the Wolf King's guidance in the future. The fierce battlefield gradually quietened down. The pack of wolves stopped attacking and slowly retreated, opening up a path. An elder of the Gu family walked out from the crowd and came to the front of the Yan family. "Everyone surrender." Gu tribe's Gu master shouted. "Northern Plains heroes submit to circumstances." "Bullshit. I will never surrender to a shameless sneak attacker. Come, cut off my head." Yan tribe's son would rather die than surrender. Some Gu masters shouted, but there were also some Gu masters whose gazes were unfocused and hesitant. Gu tribe's Gu master sneered, "If you don't surrender, it won't be a problem to kill you. But have you considered the wives and children behind you? These people will die tragically here because of your stubborn resistance. You are the ones who harmed them." Once he said this, Yan tribe's broken camp quietened down. The bleak wind blew on everyone's faces. The Yan clan Gu masters who were still shouting earlier had frozen expressions. They looked behind them, and most of their expressions softened. The only Yan tribe elder felt everyone's fighting spirit crumbling, and hated Gu tribe's psychological attack to the extreme. However, this resentment only turned into a long sigh when it reached his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, he walked out and said with difficulty, "Our Yan tribe is willing to surrender." "Lord! Lord Elder!" Yan tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some were in disbelief, some were sobbing, and some were relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters cheered. "Victory, victory! The outcome has been decided. We have annexed Yan tribe." Even though they were at the same place, the two sides' situations were as different as clouds and mud. "Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield." Gu Guang's face was also filled with joy. In terms of strength, Gu tribe was below Yan tribe, but this time they succeeded in one fell swoop. "As long as we digest these spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, and even surpass Hong Yen Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Chang Shanin." Gu Guang thought of this and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. In truth, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment before turning into determination. The facts showed that his choice back then was correct. If we had rejected Wolf King back then, our Gu tribe would have ended up like Yan tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. Sitting on the hump wolf, Fang Yuan sized up the entire Yan tribe camp. Everywhere he looked, there were broken walls and smoke. Corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground. The Yan tribesmen who were hiding were found by the search teams. Yan tribe Gu masters were shackled. Their Gu worms were taken away. Their primeval essence was sealed, and they became captives strictly guarded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He had seen such situations many times. During the 5 regions chaotic war 500 years ago, the situation was even more tragic and terrifying than this. Yan tribe is exterminated. Next is the Heroes' Assembly. Of course, before that, I need to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I also need to go to Langya Blessed Land if I am lucky. 3 days later it was another night filled with stars. Fang Yuan led the wolf group into the wilderness, and first used moving perspective cup goo to communicate with Little Who Immortal, before using Stargate goo to return to Who Immortal Blessed Land. This time, thousands of wild wolves followed him into Who Immortal Blessed Land. These wild wolves were either injured or old and weak. Their battle prowess was low. If it were an ordinary enslavement path goo master, their only choice would be to sacrifice these wolves as cannon fodder in the next battle, to prevent them from consuming more rations. But Feng Yuan had an even better choice with his blessed land. That was to raise them. These wolves will reproduce in the blessed land, and after a few months, they will give birth to wolf cubs. Feng Yuan raised these wolves in the western part of the blessed land. The wild beasts in this world had strong reproductive abilities, and adding on the fact that Who Immortal Blessed Land had 6 times the time flow of northern plains, Feng Yuan could completely replenish his own troops in the future. This way, the western part of Who Immortal Blessed Land became the breeding ground for the wolf group, and the northern part was almost cut off by Feng Yuan. The eastern part was shrouded in dark clouds, and there were tens of lakes with abundant water vapor. And the southern part was the gathering place of the rock men. At the center was Dang Hun Mountain, which was dying after being hit by the gruel mud goo. Master, Master, I have already settled down the starlight worms according to your instructions. Quickly come and see. Seeing Feng Yuan again, Little Who Immortal was extremely happy, and dragged Feng Yuan to the eastern part of the blessed land. Master, look up, Little Who Immortal called out. Feng Yuan looked at the sky, and saw a large expanse of light blue clouds. Traces of starlight sprinkled down like a dreamy veil, swaying along with the wind. The scenery was beautiful and strange like a painting. Feng Yuan looked carefully, and found that this cloud was not blue in color, but had large amounts of star fragment grass planted on it. The star fragment grass was dark blue, and among the grass, there were starlight fireflies flying, and the specks of light gathered into a sea. And among the starlight fireflies, there was even starlight firefly goo, giving off the true radiance of starlight. Not bad, Feng Yuan evaluated. Little Who Immortal immediately squinted her eyes in happiness, and rubbed her head against Feng Yuan's hand, saying innocently, Master, I want to touch you. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, and stretched out his hand, rubbing Little Who Immortal's head. Little Who Immortal's snow-white tail immediately curled up in joy, and the 2 furry ears on her head also gently drooped down, as a blissful blush appeared on her face. Feng Yuan bought a lot of star fragment grass from Connecting Heaven goo. But this grass was very special. It could not be planted on mortal soil, and could only be planted in clouds. During the transaction, Fairy Yao Guang had suggested to Feng Yuan to buy cloud soil to cultivate star fragment grass. But Feng Yuan did not accept her suggestion, because in Who Immortal Blessed Land, there was a large-scale dark cloud. This dark cloud was formed when Feng Yuan eliminated the earthly calamity's influence, and water and fire clashed, forming a large dark cloud. The dark cloud did not disperse for a long time, and covered the eastern part of Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was not a small problem. Over time, the light would be blocked, and the ecology of the entire eastern part would be affected. But now Feng Yuan used it to plant star fragment grass, and it turned the disaster into a blessing. Not only was it recycling waste, it also saved Feng Yuan the expenses of buying large amounts of cloud soil. Right now, there were large patches of star fragment grass planted on the dark cloud. Starlight fireflies lived among them, and the eastern part of the blessed land was filled with starlight. It was a beautiful sight. As long as I properly cultivate the star fragment grass, the starlight firefly group's reproduction is guaranteed. In the future, there will be more and more starlight firefly goo for me to use. If I can nurture them to a high level, there will be a surplus of starlight firefly goo, and I can sell them in jewel yellow skies in the future. During the 5 Regions War, starlight firefly goo will be one of the most sought-after goo. Feng Yuan looked at the beautiful future, and brought Little Who Immortal back to Dang Hun Mountain. Standing on the mountain peak, he took out burial soul toad goo. During the process of killing Yen tribe's higher-ups and taking over Yen tribe's camp, he had been using burial soul toad to collect the souls on the battlefield. He let out all the souls in the burial soul toad. These pitiful souls, the moment they came out, they were turned into the purest nourishment by Danghun Mountain's mystical power, nourishing the whole of Danghun Mountain. By tomorrow, Danghun Mountain will be filled with guts goo again. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. One of the reasons why he devoured Yen tribe and collected a large number of souls was because of this. As for tonight, it will be time for me to advance to rank 5. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan's cultivation was no longer restricted by the region, and was a true rank 4 peak stage. He had been at the peak for a long time. Adding on his great aptitude, the time for him to advance to rank 5 realm was already ripe. Chapter 480. Swish 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 in the aperture. The 90% primeval sea surged with waves. The true gold color was dazzling, shining on the aperture walls. These aperture walls were not ordinary. They were crystal clear, smooth and full, containing a sense of vitality. This was the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. On the true gold sea, waves continued to surge, creating huge waves that reached the sky. Then wave after wave, the waves washed over the crystal wall. At first, the crystal wall was like a reef on the sea, unmoving. But gradually, the crystal wall could not bear the pressure, and cracks appeared on it from the attacks of the primeval essence wolf tide. As time passed, the cracks increased and became bigger. The primeval sea slowly decreased, and the crystal wall also became full of cracks, becoming extremely fragile. But it was still a step away from breaking through. Feng Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes closed, his mind almost completely focused on the aperture. He had 90% aptitude belonging to a grade and had deep accumulations. This time he could break through to rank 5 realm with his own foundation. Right now, the primeval sea was only left with 20%, and the waves on the sea were gradually weakening, showing signs of calming down. But suddenly, the true gold sea that had been accumulating burst out with a soaring wave. This wave was majestic and ferocious, surpassing any of the previous waves. It was like a tsunami rising and fiercely smashing on the aperture walls. Boom! With a soft sound, the aperture walls finally could not bear the pressure, and were smashed into pieces by this huge wave. Large numbers of crystal wall fragments fell into the sea like shattered icebergs, turning into essence and slowly disappearing. After a while, the crystal wall fragments all fell off, leaving behind a light membrane that enveloped the surroundings. The light membrane shone brightly, its aura was strong, surpassing rank 4 peak stage crystal wall, showing the true aura of a rank 5 initial stage goo master. What followed was a trace of light purple primeval essence, forming at the bottom of the sea. Once a goo master turned into green copper primeval essence, rank 2 into red iron primeval essence, rank 3 into silver primeval essence, rank 4 into gold primeval essence, and rank 5 into purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a trace of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From today onwards, Feng Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Ever since rebirth, I have wandered around and finally became a rank 5 goo master. In Danghun Palace, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sighing in relief. Rank 5 goo masters in this mortal world were absolute overlords, the true peak realm. The number of people who could cultivate to this level was more than 1 in 10,000. If it was someone else, they would probably be wild with joy. However, Feng Yuan had already experienced it once in his previous life. At this moment he was not ecstatic, but gratified and looking forward to the future. Compared to my previous life, it is a great achievement to be able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. Feng Yuan was only in his 30s now. Cultivating to rank 5 at this age was definitely a top genius in the 5 regions. But rank 5 realm is not my end, it is a starting point. Next is to advance to goo immortal again. If it were those genius goo masters, they would also be hesitant when talking about advancing to goo immortal. But Feng Yuan had his previous life's experience. He was very confident in becoming a goo immortal in the future. After advancing to goo immortal, the danger of spring-autumn cicada's death can be completely resolved. Feng Yuan looked at spring-autumn cicada again. Ever since rebirth, spring-autumn cicada had fallen into a deep slumber, absorbing the water from the river of time to recover. Right now, it had mostly recovered, and a faint pressure filled Fang Yuan's entire aperture. All along, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a guillotine hanging on Fang Yuan's neck. As time passed, this giant guillotine would get closer to Fang Yuan's neck. Spring-Autumn Cicada gave Fang Yuan a huge threat of death, forcing him to take risks and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only when he reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm could Fang Yuan's aperture hold Spring-Autumn Cicada. At that time, Fang Yuan would have more freedom and calmness, and would no longer be as pressured as now. Light purple primeval essence was constantly being produced in the aperture, settling under the remnant yellow-gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan came back to his senses, slowly standing up and walking out of this secret room, arriving at another room. In this room there were several large jars. The jars were filled with green liquid, and there was a purple crystal relic goo floating in each of them. There were a total of 6 purple crystal relic goo. Most of them were bought by Fang Yuan or Little Hu Immortal from Jewel Yellow Skies these days. Purple crystal relic goo could raise a rank 5 Gu master's cultivation by an entire realm. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money for these purple crystal relic goo. Fang Yuan only needed 3 purple crystal relic goo to raise his cultivation to the peak realm. But at this moment he looked around and saw that the jars were different. One of the jars had turbid green water, one had a mixture of green and yellow, and 2 of the purple crystal relic goo had tiny black fur growing on them. The remaining 2 jars had clear green water, without any changes. Fang Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic goo had been tampered with in some way. Fang Yuan used his 500 years of experience to find out that there was something fishy about these relic goo. Only 2 of the purple crystal relic goo in these 6 jars could be used. Fang Yuan immediately took out the purple crystal relic goo from the 2 jars with clear green water, and used them. After using the 2 relic goo, Fang Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan then took out the 2 purple crystal relic goo with tiny fur growing on them, and used them on himself. The 2 relic goo worked together, and finally raised his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan went from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing a huge leap. Moreover, the relic goo was mystical, and his foundation showed no signs of instability. A goo master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. As long as they had enough resources, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. In theory, as long as they had enough relic goo, a goo master's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. But in reality, very few goo masters did this. Firstly, relic goo could only advance a goo master's small realm. Every rank's large realm required the goo master to break through themselves. Using too many relic goo would make cultivation too easy, and instead cause ordinary goo masters to be biased, making it harder for them to break through large realms. Secondly, a goo master's cultivation realm did not mean everything. To survive in this cruel world, one needed schemes, wisdom, fortuitous encounters, experience, and training. With a sudden increase in strength, if one did not have sufficient mental control, they would be like a baby waving a large knife, harming others while harming themselves. Thirdly, relic goo's value was very high, and few goo masters had such conditions to cultivate so extravagantly. Even for those goo immortals' descendants, if they had such conditions, their elders would not be so eager to help them grow. Finally, there was an even more important point, that was aptitude. Without aptitude, no matter how many relic goo one had, it was useless. Fang Yuan could advance to rank 5 smoothly not only because of his experience, but also because of his great aptitude. Consuming relic goo continuously and raising his cultivation rapidly, perhaps only Fang Yuan could do this. If it were any other rank 5 goo master, no matter how talented they were, like Shang Clan, they would have to take it step by step. After all, goo masters had to undergo large amounts of goo worm training in their cultivation. No matter how high their cultivation was, if it could not be converted into battle strength, they would only be a human target. His previous life's experiences were Fang Yuan's greatest wealth, allowing him to smoothly control this explosive strength. Looking at the time, after this breakthrough in cultivation, a night had passed unknowingly. Fang Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace and arrived at Danghun Mountain. As he expected, many guts goo started to grow on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and squatted down, casually crushing one, but only got a pile of yellow mud. Ever since Dang Hun Mountain was affected by the gruel mud immortal goo, it had gradually deteriorated, and a portion of the guts goo had turned into yellow mud. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had already expected this, and crushed another 7 to 8 guts goo. But during this process he only got 2 intact guts goo. Through the power of the goo worms, his wolfman soul was slightly strengthened again. The gruel mud immortal goo's power has eroded even deeper. I remember back then out of 10 guts goo at least 4 or 5 were intact. But now only 3 or 4 are left. Fang Yuan sighed. These yellow mud, although they were all gruel mud and could be sold in jewel yellow skies. But compared to the original guts goo, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. It could be said to be a huge loss. But fortunately, these guts goo all belonged to Fang Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts goo were useless goo, with a huge number, Fang Yuan's soul could advance by leaps and bounds. Right now I am rank 5 peak stage. The next step is to charge towards goo immortal realm. But this is difficult. I need to make a lot of preparations and plan slowly. Fang Yuan inwardly planned. With the rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure was greatly alleviated. The urgent matter now was to save Dang Hun Mountain. He could not watch Dang Hun Mountain perish like this. Preserving Dang Hun Mountain would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. Even after Fang Yuan advanced to goo immortal, it would still be useful. After plucking the guts goo on the mountain, Fang Yuan entered Dang Hun Palace and cooperated with Little Hu Immortal, activating connecting heaven goo. In jewel yellow skies, waves of divine senses intertwined with each other. The moment connecting heaven goo was activated, a large amount of divine senses gushed towards Little Hu Immortal. They were all about the price of the gruel mud. Fang Yuan sold large amounts of gruel mud to jewel yellow skies, attracting the interest of many goo immortals. Using these gruel mud and relying on immortal goo recipes, one could refine gruel mud immortal goo. Although this goo could only be used once, it was a genuine immortal goo. In an environment where immortal goo were scarce, goo immortals flocked towards Fang Yuan's gruel mud immortal goo. For these gruel mud, Fang Yuan's price was the recipe of the immortal goo. At first, these goo immortals only took out tattered remnant recipes. The treasure light was not even 3 meters. But after these days, the recipes these goo immortals took out had already reached 3 to 4 meters. Chapter 481. Connecting heaven goo was embedded in the air. Images of wolves flashing in the mirror. Suddenly, the image froze and a turtleback myriad wolf king appeared. The turtleback wolf had a broad body. Its whole body was dark green and its eyes were eerie blue. Just like its name, each turtleback wolf had a turtle-like carapace on its back. The shell was very heavy. About a third of the turtleback wolf's weight was concentrated inside. Besides defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the ability to store nutrients. Among ordinary wolves, this type of wolf had the strongest defense. And the myriad beast wolf king that appeared in connecting heaven goo was no doubt even larger, 10 times the size of an ordinary turtleback wolf. Its round turtle back was towering. Its bronze-colored turtle shell was shiny, giving people a feeling of abundant battle strength and strength. Right now I have close to 30,000 wolves in my hands. Among them, there are 3 main wolf groups. They are turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves. Every wolf group has close to 10,000 in number. Besides these, there are also a small number of poison beard wolves from poison grassland. Over 100 water wolves were bought because of the white eyes wolves. Fang Yuan originally had over 30,000 wolves in his wolf group. But after several battles, the losses were not small, and now there were only 27,000 wolves left. Excluding the old, weak and sick who had migrated to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the number of wolves he had left was less than 25,000. This way he needed to replenish them. Ordinary enslavement path goo masters would need to organize people to capture and replenish their beast group. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, they could not devour a beast group that was too big. But after Fang Yuan obtained connecting heaven goo, It was like he was standing on the shoulders of Gu immortals. He had one more choice than ordinary Gu masters, to purchase beast groups in jewel yellow skies. The vast majority of blessed lands nurtured wild beasts. These wild beasts multiplied too much, causing pressure on the blessed land's ecology. The Gu immortals in charge of the blessed land would sell them in jewel yellow skies. This way, not only could they reduce the pressure on the blessed land, they could also gain some benefits. Similarly, many Gu immortals wanted to nurture their blessed land and replenish the ecology. They would buy some wild beasts to raise in the blessed land. Therefore, the trading of beasts in jewel yellow skies was very normal. In jewel yellow skies there were a wide variety of wolves for sale. Northern Plains night wolf, wind wolf, water wolf, poison-beard wolf, turtleback wolf, southern borders lightning wolf, ash wolf, blood wolf, two-headed wolf, western deserts silk wolf, pearl wolf, sand wolf, tyrant wolf, eastern seas ink wolf, greedy wolf, red wolf, goldback wolf, central plains white-eyes wolf, star wolf, pervert wolf, blood wolf. Among them, there were not only ordinary wild beasts, but also exotic beasts such as white-eyed wolves, tyrant wolves, and greedy wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves with Gu immortal battle strength. However, according to what Feng Yuan knew, there was a desolate beast, peach wolf, buried in Langya blessed land. Among the 3 largest wolf packs in my hands, the night wolves already have a myriad beast king. If the wind wolves and turtleback wolves also have a myriad beast king as their leader, I wouldn't need to control so many 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, which would greatly reduce the burden of taming beasts. This would reduce the burden on my soul, and allow me to take in even more wolf packs. Feng Yuan did not intend to change the wolf packs. That would be an unnecessary move. He decided to expand the wolf pack in his hands. Little Hu Immortal transmitted his divine sense, and inquired about the price of this turtleback myriad wolf king. The Gu Immortal who sold it called himself Southern Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of grass. Grass was a specialty of northern plains. Each stalk of grass was shaped like an upright flute. When the wind blew, the sound of the wind would enter the flute holes on the grass and produce a pleasant flute sound. Grass itself was a common material for Gu refinement. At the same time, in large patches of grass, some sound path and wood path Gu worms would gradually grow. Feng Yuan did not have any grass on hand. Although he knew the location of the grassland, the season was not right. The grass was still seeds buried in the soil and had not grown. Feng Yuan knew of this situation, but he did not give up. Instead, he asked Little Hu Immortal, "Ask if the other party accepts Immortal Yuan stone." Little Hu Immortal transmitted her divine sense, and after a few exchanges she reported, "Master, he said he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he wants 2 Immortal Yuan stone." Feng Yuan sneered. This price was too high. Immortal Yuan stone was very rare, and turtleback wolves were only ordinary wild beasts. But there was a process of haggling in the transaction. After some haggling, Feng Yuan used 1 Immortal Yuan stone to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves from Southern Sea Turtle Immortal, as well as 1 turtleback myriad wolf king. After the transaction was concluded, Feng Yuan bought 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He also added 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison beard wolves, and 6,000 water wolves. A total of 2.5 Immortal Yuan stone was consumed. This was not the end. The wolf pack entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a severe test to the original ecology. It would have many effects. At least, Feng Yuan had to replenish the food for these wolves. Otherwise these wolves would starve to death due to insufficient food in the Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land also had many wild beasts. For example, wild rabbits, pheasants, and so on. But these animals were the food source of the fox pack. Hu Immortal raised a large number of foxes in the Blessed Land. There were red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. These fox packs suffered heavy losses in the 6th earthly calamity, but they still managed to preserve their seeds. After many years of recuperation, they gradually expanded in scale and recovered some vitality. If there was insufficient food, the wolf pack and fox pack would inevitably prey on each other, causing severe internal friction. The gains would not make up for the losses. For these fox packs and wolf packs, Feng Yuan chose food in jewel yellow skies. Golden carp, green jade crucian carp, fat mudfish, which one should I choose? There is actually fish roe of air bubble fish. While Feng Yuan was choosing, he unexpectedly found a Gu immortal selling the fish roe of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it, but the fish roe of air bubble fish still attracted the attention of some Gu immortals, resulting in a bidding war. Feng Yuan decisively raised the price to 1 immortal yuan stone. There are only over 20,000 fish roe. Someone actually bid 1 immortal yuan stone. This person is crazy. Even if they are hatched, there will be over 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious, they are not worth 1 immortal yuan stone. The Gu immortals sent their mocking and disdainful divine senses. Air bubble fish were difficult to hatch. They only had about 30% survival rate. In their opinion, Feng Yuan's price was too high. If my memory is not wrong, at the end of this year, when 2 Gu immortals fought in the air bubble sea, intense poison invaded the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. By then, the price of air bubble fish would have risen by more than 10 times. Feng Yuan snickered as he obtained these fish roe. Those who could become Gu immortals were undoubtedly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Other than some ignorant and incompetent second-generation immortals, most Gu immortals were elites among elites. If Feng Yuan did not pay such a high price, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these fish roe. In the future, when the 5 regions war erupts, the price of air bubble fish's fish roe would have risen by 100 times. Air bubble fish was a specialty of Southern Sea. It was rather peculiar. Its translucent belly was round like a round bubble. The front of the bubble was decorated with 2 sesame black dots. They were the eyes. The fins and tail were very small, providing weak movement. Air bubble fish were different from other fish. They mostly swam up and down. If they were forced into a corner, to avoid their natural enemies, they would float out of the water and into the sky. Some mature air bubble fish would even float in the sky all year round, devouring the tiny insects in the air and not entering the sea to live. The greatest use of air bubble fish was to increase the production of Gu worms. Air bubble fish would swallow the worms into its belly, and these worms would receive protection and nourishment inside, gradually evolving into Gu before drilling out of the fish's belly and flying out into the wild. Precisely because it could increase the production rate of Gu worms, air bubble fish became an item that all great Gu immortals chased after during the 5 regions war. These air bubble fish can be slowly nurtured, although there is only a 30% success rate, as long as I take care of them carefully. After a few decades, I will be able to feed myself. After 100 years, I will be able to form a scale of at least 500,000. Like starlight firefly Gu, they will definitely be in high demand during the 5 regions war. The fish roe of air bubble fish was an unexpected gain. It could be considered a small surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose the fat mudfish. Although the fat mudfish is the easiest to raise, this fish will eat the fish roe of air bubble fish. When it is hungry, it can even fill its stomach with mud. In comparison, the golden carp and the green jade carp, one eats gold while the other eats jade. They have no interest in the fish roe of air bubble fish. Feng Yuan did not lack gold and jade, because there were large groups of rockmen living in Hu immortal blessed land. These rockmen lived at the bottom of the cave and ate mud as food. After a long time, all kinds of metals, jade and other minerals would condense on their bodies. But gold is harmful to the growth and reproduction of air bubble fish. It will reduce the perfunctory rate. But the warm jade does not have this drawback. So I will choose the green jade carp. Feng Yuan pondered for a while, before finally deciding on the fish species. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had also managed a blessed land. Because of his rich experience and the many setbacks and mistakes he had experienced, the choices he made now were very wise. With the green jade carp, the food of the water wolf group was settled. Feng Yuan bought large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shell flower to use as food for the night wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves. And because of the poison beard wolves, Feng Yuan chose some earth skin pigs. These pigs could reproduce very easily, they could eat meat and grass, they could survive in the eastern part of the blessed land. Finally, Fang Yuan bought many goo worms as well as a large number of goo refinement materials. He spent a total of 8 immortal yuan stone, hundreds of thousands of yuan stone. I spent 8 immortal yuan stone in one go. Fang Yuan did not care about ordinary yuan stone, but immortal yuan stone. Earlier, he had sold the remnant recipes in his memories and obtained 28 immortal yuan stone. Now he only had 20 left. Although I can sell the remnant recipes, they will get cheaper the more I sell them. I lack a way to make profits, and the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly goo will only see results after 100 years. I will have to carefully plan my usage of the immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan sighed, handing connecting heaven goo to little Hu Immortal, letting her handle the wolf group and fish group, as well as the arrangement of iron shell flower and air bubble fish roe. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan went into Dang Hun Palace and used the materials he had just bought to refine goo. Chapter 482. After a day and a night, Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace with an exhausted expression. He went to Dang Hun Mountain. During this period of time, many guts goo had grown on Dang Hun Mountain, but the number was less than half of the first time he collected them. Fang Yuan crushed them one by one. Most of the guts goo were useless to Fang Yuan because of gruel mud immortal goo, but Fang Yuan had slaughtered Yin tribe and collected many souls. There were many guts goo. Relying on the huge amount of souls, Fang Yuan's soul had improved by a lot. This level of strength is more than 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a long way to go before 1,000-man soul. After feeling it for a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes with a joyful expression. This degree of improvement was quite great. If it were an ordinary goo master, they would need at least 10 years of accumulation. But with the help of the guts goo, Fang Yuan did it in less than half a day's time. No wonder Dang Hun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of Soul Path by spectral soul demon Venerable. The item in my hand, Dang Hun Mountain's value is only lower than Spring Autumn Cicada. No matter what, I cannot let it be destroyed. Spectral soul demon Venerable had once evaluated that in this world, there were 2 sacred lands for Soul Path goo masters. One was Dang Hun Mountain, used to strengthen the soul. The other was Luopa Valley, used to refine the soul. The soul needed to be strengthened and also refined. Fang Yuan used guts goo to strengthen the soul. His progress was extremely fast. But he did not have Luopa Valley to refine the soul, thus he could only use wolf soul goo instead. Wolf soul goo could turn a goo master's soul into a wolfman soul. It had the effect of refining the soul. The production of guts goo was getting lower. Fang Yuan only used an hour to collect them for the 3rd time. Most of the guts goo were yellow muddy water. Using a small portion of guts goo, Fang Yuan raised his soul to 6 times its original size. Little Hu Immortal was still busy. Activating Stargate goo again, Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains. Stepping out of the Stargate, the first thing Fang Yuan saw was the faithful wolf pack surrounding him. Using the Stargate to communicate with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan placed the poison beard wolves and water wolves into the Blessed Land, and placed the Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King into Northern Plains. At the same time, he replenished 3 wolf packs, expanding the size of his wolf pack to 60,000. Fang Yuan did not return to Good Tribe immediately. He took out the half-finished product and started refining it on the spot. After spending half a day, when the first rays of dawn illuminated Crescent Lake, he obtained the rank 5 breath concealment goo. The 5 regions were different, be it goo worms or goo masters, they would be suppressed in other regions. Different from goo worms, humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were full of intelligence and had strong adaptability. As long as a few years passed, the goo master would be able to adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth, no longer being suppressed. And to prevent goo worms from being suppressed, Fang Yuan could only refine goo in Northern Plains. No matter what the materials were or what goo worm was used, as long as the goo refinement was successful, the new rank 5 breath concealment goo would be born in Northern Plains, and it would obtain the recognition of Northern Plains, no longer being suppressed by the other region. Back then, Fong Yuan obtained the rank 2 breath concealment goo from southern borders Ziyu Mountain. Using this goo, he refined it all the way to finally form the rank 5 breath concealment goo. At rank 5, the appearance of the breath concealment goo did not change much. It was still a small purple leaf, but the purple color was deeper, with a faint metallic luster. Using the breath concealment goo, he suppressed his cultivation to rank 4 middle stage, and Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now rank 5 peak stage, but due to the other region's suppression, when he returned to Northern Plains, he would only have the aura of rank 5 initial stage. If he returned to Gu tribe like this, it would definitely raise suspicions. At the same time, if he reached a critical point one day and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would also raise suspicions and suspicions. Using the breath concealment goo, he could finally make up for this loophole. Leading the wolf group, Fong Yuan returned to Gu tribe. As expected, the Gu tribesmen were pleasantly surprised and shocked. But there were many wolf groups in Northern Plains. Crescent Lake was a beautiful place with large numbers of beast groups. It was not hard to explain why Fong Yuan had such gains. Fong Yuan placed a portion of the wolf group in the camp, while the other portion was placed outside, letting them roam freely. Returning to the giant lizard Gu house, Gu tribe leader Gu Guang brought his 2 trusted aides and immediately came to greet him. "Congratulations, Lord, for this hunt. Your strength has risen greatly." Gu Guang had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes, but his face was filled with excitement and joy. This entire day and night, he had been cleaning up the battlefield with the Gu tribesmen, gathering the resources and accepting the surrendered people. He was so busy that he did not have time to sleep. Seeing Gu tribe's strength growing in his hands, Gu Guang was excited, and his respect towards Chang Shan-yin deepened. He was an understanding person. He knew that without Chang Shan-yin, Gu tribe would not be where it was now. "My luck was good, I did have some gains." Fong Yuan sat on the chair, nodding slightly as he looked at Gu Guang who was standing. His strength had grown by far more than this. His cultivation and soul had both risen sharply. If this was spread, Gu Guang and the rest would be shocked to the core. In Langya Blessed Land, Fong Yuan had used up an immortal Gu refinement opportunity to obtain Stargate Gu, thus reviving the whole situation. Fong Yuan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Every time he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would have unimaginable improvements. Such an extent of improvement it would be hard to convince the world. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. Fong Yuan now had a blessed land. It was like he was developing on the foundation of a Gu Immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was like the difference between heaven and earth. Together with his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he was able to digest the sudden increase in strength, thus he was able to move with ease. Fong Yuan had risked his life and walked a tightrope on a cliff to obtain this enormous wealth, forming a deep accumulation. Finally, at this moment, his accumulation burst forth, forming a surge in strength. "Lord, this time we annexed Yen tribe, we obtained over 6,340,000 yuan stone, 1 rank 5 gu, 27 rank 4 gu, as well as several rank 3, rank 2, rank 1 gu and so on. Other than that, there were over 2,000 gu refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves, and some big stomach horses. There were also thousands of lizard house gu, over 100 mushroom forest gu, and over 7,000 captives." Gu Guang reported with an excited tone. Fong Yuan listened quietly, because Yen tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Fong Yuan in a surprise attack. Gu tribe's gains were huge. Especially the number of captives, it actually reached over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters. Many of them were willing to surrender. Gu tribe obtained these replenishments, and the entire tribe's strength rose by more than 3 times. "Lord, this is the list of items that we have sorted out. Please take a look. You can take whatever you want." Gu Guang respectfully handed a list to Fong Yuan. These resources were not essential to Fong Yuan. Now that he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the attraction of Yuan Stone to him had fallen to rock bottom. On Qingmao Mountain, the days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones were long gone from him. But he lacked Immortal Yuan Stone. To him, the more immortal Yuan Stone, the better. Unfortunately, Yin tribe did not have any Gu immortals. How could they have immortal Yuan stone? The reason why Feng Yuan helped Gu tribe was because he wanted to use them as a pawn to cover for him and interfere in the heroes' assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Changshan so early. The longer he managed it, the more useful it would be during the Five Regions battle. According to the rules of the grassland, half of the spoils of war here are mine. But the things here are not suitable for me. I will leave them with Gu tribe for now. Feng Yuan handed the list to Gu Guang. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang quickly received it. My wolf group will be fed by Gu tribe. The expenses inside will be paid from the spoils of war. Feng Yuan said. Gu Guang shook his head, saying sincerely, Lord, our Gu tribe is where we are today because of you. How can I, Gu Guang, not know how to repay kindness? Our Gu tribe will be in charge of feeding the wolf group. We do not need a single cent from Lord. Junior feels that my talent is shallow. I cannot control the whole Gu tribe. In the days to come, I hope Senior can give me more pointers and teachings. Feng Yuan laughed, looking deeply at Gu Guang. This young man in front of him had gone through many experiences. Although he had only been the tribe leader for a short period of time, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, he had experienced life and death situations, he had made great improvements. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. This Gu Master world had a cruel environment. It was not easy to survive. Precisely because of this, there were many geniuses in the human race, emerging endlessly. Gu Guang, you are not bad. Since that's the case, I'll be an external elder of the Gu clan. Feng Yuan's words caused Gu Guang's body to shake, before wild joy appeared on his face. He quickly knelt on the ground, saying, Junior is bold enough to request Senior to take the position of Gu tribe's supreme elder. Supreme elder? Feng Yuan muttered. Gu Guang knelt on the ground, raising his head and looking at Feng Yuan with a sincere gaze. He knew that Gu tribe had come this far. Only by relying on Changshan would they be able to walk steadily and further. Only then could they gain more benefits. If not for Changshan, with just his rank 3 cultivation, he would not be able to suppress the swelling Gu tribe. Alright, I will do it. Feng Yuan agreed. Gu family's current situation was also part of his plan. Gu Guang was only a rank 3 Gu master. He had just taken up the position. Feng Yuan made Gu tribe swallow up Yin tribe. But he could control this person even more. And controlling this person meant controlling Gu tribe. What? Yin tribe was exterminated by Gu tribe. At another place beside Crescent Lake, Wang tribe leader heard this news and looked at Bei tribe's envoy in shock. Bei tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 Gu master with a face full of wrinkles, white hair and a gloomy gaze. He was an enslavement path expert with some fame in northern plains. His name was Bei Chaoshang. Precisely. This matter has already been known by many tribes. Not long later, it will spread throughout northern plains. Because your tribe is located in a remote area and surrounded by several large beast groups, you did not hear the news immediately. Chapter 483. Oh! Hearing that Bei tribe, Zhang tribe and Pei tribe had formed an alliance, Wang tribe leader raised his brows. In northern plains, it was not strange for tribes to form alliances. The battle for the imperial court was imminent, and things like alliances would happen more and more often. I have a question. Gu tribe was originally weaker than Yin tribe. How did they swallow the bigger tribe? Wang tribe leader asked. Bei Chaoshang smiled. Gu tribe could swallow Yin tribe because of one person. I wonder, has Lord Wang tribe leader heard of the name Changshan? Changshan? The Wang clan leader frowned slightly. When he suddenly heard this name, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Shortly after, his brows relaxed as a surprised expression appeared on his face. Changshan? Could he be the Wolf King who killed Hatu Gu back then? Tribe leader is knowledgeable. I am in admiration. Bei Chaoshang cupped his fists. It was because of this person's interference that Gu tribe won. Who could have expected that the hero of Northern Plains back then was still alive? No one knows what had happened all these years. He was very low profile when he appeared, and with his own strength, he forced Gu tribe to swallow the bigger tribe. Of course, this was also because Yan tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Changshan, and were all killed in one fell swoop. This caused Gu tribe to have the upper hand when they attacked Yan tribe camp. Bei Chaosheng spoke frankly with assurance. He was actually very clear about the inside story. In fact, after Yan tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who escaped and came to Bei tribe to seek protection. With such an informant, Bei tribe naturally had a clear grasp of the information. Wang tribe leader frowned even deeper. Back then, Wolf King could kill the rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu by himself, and also slaughtered all the bandits. Such strength is truly awe-inspiring. With our strength, how can we deal with such a strong person? Rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of small to medium-sized forces. Rank 5 Gu masters were the peak of mortals. Thus back then when Changshan killed Hatu Gu, it caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains. A person's shadow is like a tree's bark. Changshan's deeds had spread in Northern Plains for so many years, it was natural for Wang tribe leader to be wary. Bei Chaosheng laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is normal for tribe leader to be worried. The Wolf King was indeed an extraordinary character. But times have changed. The Wolf King of today is definitely not as powerful as he was in the past. Oh, I would like to hear the details. As everyone knows, the strength of an enslavement path Gu master lies in their formation. The Wolf King had just returned, and the wolf pack was nowhere near as large as before. There wasn't even a single exotic beast. Currently he only had ordinary wind wolves, night wolves and turtleback wolves. Previously they had also fought with the Yan clan, and they had already suffered great losses. His battle prowess isn't that great. Bei Chaosheng continued. Furthermore, Wolf King attacked Yan tribe for no reason. This is the demonic path's action, massacring commoners. It is against the rules of Northern Plains. He is no longer the hero of our Northern Plains, but a demon that everyone wants to kill. This time we are punishing the sinners who started the war. The criminals who invaded at will. We are the righteous ones, but the Gu family has committed many crimes and is extremely evil. The Heroes' Assembly has yet to be held. The Imperial Court contest has yet to begin, but they already started a war between tribes. They are simply too daring. Their crimes cannot be forgiven. Looking at the history of Northern Plains, how many people who have touched the bottom line like this have a good ending? Bei Chaosheng's words were filled with passion. As expected of Bei tribe's lobbyist, his words were filled with the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader was also a shrewd person. He was not someone who would be easily moved. His gaze flickered as he said hesitantly, even so, the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. In a battle between dragons and tigers, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there will definitely be huge casualties. Bei Chaosheng shook his head, smiling unconcernedly. The Wolf King might be strong, but 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Gu tribe has just annexed Yan tribe. They have eaten too much and are extremely arrogant. They are not stable. As long as Wang tribe joins us with our 4 tribes working together, would we be afraid of a mere Gu tribe? Wang tribe leader pondered for a moment. I am not afraid of Gu tribe, but the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. He has mysteriously disappeared for so many years. Who knows what happened? Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. He definitely has a motive for coming out this time. Such a person definitely has trump cards that he has not used yet. Bei Chaosheng sneered. Any kind of reputation is also made up by bragging. Why must Wang tribe leader boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Why fear the Wolf King? He is already past his prime. Even if he has trump cards, he is only an enslavement path Gu master after all. Since he is an enslavement path Gu master, we have methods to restrain him. Honestly speaking, our Bei tribe also has enslavement path Gu masters. Our tribe's grass soldier army also has a place in Northern Plains. We can completely face Changshan head-on. Other than this, Zhang tribe has the famous lightning spear battle formation. And Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yanfei is a famous fierce general in Northern Plains. Right now, he has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if the Wolf King has thousands of troops, Lord Pei Yanfei can sweep through them unhindered, directly attacking the enemy's base and killing him. Everyone knew that enslavement path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. As long as the leader was beheaded, the army would immediately fall into chaos, collapsing and escaping. Hearing Bei Chaoshang's words, Wang tribe leader was still hesitant. He could only say that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it for a few days. Bei Chaoshang's eyes flashed with disappointment. This is an important matter. It is natural for Lord Wang tribe leader to consider it. But this matter cannot be delayed. If Gu tribe is allowed to recover and slowly digest their gains, when we fight again, the price we have to pay will be even greater. Lord tribe leader, please consider it clearly. Wang tribe leader nodded. 3 days at most. During this period of time, please stay in our clan and accept our hospitality. Bei Chaoshang heard Wang tribe leader's words and could only take his leave. Just as he left, a person came out from the guest hall. This person was thin, his skin was yellow. He had 3 strands of beard on his chin, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was Wang tribe leader's right-hand man, Wang tribe elder Wang Dadao, who was an expert in strategy. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Bei tribe and participate in this alliance? Wang Dadao asked worriedly. Of course not, don't worry about morality. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dadao let out a sigh of relief. Tribe leader is wise. You were not bewitched by others. The battle for the imperial court is imminent. There will be years of chaos. Our priority is to preserve our strength. Bei tribe, Pei tribe and Zhang tribe. These 3 mid-sized tribes' intentions are clear. Yin tribe is Lu tribe's in-laws. Yin Shui heir is Lu tribe's young master Lu Wenwu's fiancé. It seems that they want to be Lu tribe's lackeys. They want to curry favor with young master Lu Wenwu, but they also want to share the risk and drag our tribe down with them. Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large tribe. We need to be cautious in our every move. The battle for the imperial court is full of dragons and snakes. Who will be the final victor? We need to observe carefully and choose who to rely on. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a terrifying blizzard that would bring disaster to a region. Only by entering the imperial court could one obtain protection and not be affected by the blizzard. But the number of spots in the imperial court was limited. There were too many people who wanted to stay. They had to go through intense battles, survival of the fittest. Only then could the ruler of the imperial court be decided. Although Wang tribe was a large tribe, their foundation was shallow. They did not have the heart to fight for hegemony. They only wanted to rely on the right person, become a hero, and stay in the imperial court, avoiding natural disasters. If we cannot enter the imperial court, then after the blizzard, Wang tribe will definitely suffer heavy losses. From a large tribe we will fall to a mid-sized or small-sized tribe. There is a huge possibility of our tribe being exterminated. But if we can enter the imperial court with the resources provided by the imperial court, we can recuperate, and if we are lucky, we can even have the qualifications to compete for the next imperial court overlord position. Wang Dadao said with a serious expression. This matter concerned the survival of Wang tribe. Everyone in Wang tribe was extremely cautious. Then what should we do with this Bei Chaoshang? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Dadao stroked his beard, pondered for a while and said, we should treat this person well. 3 days later, tactfully reject his invitation to form an alliance. At the same time, secretly send a letter to Gu tribe, express goodwill to the Wolf King, and inform them of this matter. Let them fight each other. We will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If there is a chance, we don't mind being the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Ha ha ha, virtuous words, I like it very much. Wang tribe leader couldn't help but laugh loudly. Looking at the letter in his hand, Gu tribe leader Gu Guang had a worried expression. Beside him, the elders of Gu tribe were also silent. In Gu tribe's tent, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Bei tribe, Pei tribe and Zhang tribe have already joined forces to punish my tribe. They are currently recruiting allies. Today Wang tribe also came to inform us. I'm afraid the allied army will soon invade. Elders, do you have any good plans? Gu Guang asked. This is not good. My tribe has just swallowed Yen tribe. Although morale is high, we haven't had the time to digest the results of the war. Once the enemy invades, these Yen tribesmen who surrendered will not have second thoughts. At that time, they will work together, and our Gu tribe's annihilation will not be far. Then why don't we retreat? Retreat? To where? We have a camp now, we can still defend it. Once we retreat, there will be no place to defend, and we will be surrounded and intercepted by the other tribes? The elders discussed among themselves. Gu Guang glanced around in disappointment. The elders were all talking one after another, but no one was able to come up with any reliable suggestions. Instead, the atmosphere in the tent became even more stifling. Their fighting spirit was faintly dissipating. All right, don't say any more. He raised his hand and stopped the elders' discussion. I won't hide it from you. A few days ago, Lord Wolf King Changshan has already agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him over for this. Gu Guang said. This matter was originally kept a secret, but now that he said it, it was like a cardiac stimulant, causing the elders' morale to rise. Wolf Wangda's man has become our tribe's supreme elder? Good, good. This is a joyous occasion. With Wolf Wangda's man we have a chance of survival. The stifling atmosphere in the tent was swept clean, and the low morale rose rapidly. This was the use of experts in times of danger. They were the pillars that could support the world. Chapter 484. Fang Yuan was invited into Gu tribe's main tent. Oh, 3 tribes have formed an alliance to deal with us? Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze shone, asking, which 3? Immediately, an elder answered, reporting to Lord Supreme Elder, they are Pei tribe, Bei tribe and Zheng tribe. After pausing for a while, this elder added, Pei tribe leader Pei Yanfei has rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is a famous general in northern plains. Although Bei tribe is a mid-tier tribe, they have nurtured 2 enslavement path Gu masters. And although Zheng tribe was established not long ago, their lightning spear battle formation has extraordinary power. Fang Yuan nodded. He heard a familiar name. That was Pei Yanfei. This person was indeed a fierce general in northern plains. After joining Lu Wenwu, he immediately became the 3rd fierce general under Lu tribe. In the following battles he would often charge into the enemy's formation alone, charging left and right, disrupting the enemy's formation. He would be invincible as he killed the enemy's leader. As for Bei tribe and Zheng tribe, although Fang Yuan did not have any impression of them, it did not hinder him from estimating their strength. Any one of these 2 tribes had the strength of Gu tribe in Hongyan Valley. Bei tribe had 2 enslavement path Gu masters. This meant they could face Fang Yuan's wolf group head-on. And Zheng tribe started with lightning spear battle formation. This was Zheng tribe's special ability. It could not be underestimated. However, I need a large number of souls to irrigate Danghun Mountain and strengthen my soul. The alliance of 3 tribes should be able to kill a lot of people, right? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Now that the 3 tribes have formed an alliance, the situation is dire. Uncle Changshan, where should our Gu tribe go? Gu Guang asked earnestly. Fang Yuan raised his brows, his voice filled with killing intent. What else can we do? Since they want to kill us, we will strike first and kill our way over. You must know that the best defense is offense. What? Offense? Hearing this, Gu tribe's higher-ups were shocked. They had discussed earlier, some suggested retreating, some suggested defending, but no one suggested attacking. This idea was too radical and risky. After all, the alliance of 3 tribes was much stronger than Gu tribe. And Gu tribe had just taken in Yen tribe's captives. They had internal problems. Attacking directly? Isn't that a little too crazy? The elders looked at each other, and from their gazes they could feel the same thing. But because of Fang Yuan's might, they did not dare to say it. Immediately, everyone fell into silence. Gu Guang hesitated for a moment before speaking meekly. Uncle Changshan, now that the enemy is strong and we are weak, are we still going to attack first and give up our camp? Precisely because we are attacking first we can attack first and give up our camp? Fang Yuan snorted. You all think so, so do the enemies. Tonight, in the middle of the night, we will gather our elites and carry out a night attack. Bei tribe. Which tribe? The Bei family, followed by the Zheng family. The Pei family is the furthest from my home. Gu Guang replied. Gu tribe. Everyone, this is tribe. Zheng tribe is Bei tribe. Bei tribe. Bei tribe is with Bei. Is with Bei tribe. Good, we will first destroy Bei tribe, then Zheng tribe, and finally Pei tribe. This battle will be intense. Everyone should be mentally prepared. After annexing 3 tribes, our Gu tribe will grow stronger. The elders looked at each other, inwardly speechless, sighing in admiration at Fang Yuan's ambition. With Gu tribe's current situation, they still wanted to devour the enemy alliance that was 2 to 3 times stronger than them. This was something the elders did not even dare to think about. Seeing everyone still hesitating, Fang Yuan waved his hand. Let's do it, you can go and make arrangements. Yes. Everyone could only agree. That night, the night wind howled, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu tribe camp's gate was wide open. The wolf group was like a long river surging and gushing. Countless Gu masters were mixed among them, all of them leaping and running, their shadows flickering, their hearts filled with killing intent. Good weather, really good weather to kill. Fang Yuan sat on a mutated beast's back, laughing heartily. This mutated beast was that white-eyes wolf. It was an infant, but Fang Yuan used a time-path Gu worm to accelerate its growth. Right now, the white-eyes wolf's body was several times bigger than before. Its body was white like snow, its body was smooth like water, it was a divine steed, only slightly smaller than a hump wolf. But its current battle strength was only equivalent to an ordinary 100-wolf king. There were no wild Gu parasites on its body. Wild Gu parasites on a beast king's body needed time. During the long process of a beast king's growth, several wild Gu would take the initiative to join it. But this white-eyes wolf grew too fast, it lacked the foundation of time, and was always by Fang Yuan's side. Thus it did not have a single Gu. Fang Yuan simply used it as a mount, keeping it by his side. Sometimes he would use its vision to scout. The army moved quickly, charging towards Bei tribe. Bei tribe's camp was set up on a hill. The hill was originally covered in a dense forest, but Bei tribe had chopped it down and built a tall camp wall. On the wall there was a watchtower, its bright light illuminating the camp. On the surface of the wall, there were sharp wooden spikes. Several Bei tribe Gu masters stood at intervals, giving off a heavy atmosphere. Lord, are we really going to attack? The army stealthily approached. Gu Guang sized up the wall, his heart pounding. He had the intention to retreat. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. We will win this battle. Why does Lord Supreme Elder say that? An elder did not understand, asking. Fang Yuan pointed at the wall. Precisely because the wall is sturdy, Bei tribe Gu masters are lazy and only have a few Gu masters guarding it. The fact that we can sneak this close is proof. Furthermore, this light is too bright. Bei tribe wants to scare off the rascals. This is a false bravado. They are trying to show that they are heavily guarded, but they are exposing themselves instead. Hearing this, Gu tribe's hearts calmed down. Fang Yuan instructed again. Later, I will send the wolf group to destroy the wall. You will send Yen tribe's surrendered members to attack, and Gu tribe's Gu masters will act as the guards. If anyone tries to escape, kill them on the spot. His cold voice caused everyone's heart to shake. As soon as he said this, without waiting for the elders to reply, Fang Yuan waved his hand, and 2 myriad wolf kings led the wolf group and charged out of the shadows. In a few breaths of time they charged into the light. Wolves, why are there so many wolves? Bei tribe's Gu masters rubbed their eyes, feeling incredulous. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Someone reacted and shouted, activating a Gu worm to send a signal. Block them, reinforcements will arrive soon. The Gu masters shouted with all their might. But Fang Yuan's attacks were so fierce, like 2 iron fists that had been accumulating strength for a long time. A myriad wolf king's battle strength could not be underestimated. A myriad wolf king usually required a rank 4 Gu master, and a group of rank 3 experts to deal with it. The 2 myriad wolf kings under Feng Yuan's control disregarded their own safety and unleashed their strongest attack. Bam bam bam. Every collision caused people's hearts to palpitate. The sturdy city wall was like a fragile piece of paper, swaying in the wind. Especially the turtleback myriad wolf king. With its thick skin and sturdy body, it posed the greatest threat to the city wall. Bei tribe's Gu masters quickly retaliated, but their scattered attacks were all blocked by the myriad wolf king's wild Gu. When the reinforcements from the Bei family hurried over, they saw the entire city wall collapsing. 2 myriad wolf kings led an endless wave of wolves and charged into the camp. Night wolf myriad beast king. Turtleback myriad wolf king. Bei tribe leader saw this scene from afar, and his eyes widened in shock. These were 2 different kinds of wolves, and wild wolf groups would never cooperate like this. This could only mean one thing: someone was manipulating them from behind the scenes. Who was the mastermind? Bei tribe leader did not think much, and a name popped up in his mind: Wolf King Changshanin. Changshanin. Bei tribe leader gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spewing fire. But his anger could not stop the wolf group's invasion. Ordinary wild beasts were still fine, but under Feng Yuan's command, their strength and intelligence were matched. Bei tribe tried their best to block them, forming several defensive lines. When the wolf group charged, Feng Yuan disregarded the casualties and continued to attack. The Gu tribe Gu masters following behind the wolf group almost became spectators. Rank 4 Grass Puppet Gu. Bei tribe leader frantically activated his primeval essence, pouring it into the grass under his feet. The grass instantly grew to a person's height, turning into a grass puppet holding a green leaf sword. This was the Grass Sword Elite Soldier. Large numbers of Grass Sword Elite soldiers supported the front line, charging towards the wolf group. The Grass Sword Elite soldiers' support successfully blocked the wolf group's charge. They formed a battle formation around the king's tent. Like blue boulders, they resisted the tide-like attacks of the wolf pack. But this situation was only temporary. When Bei tribe leader's primeval essence was used up, the Grass Sword Elite soldier had no more replenishment, and the boulder gradually shrunk, finally submerging under the wolf group's feet. Retreat. We will retreat towards Zheng tribe. As long as we are alive, Bei tribe will have a chance to rebuild. Bei tribe leader saw that the situation was hopeless, and decisively chose to retreat. Ha ha. Feng Yuan rode on the White Eyes wolf, laughing loudly as he looked at the Bei tribe higher-ups fleeing. Lord, we won. Gu Guang said excitedly. We only won by a third. Leave some people to clean up the battlefield. We will chase after them. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and countless wolves howled together, changing their direction and charging towards Zheng tribe. They are chasing us. Bei tribe's escaping Gu masters were scared out of their wits by such an army. No, Changshanyan's next target is Zheng tribe. Someone realized. Not only did he attack my tribe, he also wants to attack Zheng tribe? Someone shouted angrily. Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up. They will catch up soon. Someone shouted anxiously. Bei tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left, so he could only change his direction and enter the dense forest. Feng Yuan led the army, not caring about these people, and advanced towards Zheng tribe. He did not chase us. He really went to Zheng tribe. Bei tribe higher-ups breathed roughly, standing in the forest, looking at the 10,000 wolves running with lingering fear. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.